Before them, mighty creature with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, sporting an enormous wingspan. Up from the sky, its incredibly sharp talons reaching straight for the red-haired fiend. Boom! A translucent shockwave burst forth from the square hammer. With just a single blow, the griffin, at least 4 meters in length, was grievously injured, crashing into a nearby annex like a downed aircraft and collapsing several walls. In the humanoid eyes of another griffin, fear showed as it hastily gained altitude. A single hammer blow had slain a griffin, and the red-haired fiend's terrifying attack power left everyone too scared to move forward for the moment. Lord Rain, Lady Clea. The enemy is a true legendary fighter. You must run. Langela said, anxiety clear on his face. Hiss, a legendary fighter. At this point, everyone's gaze more or less turned to Rain. As another strong warrior who wielded a hammer, Rain, having just been given the title Skull Crusher, seemed to be the only one on their side who might be able to defeat the enemy. But the problem was the enemy was just too strong. A legendary fighter, not a pre-legendary like Raxel or Ganon, but a true bona fide legendary fighter. A black flame monk stepped forward and whispered something in Freeman's ear, after which Freeman fixed his gaze on Rain, sneering sinisterly. Are you Rain? Since you've killed Raxel, you'll be the first to die. To die at the hands of the great hero Mong is an honor for you. At this moment, Rain's attention was fully focused on the ancient hero Mong. Having just grasped a glimmer of the will, he could see more than the others. Around Mong's towering figure, the field was chaotic. Such a field resembled a magnetic field around the human body, something Rain had never seen on anyone else. It was as if visible to the naked eye. This field, like a powerful magnetic force constantly emanating in all directions, resembled a mass of brightly colored, dense ribbons fluttering in the wind. When Mong's eyes locked onto Rain, Rain suddenly trembled, as if a great bell resounded by his ear. This was a pressure from a higher order of life, much stronger than when facing the legendary Earth Snake. This was an absolute powerhouse. However, Rain knew he had no way out at this moment. Leaving aside his role as Clea's guardian knight, just the speed the enemy had just displayed meant escape was highly unlikely. If that was the case, it seemed there was only one choice left. Face death with equanimity, fight if you cannot comply. Rain gripped his skull warhammer even tighter. Moreover, he wasn't without a trump card. In an instant, boom! The imposing figure on the other side tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. The soil exploded. The entire figure shot towards Rain with a gray shadow trailing behind him, carrying a giant warhammer tinged blue and white, his speed so fast that visible white airwaves surrounded him. Rain's pupils shrank, his danger perception never before issuing such a strong alert, facing the crisis of life and death. Instantly, Rain felt his scalp tingle as if an electric charge had passed through it. At that moment, he felt no pressure from the enemy at all, in the eyes of the bystanders. They saw Rain suddenly charge towards the enemy as well, drawing a silver line in the air. Logically, if the enemy dodged, Rain's hammer would have a hard time hitting, but perhaps in the eyes of the ancient hero Mong, Rain was merely an ant that was a little stronger than usual. Just think, when faced with an ant's challenge, a normal person would certainly not retreat or dodge. They would just step down harder. Perhaps they would even roll their foot left and right a little. Boom! And so, in an instant, 2 hammers, one large and one small, collided heavily. A powerful invisible shockwave spread rapidly around the impact point like a storm at the muzzle of a 406 battleship's main gun. In an instant, Rain was sent flying backward faster than he arrived, the white skull warhammer in his hand crumbling into fine sand from end to end. But what concerned the crowd more was Rain's right arm, muscles bursting apart, blood splattered as he was thrown back. The black flame monks, including Freeman, watching this unfold, had smirks appear on their faces. At the same time, 4 words rose in their hearts, biting off more than he can chew. Daring to counter the great hero Mong, who do you think you are, the Imperial Dragon Knight? What a joke. But the next second the smirk on their faces suddenly froze. Because the ancient hero Mong, who had been unharmed, suddenly let out a pained, low growl. Behind his tall frame, there appeared a solid, lifelike transparent phantom that had been knocked out from his body by Rain's hammer strike. At this point, it was at least a meter away from the body. That wasn't all. In an instant, the transparent phantom that had left the body had dozens of fist-sized holes appear up and down its form. Following that, the now much dimmer transparent phantom seemed to be pulled back rapidly into ancient hero Mong's body by some gravitational force. Even though the transparent phantom had returned to the body, ancient hero Mong was vomiting dark red blood in great gulps, kneeling on one knee, barely supporting his quivering body with his warhammer, suffering in torment. This, Freeman and the others all wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost as they watched this. Seen according to the records in the sect's scriptures, this ancient hero Mong wasn't just any ordinary legendary figure, but an epic-level warrior from their sect's ancient past. Even in his far-from-recovered state, retaining scarcely 1/10 of his strength. But surely 1/10 of an epic fighter's remaining power would still comfortably reach the level of strength of a legendary fighter. A starving camel is bigger than a horse. Therefore, they could never have imagined that such a top ancient warrior from their own sect could be wounded by a young man from the Empire, who was clearly not yet a legendary figure. The problem was, the injuries looked quite severe. Clea had originally seen Rain's arm muscles burst open inch by inch. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she worried, but she had not expected the situation to turn so quickly. That enemy, who was clearly at least of legendary level, seemed to be even more seriously wounded. No, his injuries were worse. The shadow that had just appeared seemed to be his soul, and a direct injury to the soul, obviously, would be much harder to heal than Rain's physical wounds. Meanwhile, in the arena, Flay wore an expression of pleasant surprise and immediately turned to his team captain Langela. "Captain, I told you. With Lord Rain on our side, we could still put up a fight." At this moment, Langela's mind was also buzzing. He couldn't understand why such a legendary fighter, and obviously not just an ordinary one, could be hammered into such a state by Rain. Could Rain be a legendary fighter too? But that was impossible. Rain's battle with Ganon of the Secret Snake sect had been a long, drawn-out affair. In terms of strength, Rain was still some distance from being a quasi-legendary. He managed to win over Great Priest Ganon of the Secret Snake sect more due to the blessing of his extraordinary stamina than anything else. How exactly did Rain manage it? Langela truly could not understand. ZZZT Rain's legs adopted a defensive posture as his muscles bulged, digging 2 trenches, each several meters long and nearly half a meter deep, into the garden's ground before he finally steadied himself. His right hand throbbed with bone-piercing pain, but Rain's eyes were firmly fixed on the ancient hero Mong, unwavering. When he saw that the other's transparent phantom had been knocked out and clearly severely injured, he immediately revealed a trace of a smile. True damage is it that it actually affects the soul directly. It seems like there's still a fight to be had in this battle. Rain could clearly feel that not only was the other's aura rapidly declining, but also the once tight, seamlessly encompassing aura around him had now weakened substantially. It was like watching ribbons that had been neatly drifting in one direction, now becoming disordered and fluttering off in all directions, leaving many gaps in between. However, I need to heal my wounds first. Adding attribute points could only restore energy but not heal injuries. Rain quickly glanced at his Beast Priest, Legendary panel and focused his attention on the core skill Beastly Vitality. Previously, in order to improve his weapon master, Legendary Strength as soon as possible, he had spent most of his skill points on extraordinary battle technique, so the core skill Beastly Vitality remained at level 1. Of course, another reason was that at that time, Rain thought level 1 was sufficient, but today, the situation was different. There were no large, ferocious wild beasts nearby for him to draw from, so if he wanted to heal his injuries, he would have to rely on drawing from the vitality of the 3 battle pets under his command. Without any hesitation, Rain added 2 skill points to Beastly Vitality LV1, active. The icon changed subtly, from an image of a palm resting on the head of a prostrate beast, one that showed 3 beasts surrounding it. The text below the icon updated as follows: Beastly Vitality LV3, active. As a beast priest descended from ancient trolls, you can quickly draw vitality and energy from beasts or bonded pets within a certain distance to heal your injuries and restore your energy. Note, you can affect up to 3 beasts or bonded pets at the same time without exceeding 30% of their life force. Note, drawing from wild beasts will cause you to be affected by the negative influence of their spirits. Bonded pets will not. Immediately, Rain noticed the changes after the skill upgrade, with the addition of key phrases within a certain distance, at the same time, and 3. As soon as Rain thought it, a canine creature the size of a pony suddenly leapt forward to Rain's side and lay down quickly, while from another direction, a large and robust black-horned horse charged toward him. Just when everyone thought Rain was planning to mount one of the creatures to retreat, a majestic and strange bird of prey swooped down from above his head. In an instant, 3 streams of green energy, visible to the naked eye and fluctuating like high-voltage electricity, were infused from the bodies of 3 ferocious transcendents into Rain's body. Immediately, Rain felt 3 surging streams of heat coming from his 3 war pets. This heat stream had a special effect of restoring energy and healing injuries. Rain squinted his eyes, feeling the heat coursing rapidly through his severely injured right arm. He could feel an itchy sensation coming from his right arm as the injured muscles swiftly repaired themselves and the skin began healing rapidly. Although the maximum life and vitality Rain could draw was only 30% of his war pet's total vitality, due to the fierce vitality of the transcendent beasts and the fact there were 3 of them. Thus, the injuries in his right arm recovered as before in just a few seconds. However, the expressions of the 3 war pets looked much more drained. Clearly, they had borne an unbearable burden for their master. When Rain straightened up again, he looked refreshed and vigorous. The sight made Freeman and the other Black Flame monks exclaim, "Fuck," because Rain's recent maneuver seemed more like something from a cult. The green light just now must have been drawing on life. Force right. Is this really something decent people would do? Go, help Lord Mong up, we must retreat immediately. Seeing that the situation was dire, Freeman quickly made a decision. At your command, Lord. Several Black Flame monks immediately ran to the ancient hero Mong, who was kneeling on one knee, planning to swiftly evacuate their church's ancient powerhouse. Suddenly, with a PFFT, 2 Black Flame monks screamed. Mong's hands, one in each of the Black Flame monks' chests and abdomen, started filling with dense red lines that surged through their bodies. He was using his own church's monks as nourishment for recovery. As he drew their essence, his previously drooping head suddenly lifted, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Rain. Filled with intense fury, this puny bastard had, by using that witchery device, injured his very spirit, thus reducing his combat power, which was already reduced to a fraction of what it once was, to an even more pitiful state. The ant must die. Mong tossed aside the 2 depleted corpses, grasped his warhammer, and the next second the ground exploded beneath him, creating a deep pit. Mong drew a gray line as he rapidly charged at Rain, the air pulled around him rippling like water. Where he passed, it was as if a level 19 typhoon had swept through. With grass and trees breaking and dust swirling, Rain's pupils constricted, his spirit highly concentrated. He keenly noticed that this time, the opponent's movement speed hadn't surpassed the sound barrier. He could just manage to catch every move of the other. Clearly, this also verified that the opponent's injuries must be very severe, and even with his fury, his capabilities couldn't match those from before he was injured. Bolstered by confidence, Rain suddenly roared, transforming the hardened essence gold covering his gauntlets into a dark 2-handed warhammer, and charged at Mong. Clang! Sparks flew. This time the blue and white warhammer and the dark warhammer clashed fiercely again. The piercing sound of metal striking metal resounded across the field, and the shockwave from the impact also blasted the surrounding guards and Black Flame monks away by more than 10 meters. This made other people roll and scramble away in panic, trying to quickly distance themselves from these 2 titanic beings. Meanwhile, Rain's hands trembled sharply, his palms slightly split, forcing him to step back 3 paces. Despite still being at a disadvantage against ancient hero Mong's attack, Rain's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared to before, the situation had massively changed. This proves that my earlier feeling was correct. My annihilating hammer layered with Soul Shadow Strike incurred some kind of wound that, at least in the short term, is very difficult for him to recover from, especially the true damage from Soul Shadow Strike. Now, his combat power has fallen by at least 2 levels from the beginning of the fight, from a nearly impossible struggle at first to now, where I am only slightly at a disadvantage, if just moments ago. Rain was prepared for a desperate fight, a do-or-die attempt now. He had transformed into being eager and excited to defeat a formidable enemy. Because, once such a being of at least legendary level fixated on him, Rain wouldn't just be worried about protecting Clea's safety, even his own life would be constantly on the line. Moreover, if he could kill a former cult legend, Rain's blood surged with excitement. This battle was fightable, and it must be fought. The ancient hero Mong also reeled back a step due to the tremendous reactionary force. Knocked back a step by an ant, Mong had begun to realize just how much his strength had deteriorated due to the soul injury he had suffered. Not far from them, another battle was also taking place. Rain could sense from the aura that it was likely Langela and his two companions, leading their side, were fiercely battling the Black Flame monks led by Freeman. Naturally, both sides deliberately avoided the area where he and ancient hero Mong were. Freeman's strength was not only on par with Raxel's, but even stronger by half a measure, making it extremely tough for Langela and his companions to handle. To avoid the enemy's strategy of diversion, Clea did not join the battle group, but continued to guard near the villa's gate to primarily protect her father, Count Habs. Just as Rain was starting to worry about the current situation, Viscount Felk, a griffin knight who had fallen nearby, burst out from the ruins. His griffin had been severely injured, but he himself was virtually unharmed. He looked up and shouted at Fish, a fellow griffin knight who was trying to evade in mid-air. "Quick, Fish, go inform Lord Menia. A cult legend has appeared in Mace County City." Felk was certain that only a legendary warrior could have inflicted such damage on his griffin with a single strike. Moreover, it was likely not just any ordinary legendary warrior. It seemed that the only one who could definitely defeat the opponent was none other than the Red Queen Dragon Knight, Lady Menia. Seeing that his superior was unharmed, Fish's face lit up with joy, and reacting immediately to Felk's shout, he spurred his griffin and soared into the sky, heading rapidly toward Fishing Port Town in the east. Seeing Fish go to deliver the message, Felk finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, when he focused on the scene, his eyes suddenly widened. The very cult legend who had severely wounded his griffin was now being held off by Rain, whom Felk had seen once before, and the two were fiercely locked in combat that was too close to call. At the same time, he also saw Langela and his team at a disadvantage. After a moment of thought, Felk rushed into the fray alongside Langela and his companions. After all, he doubted he could effectively intervene in the other two's combat. Since Felk was also a peak knight with substantial skills, his joining made it easier for Langela's trio, gradually stabilizing the situation. Mong, for his part, was not panicked at this moment. Although the entire situation was tense, he was well aware that even the severely injured ancient hero, Mong himself, was far from showing his true power. Rain would certainly not be a match for Lord Mong, as long as his side could maintain an unbeatable position. They just needed to wait for Lord Mong to secure a victory, and then they could eliminate these people altogether. Rain exerted his full strength with every strike, yet still found himself pushed back by the ancient hero Mong. Though the gap between their strengths had narrowed significantly by this moment, it was still not easily bridged. Every blow Mong delivered was compounded with will, raw force, momentum, and a certain special energy, making it necessary for Rain to use the top-secret technique Annihilating Hammer just to barely fend off each assault. If it were any other peak knight who had not mastered such a secret technique, they might not even be able to withstand a single hammer blow. Rain's eyes grew brighter as the battle wore on. Rain's sharp awareness told him that this fight was entirely different from those with previous enemies. This time, he had to be fully focused with every strike he made, and with each block, he found himself either consciously or unconsciously summoning his mental strength. It was as if he were walking a tightrope over a vast abyss. Rain had a feeling. It was as though he, as a freshly forged rough iron block, was undergoing the relentless refinement of a skilled blacksmith. Fighting a warrior of this caliber, Rain could faintly feel that every second was tempering his spirit, benefiting his will. In that instant, he seemed to understand how to improve his new attribute will. However, Rain also realized that he could not keep retreating. A long defense inevitably leads to defeat. The best defense is a strong offense. Although at this moment Rain still had 5 attribute points left, which needed to be reserved for regaining strength, they could not be completely allocated to increase his strength or agility to reduce the gap in combat abilities. But Rain had another solution to further narrow the gap. He quickly invested 2 skill points into the beast stamina icon on the legendary Beast Priest panel. The icon's image showed no change, still displaying the heads of Rain's 3 battle pets, the eagle, dog, and horse. But the small text at the bottom right had changed. Beast Stamina LV3, passive. As a beast priest inheriting from ancient trolls, you naturally possess the ability to draw vitality from your bonded pets, thereby enhancing your physical fitness and resistance. Note, Level 3 can simultaneously receive the enhancement effects of all 3 types of pets under your command. Note, the skill has a distance limit, effective only when pets are nearby, with the effective distance proportionate to your spirit attribute. Previously, at Level 1 only 1 pet's effect was conferred, but now at Level 3 it was distinctly 3, a significant indication. As Rain silently invoked Beast Stamina, instantly he felt completely different. The attribute panel displayed that Rain now had the combined bonus effects of Dog's agility, Horse's endurance, and Horned Owl Beast's strength. And since the Black Horse had evolved into a swift steed, and the blood-feathered Horned Eagle had also grown, all 3 enhancement effects had reached a +3 state. Strength, physique, and agility all increased by 3 points, which nearly amounted to a 10% increase in combat power. The counterattack immediately began. Upon clashing again, the ancient hero Mong realized something was off about Rain's state. He felt energized as if injected with some vigor, and his strength had further increased slightly. This infused Mong's angry gaze with an additional ripple of emotion. Mong also took a more serious look for the first time at the young Empire warrior he was facing. The original state of the battle had been one-sided, with Rain almost not having a chance to counter and being only able to passively defend and block. But now the situation was different, as from time to time Rain could launch effective counterattacks, forcing Mong to take up a defense or block. Since both men were using heavy warhammers in the fight, their strength was unmatched, and with each collision, a resounding boom like that of a great bell could be heard. And with every intense clash of energies, the shockwaves that arose were so powerful they pressed the ground of the battlefield several centimeters deep, kicking up dust and dirt. If someone was unfortunate enough to be nearby, the lucky ones would be left dazed by the sonic boom. The next second blown away by the blast wave, the unlucky ones would end up less than whole men. Truly less than whole, missing an arm or leg was considered light, or they might even find themselves without a head or missing half their torso. Right then, some unlucky sod got grazed by Rain's warhammer. Rain was surprised to discover that his warhammer, now deformed by the hardened essence gold, actually had a comet-like transparent phantom sucked into it. This moment was like a flash of lightning that suddenly crossed Rain's mind. He quickly glanced at the description of the soul-crushing hammer. Indeed, it wasn't limited to the use of a specific enchanting warhammer. It simply said warhammer. That is to say, unlike when changing classes where a specific enchanting warhammer is needed as a medium, soul-crushing hammer is a core skill of the top legendary profession, the Warhammer Wizard, not a special ability of any particular hammer. However, it seemed that a warhammer of enchanting quality had a slight power enhancement. In an instant, several ideas flashed through Rain's mind. He looked at the blue and white warhammer in the ancient hero Mong's hand with fervent eyes. If that's the case, then... The next second, Rain launched a heavy hammer furious strike, which forced Mong to block, and with a swift move, he charged towards the direction of dozens of black flame monks. Seeing Rain rushing over, Freeman, who was fighting Langela and Felk, twitched his eyelids and cursed in his heart. Fuck, you can't beat Master Mong, so you come here to find some presents. So shameless. With a swing of his hammer, Rain wreaked havoc among the black flame monks, and in the blink of an eye, he took down 3 of them. Along with the one unlucky enough to have been grazed by the warhammer and killed at the start, Rain had already stacked 4 layers of enhancement effects. Although each layer was merely strength +2, it was still 4 times. In such a short time, Rain had suddenly gained 8 points of strength. When Mong rushed over and saw the long, 3 transparent phantoms swirling around the warhammer in Rain's hand, his expression changed again. In their next clash with the added 8 points of strength, Rain finally began to attack more and defend less, and the situation started to reverse. More critically, knowing now that the core skill of the Warhammer Wizard, soul-crushing hammer, wasn't tied to the enchanting warhammer, Rain looked for chances every few seconds to dart next to a black flame monk and conveniently take them out. Finally, when Rain stacked the 9th layer of effects, Mong's expression changed drastically. He knew he couldn't continue like this any longer. This young Empire warrior was too strange. His stamina appeared endless, allowing him to continually use secret techniques, and his strength kept increasing as he fought. Mong decided, even if he were to fall into slumber again, he would have to take down this young man. Suddenly, Mong's blue and white warhammer emanated a strange energy fluctuation. And as Rain spun around and took out another black flame monk, finally stacking up to 10 layers in an instant. Their eyes met for a brief moment. It was as if they understood something. Almost simultaneously, the ground beneath their feet fiercely exploded. One gray, one silver figure each drew a straight line as they rapidly lunged at each other. Clang! In that split second, two different styles of warhammers once again collided fiercely. The sparks and shockwaves produced by the collision of the two warhammers created a fierce hammer storm, which sent the 6 or 7 nearby black flame cultists and guards flying into the air. The ground itself instantly caved in nearly 10 centimeters due to the immense impact, and the soil scattered like a tornado. In an instant, a concave crater formed within a several meters radius around Rain and the ancient hero Mong. The moment of collision. The expression on the face of the ancient hero Mong changed drastically, turning to one of utter horror. He had always thought that the special power that could harm the soul came from the opponent's skull warhammer, which had just shattered into powder. Because of Mong's perception, he could tell that the other's hammer was a tool associated with rituals. Developing such a soul-harming ability accidentally during long-term rituals was a possibility. But what Mong truly did not expect was that this young Imperial named Rain, without the skull warhammer in hand, still managed to deliver a soul-damaging blow this time. In an instant, the tattered transparent shadow behind Mong's tall figure was once again struck by Rain's hammer, tearing it away from his body. The same scene from before replayed. The transparent shadow, nearly a meter away from Mong's body, suddenly developed dozens of densely packed holes the size of fists all over. Now, the transparent shadow became extraordinarily tattered, like a candle flickering in the wind. If one didn't look closely, it was almost hard to detect its human form. When the shadow returned to the ancient hero Mong's body, this time, Mong staggered back 5 or 6 steps. At last he thumped to the ground, unable to remain standing. Rain, on the other hand, was also not faring well. His warhammer, even though made of hardened essence gold, couldn't withstand the severe impact of that collision. At that moment, the hammer's thinner handle simply broke off. Its head had been completely blown away, leaving Rain only with a headless hammer in his hand. At the same time, Mong's strike was accompanied by a special dark red flame and some kind of transparent energy shock. At this moment, Rain's right hand was almost fractured, and his entire body was faintly burning with this dark red flame, causing extreme pain. However, Rain still forcibly endured the pain, took a quick step forward, and the hardened essence gold in his hand once again instantly reshaped into a warhammer, hammering heavily towards Mong's head. It seemed as if he sensed the danger of death. In an instant, the nearly dying Mong's eyes suddenly bulged, staring at Rain. The next second, he blocked Rain's strike with his gray-white arm. Bang! The sensation of hitting a thick hide was transmitted to Rain's hand through the handle. Despite the opponent's wrinkled, mummy-like skin, the muscle fibers beneath were as strong as steel wires, very strong in defense. Even compared to Rain, who possessed the intermediate steel body talent, it was not inferior. After the hit, only Mong's arm muscles were damaged, without breaking his bones. Whether it was a final surge of strength or some other secret technique, the seemingly drained Mong suddenly let out a roar, charged into Rain's embrace, and began to sprint with all his might. Boom, boom. After rushing through several stone walls, the two crashed into an adjacent villa's annex, engaging in close-quarters combat. But Mong's condition at that time was too dire, and seconds later, Rain seized the opportunity. Splat! The ancient hero Mong's eyes widened, his body shuddered. A pointed warhammer had entered his brain from the crown of his head. The next moment, he seemed to still want to raise his arm for a counter-attack, but his body suddenly convulsed, and the arm he was lifting also fell back naturally, his lion-like head finally limply drooping down. Rain pulled out the pointed warhammer, looking at the large body that had collapsed with a moment of silence. Following the death of the ancient hero Mong, a special aura began to emanate from around his grand corpse. This aura was filled with magnificence and vast implications. To Rain, it felt like Mong's death was akin to a whale fall. After his death, it seemed as if some kind of foundational power within his body was also dissipating, which is why such a grand aura was spreading. Suddenly, the system prompt followed. Ding! Unidentified high-quality energy detected for absorption, yes/no. Note: This high-quality energy can be directly transformed into talent points upon absorption. Facing the system prompt, Rain was slightly taken aback. This was indeed beyond his expectations. Ever since the last time when he killed a Black Flame cult high priest in the Ascension phase, and happened across the opportunity to convert it into talent points, Rain had thought that only enemies that had some sort of connection with the gods could yield talent points. He didn't expect that by killing this ancient hero Mong, he would also get the chance to gain talent points. Faced with this choice, Rain naturally didn't hesitate, immediately choosing yes. In an instant, the gradually dissipating aura from Mong's majestic corpse was absorbed completely into Rain's body, like rivers flowing into the sea. The system prompt came again, ding. A total of 2 talent points converted. Please choose to upgrade the talent's basic weapon mastery, passive, basic extraordinary understanding, passive, intermediate steel body passive, or intermediate huge strength, active. Seeing this system prompt, Rain's smile became even more brilliant. To actually have 2 talent points. This meant that even with intermediate talents he could now upgrade. But now it was not the time to consider allocating points. At the moment, his physical condition was also a bit off, with the enemy's evil flames, like an incurable disease, still causing continuous damage inside his body. So Rain could only let his 3 combat pets endure another burden that was too heavy to bear. As the eagle, dog, and horse rushed into the ruins, Rain cast LV3 Beastly Vitality and finally felt a lot better. At that time, Rain spotted something and raised his eyebrows slightly. He walked over and took the blue and white warhammer, which had belonged to Mong, into his hands. Besides the weight of the warhammer, Rain also felt a distinct sense of resistance. It was as if the warhammer in his hand was alive, possessing its own consciousness, and did not recognize its new owner. Rain lifted the warhammer to his chest and scrutinized it carefully. At the base of the handle, he saw complex blue and white patterns that seemed like runes, probably serving some special purpose. As for the head of the hammer, there were no special patterns. It had a square shape, with blue on the left and right sides and silver-white on the other 4. The only feeling being one of extreme solidity and heaviness. Thinking for a moment, Rain tried to use his innate wizardry metal morphing spell, but the warhammer clearly emitted a faint blue and white glow, isolating the metallic energy particles on the outside. The transformation failed. This only made Rain more interested. Clearly, this warhammer was no ordinary item. It felt to be of a higher tier than his skull warhammer, which had shattered into dust. Although he couldn't unravel the secrets of this warhammer at the moment, Rain was not worried. Because within the vast sword-bearer's organization, there were bound to be people who could solve this problem. Thinking it over, Rain held the blue and white warhammer in his right hand, and with his left, he grasped Mong's ankle and dragged the tall and heavy corpse, step by step, out of the rubble of the villa's auxiliary building. When Rain emerged, all those present involuntarily stopped their battles, whether it was the cult of Black Flames led by Freeman or the guards led by Langiller and Viscount Filk. At that moment, the looks in their eyes, filled with disbelief and shock, turned toward Rain. The cult of Black Flame's monks, with eyes wide open, kept glancing back and forth at the tall body Rain was dragging. Was indeed, without a doubt, the ancient hero Mong. But how could this possibly be? This was one of the epic warriors rarely seen in the history of the church, to die at the hands of a young imperial soldier. Not even the fantasy fairy tale scripts of wandering bards would dare to write something like this. For a hero to fight a dragon, that hero must have extraordinary battle achievements, right? Otherwise, a script where a farmer kills the dragon with a pitchfork would surely be met with rotting eggs thrown by the audience. To the hearts of the cult of Black Flames, what difference was there between Rain and Mong compared to a farmer and a dragon? Langiller and Viscount Filk were also shocked by the scene. While they internally didn't wish for Rain's defeat, to tell the truth, they also basically hadn't thought Rain could win. After all, they saw that possibility as too slim. Their greatest hope for Rain was that he could delay the cult's ancient legendary warrior for as long as possible. If he could hold out until the Imperial reinforcements arrived, nothing would be better. But in their view, that too was wishful thinking. In other words, they never truly thought Rain could win. But now, the development of events had far exceeded their expectations. Could it be he won? Langiller remembered very clearly. Just yesterday Flay had told him that Rain, despite being a golden rank sword-bearer captain, had actually only joined the Minster Province Sword Bearers branch less than 2 months ago. And yet, such a near newcomer had killed an ancient cult legendary warrior. This was no longer a matter of this child will surely become great to describe Rain. It had become this child has already become great. Clea, guarding the entrance of the mansion, was also open-mouthed and wide-eyed, at a loss for what to say as she stared at Rain. Just 2 hours ago, she had handed Rain a manuscript about comprehending the glory of will. Handwritten by her own ancestors, could it be that Rain turned around and killed a legendary warrior of the cult? Clea felt her head spinning and couldn't quite understand it. The guards within Earl Hab's mansion at that moment, their eyes filled with complete respect and a hint of fear towards Rain, which was a world away from when Rain had just taken charge of the mansion's security, a completely different attitude. Many of the guards recalled their initial doubts and couldn't help but blush slightly. Now, looking at this familiar figure, they felt an indescribable sense of security. Suddenly, Freeman in the field shuddered and finally snapped to his senses. If he didn't leave now, he feared he would not be able to at all. He shouted loudly, "Retreat," and quickly crushed something, creating a thick fog out of nowhere. The Black Flames monks, who had lost all will to fight, also immediately took out similar smoke grenade-like items and threw them to the ground. Suddenly, the garden was shrouded in smoke, but vaguely, one could still discern the surviving Black Flames monks fleeing erratically toward the tunnel entrance previously dug by the Earth Snake. Just as Rain set down the ancient hero Mong's corpse and was about to pursue, Langiller and Flay approached and said, "Lord Rain, you needn't trouble yourself further with these matters. Leave them to us." Rain thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Very well." Rain then sat down directly on a piece of broken stone, slowly steadied his breathing, and began to reflect on the recent battle. At that moment, whether familiar with Rain or not, everyone who saw the young man sitting quietly on the stone slab dared not disturb him. So, a peculiar scene appeared in the garden. A young man seemed isolated from the world, sitting on a stone, holding a gigantic warhammer tinted blue and white, lost in thought. Meanwhile, others were busy with their own tasks. A group was chasing into a tunnel while others, surrounding the young man, spread out and vigilantly stood guard. Initially, Olna had intended to approach Rain, seated alone on the stone, to offer some words of praise, but seeing Rain deep in thought, she hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to disturb him. As the Deputy Minister of the Sword Bearers Affairs Hall, Olna well understood the magnitude of Rain's contribution. Even she, experienced and knowledgeable, was witnessing for the first time an enemy legend being slain by their side. Unable to approach yet filled with excitement, Olna's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had thought of something. She immediately took out a quill pen and started to write frantically. Because she was too excited, her writing was somewhat messy. Quickly, Olna crumpled the paper in her hand, discarded it, and took out a new sheet. This time, she took a deep breath to calm her emotions and then began writing again. The chief maid, seeing Olna writing so earnestly, couldn't help but curiously approach to see what was written on the paper. Earl Hab's mansion, faced with the second stealth attack from the Black Flame cult, the enemy deployed an ancient legend whose strength hadn't fully recovered, whom the cultists call Ancient Hero Mong. Our side's golden-level sword-bearer captain, Lord Rain, in a one-on-one duel, struck down the ancient hero Mong on the spot. After some thought, Olna decided to also mention the situation of others, although the Blade Squadron didn't belong to the Minster Sword Bearers branch, and neither did the Griffin Knights. The remaining enemy personnel were also defeated in a combined attack by the Blade Squadron and the Griffin Knights. Looking at the completed report, Olna nodded in satisfaction. This way of writing seemed to highlight Lord Rain's excellence even more. Meanwhile, Rain was reminded that he hadn't checked the system prompt yet. Sure enough, the prompt flooded the screen. You have experienced a battle, Weapon Master Legendary. Experience plus 7,847. You have experienced a battle, Warhammer Wizard Legendary. Experience plus 3,991. You have experienced a battle, Beast Priest Legendary. Experience plus 1,387. Note, the above skill experience has enjoyed a 30% increase from the exclusive talent, Basic Extraordinary Understanding. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy and earned 11 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will hidden attribute has increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard Legendary profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Beast Priest Legendary profession level has increased. The Warhammer Wizard legendary profession level, which had just advanced to LV5 not long ago, had risen another level, reaching LV6, 2611/3000. Although the Weapon Master legendary had not leveled up, the large amount of experience acquired brought his progress bar well past the halfway mark, reaching LV9, 8074/10,000. Rain was slightly surprised that the Beast Priest legendary had risen 2 levels, reaching LV5, 49/2000. This was indeed an unexpected joy. The advancement of these 2 legendary professions, Warhammer Wizard and Beast Priest, also granted Rain an additional 3 attribute points and 3 skill points. Including his previously remaining points, Rain now had 5 remaining attribute points, a total of 5 skill points, and 11 golden skill points. Will had also increased by 1 point. Rain checked his attribute panel and saw that the hidden attribute Will had now strikingly reached 2 points. Constitution, 43, 3 points added during combat. Strength, 46 agility, 44 spirit, 55 will. Hidden attribute 2. The intense battle seemed to be the best test for Will. Without a doubt, the enemy ancient hero Mong was the most formidable opponent Rain had ever faced. If it hadn't been for catching the opponent off guard at the start with his strongest move, Soul Shatter Strike, the subsequent battle would have been impossible to fight. In fact, the main reliance for defeating the opponent was also the true damage from the second Soul Shatter Strike. If it had just depended on his current actual attack power, breaking through the opponent's physical defense and inflicting serious injuries would still have been extremely difficult. Such is the power of the core skill of the top legendary profession, Warhammer Wizard. Rain couldn't help but exclaim, "If I hadn't switched to the Warhammer Wizard, this battle might really not have turned around." The best outcome would have been just relying on the swift step of the fast horse to quickly escape, but in that case, that would have been, "I still need to strengthen my power." Immediately, Rain thought of the 2 talent points he had just earned. Upon reflection, Rain understood. Now, he basically had 3 choices in front of him. The first choice was to upgrade the talent Intermediate Huge Strength, active. The enhancement of explosive power meant that his attack power could be upgraded to another level, which is very important in combat. The second choice was to upgrade the talent Intermediate Steel Body, passive. The reason is simple and important. Armor never goes out of style. The third choice was to split the 2 talent points and add them to Basic Weapon Mastery, passive, and Basic Extraordinary Understanding, passive, respectively, upgrading these 2 basic talents to intermediate level. The advantage of this was that, in addition to the Warhammer, the power of the secret techniques performed with other weapons would be improved. At the same time, Extraordinary Understanding would further enhance the speed of cultivating subsequent extraordinary battle techniques. Each of the 3 choices had its own advantages, so which one should he choose? Rain couldn't help but fall into deep thought once again. Suddenly, Rain sensed something and looked up towards the eastern sky. He saw 2 squads of Griffin Knights rapidly approaching from the distant sky, flying in 2 straight lines, leaving a large gap in the middle as if they were escorting something. But to the naked eye, there was nothing in the middle. The Griffin Squadron has come. "Wow, the number of Griffin Knights this time is quite a lot," exclaimed many guards. Among the 2 squads of Griffin Knights, there was one person, and it was none other than Fish, who had just gone to send a message. Seeing the Earl Hab's mansion, which had clearly calmed down, he immediately thought of something, stiffened, and his expression became extremely sorrowful, seemingly believing that everyone, including his superior Viscount Felk, had been sacrificed. But soon after, Fish's reddened eyes blinked. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the people on guard in the mansion's garden were all dressed as guards, which filled Fish with great joy. However, this also made him very puzzled. Didn't Viscount Felk say that the guy was at least a legendary powerhouse? Could it be that the opponent retreated on their own initiative? But why would they retreat when they have the advantage? I don't understand. Fish shook his head, unable to figure out what exactly had happened. As for the possibility that the legendary cult adversary had been killed, it never even crossed his mind. After all, the scene of a griffin being crippled by a single strike remained vivid in his mind. As the 2 squads of Griffin Knights drew closer, before long, Rain began to feel that something was subtly off. A sense of anxiety crept into his heart. This strong presence, how it reminded him of the ancient hero Mong. A bolt of lightning flashed through Rain's mind, and following that, he thought of something and suddenly looked up. Right where the middle of the circling griffin knights had been empty, ripples of light began to appear as if glass was refracting light. Straight after, what seemed to be the effect of some kind of invisibility disappeared. A majestic, elegant, and elongated giant creature appeared before Rain's eyes. The shock was no less than when Rain first encountered the ancient hero Mong. For before him was a true giant dragon, its entire body red, with densely packed and thick scales, each larger than a human palm, covering the well-muscled limbs underneath, and claws that could be compared to the longswords of the knights. Atop the red dragon's head on either side stood two slightly curved horns, while along the center of its head were four smaller horns arranged in a single row. Its wings, seen up close, could be described as blotting out the sky. By estimate, the wingspan was at least 20 to 30 meters, but clearly the wind elemental energy particles billowing faintly around were the reason the creature could fly swiftly. What caused trepidation, however, wasn't just the creature's size. After all, in terms of size alone, the sea serpent Rain had killed was not much smaller than the red dragon before him. Even the size of the legendary earth snake was greater than that of the red dragon. The most striking thing was its aura. Such a fiery, vast aura made those guards who had not stepped into the extraordinary realm shiver involuntarily. Although they knew it was not an enemy, but the Empire's legendary Dragon Knight, the oppression from a higher order of life made them tremble nonetheless. The red dragon first lowered its head to sniff the corpse of the ancient hero Mong on the ground, and then observed Rain's blue and white warhammer with its large golden vertical pupils. Its eyes revealed a distinctly anthropomorphic curiosity, perplexity, and amazement. Then from the back of the red dragon came an elegant and magnetic female voice. It really is a legend from the ancient cult. Tassa could smell the decay of the other's soul. Rain looked up at the sound of the voice and saw a woman dressed in dark red wizard robe floating down from the back of a giant dragon. The collar of her wizard robe was cut particularly wide, squeezing against a pair of pale and towering weapons, giving the impression they might burst forth at any moment. In contrast, her waist was much finer. The hem of the wizard robe was very long, trailing down to her heels, but the slit was very high, almost to the top of her thigh. It was unclear whether this was for ease of riding the giant dragon. This bold yet somewhat modest style of dress made Rain unable to resist taking a closer look at her face. She had a high nose bridge, and her pair of blue-purple eyes were incredibly deep and enchanting, seemed to pull one into the abyss with just one glance. On either side of her light red hair, there was a subtle hairpin with bunches of hair circling to the back, while the rest flowed naturally down her back. Overall, apart from beauty, it was hard for Rain to gauge her age. You could say she was in her 20s or 30s, and 40s wouldn't be impossible either. At this moment, Viscount Filk, deputy commander of the Minster Province Griffin Squadron, clad in light golden armor, immediately stepped forward, bowed and said, "Prince Menia Filk Finch at your service." "Oh, you're the youngest son of the Finch family. I remember I even held you when you were a child," Menia said with a flash of recognition upon examining Viscount Filk. These words made Filk blush slightly as he responded, "Yes, your highness." However, it was clear that Menia's interest was not focused on Filk, as she said, "This member of the ancient cult was slain by you, correct? Truly a hero despite his youth." As Menia spoke, her face showed admiration, and at the same time her piercing eyes focused on Rain. "Your Highness, I greet you," Rain said, bowing slightly. "Yes, Prince Menia, this is Lord Riani from the Sword-Bearers branch of Minster, the one who killed the cult legend." Clea stepped forward and curtsied. Menia glanced at Clea and nodded her head, "Greetings. Scion of the Habas family." Still curiously examining Rain up and down, Menia suddenly exhibited surprise and said, "Rain, you may not have realized it, but you have been cursed by this ancient cult legend." Cursed? Rain was stunned when he heard this and immediately opened his attribute panel to check. Indeed, the first line read, "Rain Carlin, Evil Flame Mark." Because he had been focusing on the remaining attribute points at the bottom of the panel, he hadn't noticed it. No wonder he felt something was amiss, even though he had just used the special skill of the Beast Priest to heal his injuries. However, the term used on the attribute panel was mark, not curse. Rain did not know whether this was just a difference in the system's wording. "May I ask, sir, is there any way to remove this curse?" Rain asked, his face somewhat troubled. "Removing curses is not my expertise. Generally, the goddess church can lift it for you." However, after thinking it over, Menia spoke again, "Forget it, I will do it. I can lift a legend's curse." Great fire elf. With a soft chant, Minia waved her staff, adorned with a fiery red crystal. With the point of her staff, a ring of red flames suddenly lit up around Rain. But strangely enough, the next second, the ring of fire abruptly shattered and disappeared into the air. Minia's eyes widened in astonishment, her cherry lips parted slightly, looking in disbelief at her ineffective curse-lifting magic. How could this be? How is this possible? Could it be that? Minia quickly walked over to the side of the dead ancient hero Mong, her high-slitted wizard robe revealing a glimpse of alluring scenery as she moved. As Minia squatted down to inspect the body, the exaggerated ratio of waist to hips was clearly displayed. Soon Minia furrowed her brow slightly, and turning to Rain, she said, "Young man, it seems I cannot help you with your problem. What you have is not a curse but a mark, meaning it is actually from an epic strong figure." "What?" exclaimed Viscount Filk, his eyes almost popping out as he looked at Rain with a ghost-seeing expression. "An epic strong figure?" Clea's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with shock. Heavens! Olna, the assistant to affairs, followed behind, her hand over her mouth, her face in disbelief. Minia's words sent shockwaves through the crowd, and the surrounding guards were mostly confused. What does an epic strong figure mean? Clearly, it was also a blind spot for most of them. Including Rain, they all looked perplexed. Didn't I just kill a legend? How did it become an epic strong figure? Only an epic strong figure can impose a mark, so the true strength of your adversary is undoubtedly epic. It is likely that due to being sealed for too long, their strength had greatly deteriorated, she explained. "Prince Minia, is there any way to remove the mark from me?" Rain inquired. "Of course, you can go to Imperial City. Many Imperial Guardians that can remove the curse from your body." "Can I only go to the Imperial City?" Lord Riani furrowed his brow. "Not necessarily. Perhaps you could try seeking Archbishop Mingster to see if he could help dispel the mark through a prayer ceremony. Don't worry too much about it, Lord Riani. I sense a wild, restless power in this mark. The effect of this mark generally makes you increasingly irritable, and eventually you completely lose yourself. However, due to the significant loss of strength in your opponent, the intensity of the mark isn't very high, more a subtle, gradually transformative influence. It will take a few months, maybe even half a year, to slowly alter your temperament." Lord Riani nodded in understanding. What a sinister mark. This type of mark, more stealthy than the typical curses that impair physical abilities, was much harder to guard against. If he didn't have the system pain, he wouldn't even know he had been affected. But, with a few months to spare, there wasn't a need to hurry. "You are indeed a fortunate young man," Prince Mania said, looking at the warhammer in Riani's hand. "That weapon in your hands must be the Tidal Holy Artifact, then." "Tidal Holy Artifact?" Lord Riani asked, puzzled. He merely thought the weapon was extraordinary but didn't know exactly how significant it was. "Yes, the blue and white square warhammer. Its design is quite unique. Perhaps you could try looking up information with the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church." Prince Mania nodded and said, "Lord Riani, you look to be under 20, truly an exceptional young man. To have begun grasping the glow of will at your age is exceedingly rare even in the entire empire. Perhaps you could consider joining the Royal Griffin Guard. If you are interested, you could take Toss's scale and go to Imperial City to meet General Clifford," Prince Mania said, taking out a red dragon scale. Lord Riani caught the floating red dragon scale but stiffened slightly before saying, "Thank you, Prince Mania. Well, since there's nothing more to handle here, I need to return to the front line." Prince Mania nodded at everyone and employed the floating technique to slowly ascend onto the red dragon's back. The giant dragon then spread its vast muscle wings and surged skyward. Soon, its massive form began to reflect light, much like transparent glass, becoming sporadically visible and invisible. The next second, it vanished abruptly from midair. This is the effect of the invisibility technique. There are more dragon knights in the Imperial City, but to prevent the massive dragons from disturbing the civilians, and to keep potential enemies from knowing too much about the whereabouts of the Imperial Dragon Knights, every Dragon Knight conceals their own traces and those of their dragons, Lady Crea explained to Lord Riani. Viscount Filk, who was beside her, nodded at Lord Riani and said with a smile, "Lady Crea is well informed indeed." Olna, on the other hand, looked at Lord Riani with concern in her eyes. She wasn't worried about the mark Lord Riani had received, because Prince Mania had just made clear that it was manageable. Even though Prince Mania himself couldn't immediately remove it, both the Imperial Guardians and Archbishop Mingster had the capability to help. What Olna worried about was Prince Mania's attempt to recruit Lord Rieni. She knew that the sword-bearer's branch in Mingster had barely managed to nurture Lord Rieni, a top-level talent even on an imperial scale. They could lose him. This would undoubtedly be a great disappointment for Admiral Edward. No, she had to report this immediately and recommend that her superiors max out the remuneration and reward terms. Lord Rieni, you wouldn't consider joining the Royal Griffin Guard, would you? Olna stepped forward, sounding slightly anxious as she spoke. Lady Olna, is there something wrong with the Royal Griffin Guard? Rieni, still focused on the red dragon scale, couldn't help but question her concern. Well, Olna intended to say of course it's not good, but noticing Viscount Filk, a Griffin Knight beside her, she was at a loss for words. At this moment, Lord Rieni's thoughts weren't on whether to join the Royal Griffin Guard. Because just as he touched the red dragon scale, he received a system notification. Ding! Host has touched a giant dragon scale, activating a special advanced job transfer. Dragon Knight Epic. Preconditions for transferring to Dragon Knight Epic. 1. Contract any giant dragon. 2. Beast Rider LV5 or higher. Current conditions not met. Transfer to Dragon Knight Epic failed. At that time, Langela and Flay emerged from the tunnel, their faces smeared with dust, looking quite disheveled. The guards appeared somewhat disheartened as well. Lord Rieni, I am truly sorry. We severely injured Freeman, but the enemy used powerful witchcraft to collapse the tunnel, so for the time being we had no good options. Langela blushed slightly. As a captain of the gold-level sword-bearers, he had assured victory before pursuing the enemy, but the result was that the enemy escaped. It's fine, Captain Langela. You've all worked hard. Take some rest, Lord Rieni said unconcernedly. When the enemy rushed into the tunnel earlier, Lord Rieni felt it was unlikely they'd catch him. The special terrain inside the tunnel, once collapsed, would need a terrestrial wizard to clear, otherwise it would take days to clear, and by then the person would be long gone. Furthermore, the strength of Freeman from the Black Flame Church is even above that of Raxel. Although he currently has no desire to fight, killing him would not be an easy task, especially if the enemy is determined to flee. Even if he were personally in pursuit, it's not guaranteed that he would get results. Having inflicted serious injuries to the opponent was already a very good outcome. After greeting everyone, Rain returned to his room. Rain began contemplating the words Minia had just said. To become a member of the Royal Griffin Guard was an honor, and an opportunity that most knights would consider to be the best choice. But in truth, Rain was very clear that his rapid advancement could not have happened without the various tasks signed by the Sword-Bearers organization. Without the battles, his strength couldn't have improved so swiftly. Rain actually quite enjoyed his current status within the Sword-Bearers. The initiative for his tasks was mostly in his own hands. Although there were assigned missions, they were infrequent, less than once a month. Besides, he had just joined the Mingster Sword-Bearers branch and was still getting acquainted with many things. Therefore, he probably wouldn't consider going to the Imperial City in the short term. However, speaking of which, he did need to return to Mingster soon. Firstly, naturally, I need to deal with the evil flame mark. Otherwise, it's always a ticking time bomb. However, I wonder if the gold-quality conch medal could persuade Archbishop Gomez from the Goddess Church to help me exorcise the curse. But it shouldn't be a problem, and if worst comes to worst, I can ask the Sword-Bearers branch for help. Besides, after returning to the branch, he'd check if there was an instructor at the threshold of the legendary level who had mastered will. If there was one, even if it cost a hefty amount of merit points, Rain planned to seek guidance. Despite now knowing a path to grasp the splendor of will, through enhancing it in battle, Rain always felt that the predecessors must have had some methods to accelerate this process. Last, after submitting the task, he would have a sufficient amount of task evaluation medals and points to consider hiring great knight instructors for sparring to improve on the newly acquired extraordinary battle technique. After witnessing the core ability strength of the legendary Warhammer wizard profession, Rain thought he should meet the promotion conditions for his only epic-level profession, the King of Thousand Blades, as soon as possible. Now the first prerequisite, Weapon Master LV9 or above, has been met. The next step is the second prerequisite, Master 9 different secret techniques. This will require a considerable amount of time to develop. Rain had been hesitant about where to allocate his talent points, and this was why. If he raised both Junior Weapon Mastery, passive, and Junior Extraordinary Understanding, passive, to intermediate talents. Not only would the power of the secret techniques wielded with other weapons be enhanced, but the training speed for extraordinary battle techniques would also increase. In simple terms, he could meet the promotion conditions for the epic profession King of Thousand Blades in a shorter period. But there's only one life. Rain thought of the matter of the mark on his body. If something unexpected happens meanwhile, then increasing my defense and combat strength is of the utmost importance. After a moment of thought, Rain decided to upgrade to intermediate steel body, passive, because from the last time, he suspected that the talent steel body, upon evolving from junior to intermediate, also contributed to the improvement of his affinity with metal elements. For most wizards, elemental affinity is something that's determined at birth, but he was capable of improving his elemental affinity by upgrading his talent. This meant that once his talent steel body was enhanced to an advanced level, his metal elemental affinity would further increase, thereby enhancing the power of the metal-based witchcraft he could cast. From this aspect, allocating talent points to steel body not only improved his defenses, but also his offensive capabilities. Having made up his mind, Rain silently chanted intermediate steel body, passive, in his mind to allocate the points. Instantly, a strange warmth circulated over his skin. Rain extended his right hand and looked down to see a thick silver-gray metallic halo suddenly light up on his skin. The halo, rippling like water, continued for several seconds before it gradually receded. And a system notification appeared. Congratulations, your talent intermediate steel body passive has been upgraded to advanced steel body passive, seeing the first advanced talent newly listed on his attribute panel. A bright smile couldn't help but spread across Rain's face that night. In Mingster, in the underground intelligence hall of the Sword Bearers branch, where the lights were bright due to recent turmoil within the Empire. The hall was a scene of bustling activity. Dozens of staff members hurried back and forth, almost too busy to touch the ground. This evening's duty leader in the intelligence hall was still the slightly round-bellied administrative deputy Colin, a middle-aged bald man. He was seen leaning back relaxedly on a soft and spacious deer leather chair, crossing his legs on his office desk, leisurely sipping Yorton red tea, with an expression of stolen leisure amidst the busy surroundings. Thud, thud, thud. Sir Colin, there's an urgent intelligence report from Madame Olna, the deputy of the task hall. A petite female staff member hurried to the door, knocked, and reported with a somewhat urgent tone. From Olna, read it. Colin furrowed his brow and took another sip of his Jotun red tea. Clueless as to how Olna could have urgent information, and as the Vice Minister of Task Hall Affairs, shouldn't she be staying inside the Sword Bearers branch, dutifully handling official business? Why run outside? It seems the Task Hall's work is really relaxed. Meister Earl Hab's mansion encountered a legendary Mong, an ancient legendary warrior from the Black Flame cult whose strength had not fully recovered. Our own epic sword bearer captain, Lord Rain, in a one-on-one struggle killed legendary Mong on the spot. PFFD. Colin sprayed the young, charming female clerk in front of him with Jotun red tea. Especially her chest was drenched, but Colin made no move to wipe it clean or take advantage, instead freezing in place. When Colin heard the previous sentence about a legendary cult warrior, his expression changed. He thought that what followed would surely be a report of how many had died, and quite possibly that Earl Habs also met some misfortune. Even that the entire Count mansion was a scene of utter devastation, with no survivors. But who would have thought that the next sentence would suddenly take such a turn, with Rain having slain the legendary cultist on the spot? Wait, Rain? Was this the newcomer Rain who joined the branch less than 2 months ago? Did you just say Rain, the one known as Meister's Siege Hammer Rain? Since the last time Rain incidentally took out Galena, the high priestess of the Black Flame cult in Wells County, and destroyed a golem guardian, Colin had firmly memorized Rain's name. The charming female clerk took out a tissue, wiping the tea foam off her fair weapon while giving her boss a slightly reproachful look. Yes, Lord Kekelin, legendary warrior, gravely wounded. Yes, that's impressive, absolutely astounding. He's only been with the Sword Bearers for a short while and he's reached such heights already, truly. His potential is limitless. Vice Minister Collins stroked his balding pate and couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, there was another knock at the door, and another female clerk stood anxiously at the entrance. Come in, what is it? Speak. Lord Kekelin, this can't be spoken of. This report is urgent intelligence from Task Hall Affairs Vice Minister Olna, marked as confidential. Currently in the entire intelligence hall, only you have the authority to view it. The female clerk looked around and said, "Confidential intelligence, ordinary staff of the intelligence hall were not allowed to view it. According to regulations, only vice ministers and above could." Olner again. Colin was taken aback. Once Colin received it, he gestured for the two female clerks to step back a little. He first checked whether the red wax was intact according to regulations, and checked whether the seal ring's imprint on the red wax matched the sender's, before opening the envelope. Seconds later, Colin was utterly shocked when he finished reading the secret report, his eyes wide, his mouth agape. The two female clerks saw their superior's expression and exchanged glances, speculating in their hearts had something major happened in Meister. Was the cult that formidable? Colin's mind was buzzing at the moment. Several key terms swirled around his head. Prince Menia, the Imperial Dragon Knight, epic-level fighter. Consecrated artifact. Each term should be extremely distant from a new recruit sword-bearer, but now all of these terms surrounded this new recruit. Lord Kekelin, Lord, according to regulations, we must report confidential intelligence immediately, remember? The female clerk tentatively inquired. Oh right, yes. The realization dawning, Colin slapped his shiny forehead saying, "I'll go to Admiral Edward's place right away and come back soon." Very well, Lord Kekelin. Colin swiftly shuffled his slightly portly figure and trotted out of the intelligence hall. "Colonel Stanley, is Admiral Edward in? I have an important matter to report." While saying this, Colin was planning to knock on the door. "Wait, Colin, you are over 40 years old, how can you still be so impetuous?" Colonel Stanley looked up at the forehead-sweating Colin and spoke indifferently. As the secretary to Admiral Edward, if the Admiral wasn't resting, he naturally couldn't go back to rest early either. This was the downside of being a chief secretary. It was quite tough normally. Of course, typically, effort would be rewarded, and being Admiral Edward's secretary was indeed a fast track to promotion. "Colonel Stanley, I received urgent and confidential information from Olna. According to the rules, I must notify Admiral Edward immediately." Colin awkwardly lowered his hand. As the Vice Minister of the Intelligence Hall, compared with Colonel Stanley, his position was nearly 2 ranks lower, so naturally, he spoke more cautiously. "Admiral Edward has important guests. What is the matter exactly?" Stanley expressed his thoughts clearly without intending to make it difficult for Colin. Because Archbishop Gomez had arrived that evening, as the head of the Minster Province's Divine Church, he certainly had important matters to discuss with Admiral Edward. If it wasn't something extremely urgent, then it would be just as well to report it after the Archbishop had left. Colin thought for a moment, and according to the rules, as Admiral Edward's secretary, Stanley naturally had the authority to know information of a confidential level. "Colonel Stanley, please take a look at this yourself, this content." Colin was at a loss for words to describe the content. Thus, he handed over the original document that Olna had sent to Stanley. Stanley looked at Colin suspiciously, not knowing what Colin was implying, and immediately opened the letter, reading it swiftly. "What?" Stanley exclaimed. Just a few seconds had passed, and his eyes widened with an incredulous expression as he stared at the letter in his hand. "This." Stanley looked at the letter and then at Colin as if seeking confirmation. Originally he wanted to say, "How is this possible?" But the problem was, the letter clearly stated that the recognition of the ancient hero of the cult of the Black Flame, Mong, as an epic warrior wasn't determined by Olna, but directly declared by Prince Menia of the Imperial Guardians, known as the Red Queen. Could Prince Menia of the Imperial Guardians make a mistake? The possibility was almost non-existent. Then the truth could only be one thing. This matter was most likely true. Although it was hard to believe when I received the information, I trust in Prince Menia's judgment, and I trust that Olna would not report this to Admiral Edward without being certain. Seeing Colonel Stanley's expression of shock and disbelief, yet having to believe it, Colin couldn't help but internally laugh in amusement, thinking to himself, "Look, you're also in your 40s, but just as unsteady." After listening, Stanley nodded thoughtfully. Thinking it over, Stanley felt it was better to let Admiral Edward know about this matter immediately, given that it involved news about Prince Menia. Admiral Edward likely wouldn't blame him because of this incident. Meanwhile, inside Admiral Edward's office, Archbishop Gomez and Admiral Edward were sitting opposite each other, talking seriously. "Old friend," based on the message you conveyed last time, in these 2 days, our operatives in Welsh County directly uprooted the cult of the Black Flame there. After some interrogation, we managed to gather quite a bit of useful information. Among the information, one piece you will surely find interesting is the reason or purpose of the cult of the Black Flame's recent activities in Meister County. At this point, Gomez paused. Old friend, I think you might want to request the Imperial Guardian's intervention. Archbishop Gomez said solemnly. Oh, is the situation that severe? Does it require the Imperial Guardian's intervention? Edward's expression became stern. I believe so, because the ultimate goal of the cult of the Black Flame seems to be the resurrection of an ancient cult warrior. Although it's still unclear who exactly, their location is supposedly underground somewhere in Meister County. An ancient cult warrior. Admiral Edward looked puzzled. After all this time, even if they can still resurrect, the inevitable weakening of the soul's essence couldn't be avoided, right? How strong could they be? Exactly, but even with the weakening, they would at least possess legendary-level strength. Otherwise, the cult of the Black Flame wouldn't need to make such a fuss. Gomez explained. Legendary, that indeed is a serious issue. Admiral Edward said gravely. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock on the door rang out inappropriately. This caused Admiral Edward to frown slightly, saying with mild irritation, Come in. Colonel Stanley stepped forward respectfully and said, My lords, please forgive my intrusion. This is an urgent confidential letter sent by Vice Minister Olna of the Task Hall from Meister County. Sir, I believe you need to see this immediately. Admiral Edward glanced at his secretary, Stanley. He knew that he was always composed, and knowing that he still interrupted knowing that Archbishop Gomez was a significant guest, there must be a good reason. So he nodded and said, All right, let me have a look. Hearing that it came from Maist, Archbishop Gomez's attention was also drawn over. After all, he had just been discussing the issue of the Black Flame cult in Maist. Admiral Edward took the letter, opened it, and his whole person suddenly stiffened, unable to hide the shock on his face. This made Archbishop Gomez, standing nearby, look worried, as his old friend rarely ever lost his composure like this. Could it be that I spoke too late? Has the Black Flame cult already found and resurrected that ancient epic strongman? Archbishop Gomez wondered to himself. The next second, Admiral Edward exclaimed, An epic strongman, this. Even though Admiral Edward was well seasoned, this was still the first time he had heard of a sword-bearer under his command killing an epic strongman. Keep in mind, he had been in charge of the Minster Sword-Bearers branch for a full 8 years. During his tenure, killing enemy legendary figures was extremely rare, perhaps not even once a year. Most were still at the quasi-legendary level. But this time, news of someone killing an epic strongman suddenly emerged. No wonder he was caught off guard. Admiral Edward, could it be that you've already received accurate news that the Black Flame cult intends to resurrect an epic strongman this time? Archbishop Gomez couldn't help but interrupt the shocked Admiral Edward and asked, Archbishop Gomez, you'd better see for yourself. After thinking it over, Edward handed the letter to Gomez. His mind was also a bit confused, not knowing how to explain this matter to Gomez, and the best way naturally was to let him see for himself. Although the letter contained confidential intelligence of the Sword-Bearers branch, since it involved a cult organization, the Sword-Bearers typically shared intelligence with the Goddess Church. Furthermore, as the person in charge of the Minster Sword-Bearers branch, Edward certainly had the authority to judge whether to share relevant intelligence with the Church. At this moment, Edward was pondering over name Rain. He certainly remembered this up-and-coming young man, particularly since he had left a deep impression when he knocked down the obsidian giant with a single strike. Moreover, the remains of the Golem Guardians from the other day had given him an enormous surprise. What he did not expect was that, in just a few days, the same person had accomplished something big, and it was a jaw-dropping feat killing an epic strongman, though one had to add a suffix severely weakened. But regardless of any qualifiers, that was still epic. What? Already killed him? Archbishop Gomez, who had been half closing his eyes, instantly widened them, staring at the letter with a look of utter shock. Yes, and it was Prince Mania, one of the Imperial Guardians, who personally confirmed it, so the results should be without doubt. Admiral Edward nodded, understanding his old friend's astonishment very well. He also did not expect that while the two were discussing how to deal with the problem had already been solved. Old friend, I want to ask you for a favor, Edward said. It's about this sword-bearer Rain who killed the cult's ancient hero Mong. You saw what the letter said. He's been marked by something, and I ask that you do whatever you can to help remove it. This is, not that I'm shirking, but I have never encountered an epic strongman's will mark and can't guarantee absolute success. Gomez, coming back to his senses, thought for a moment and did not instantly agree. However, this young man Rain must be one of your favored subordinates, right? I will certainly do my best in this matter. Also, I really want to meet this young man. The letter did not say how he killed an epic strongman of the cult, and I'm truly curious about that. Haha, old friend, I share the same question. I think we'll find out in a couple of days. Admiral Edward laughed when he heard Gomez's confusion. Meanwhile, in the training room on the first floor of Earl Hab's mansion in Maste County City, Rain was currently using his innate wizardry metal morphing spell to continuously transform the hardened essence gold in his hands, now into a dual-handed greatsword, now into a two-handed warhammer. The main purpose, of course, was to test for differences from before. Rain remembered clearly, when he still had intermediate steel body, transforming about 50 kilograms of hardened essence gold into the shape of a pseudo-So's head warhammer took about 0.3 seconds. But now, having tested nearly 10 times, the average was about 0.18 seconds, cutting down the time by roughly 40%. This rate of improvement was significant. Clearly, upgrading from intermediate steel body to advanced steel body had also significantly increased his affinity for metal elements. Otherwise, such a good effect would not be possible. Do not underestimate such a minor time improvement. Seen from another angle, in the same time as before, Rain could now transform more metal, both for offense and defense. For instance, within the time previously needed to form 3 kite shields, Rain can now create 4 for defense, showing an immediately noticeable improvement in his capability. The time it took to make a 2-meter-long greatsword, he can now form one 3 meters long. Although not 40 meters, it would still have an unexpected effect in combat. The most crucial point is, the increase in metal element affinity not only affects the power of innate witchcraft, but all metal-based witchcraft. With a low incantation, Rain had just cast a sharpness technique on his newly transformed dual-handed greatsword. The pale silver glow was also more intense than before. This meant that the sharpness technique was more effective. It seems that the next step is to find more metal-based witchcraft, Rain mused to himself. At that moment, Rain suddenly looked up toward the door of the training room. He saw a familiar, graceful figure entering his field of vision. It was none other than Clea. As expected of someone who killed a legendary foe, Rain, your perception is indeed sharp. You noticed me as soon as I came in, Clea said with a teasing smile. However, Rain could sense that, despite her beautiful face, there was a faint hint of fatigue. Miss Clea, have you finished your duties? Yes, for the time being. I've just taken care of the aftermath for the injured and fallen guards. I also finished dealing with the issue of those tunnel entrances in the garden, arranging for people to fill them in overnight. Clea briefly explained the tasks she had just handled. I've also coordinated with the Griffon Squadron at Fishing Port Town, hoping they will increase the frequency of aerial patrols. Rain nodded repeatedly as he listened. Clea usually had a lot of trifles to manage, especially after this battle, which had kept her extremely busy. With Count Habs of the Habas family, the highest governor of Meister, severely injured, Clea had to manage not only the family's affairs, but also the political responsibilities of the whole county of Meister. Fortunately, Clea had been trained in handling governmental affairs from a young age, so taking over was not overly chaotic for her. Rain, you've just been through such an intense battle today, won't you rest a bit? No wonder, Rain, you've made such tremendous progress in such a short time. Talent is a prerequisite, but your diligence puts most others out of reach, Clea couldn't help but exclaim. Still, she had many doubts, such as the witchcraft Rain used that could absorb souls, the type that could draw life force from his war pets to heal injuries. Where had Rain learned all these? It did not seem like something that could be learned from the sword bearers. Perhaps it was a fortuitous adventure. Thank you, Miss Clea, but I'm not as diligent as you imagine, Rain said with a smile. By the way, Rain, just call me Clea from now on. And about that mark Prince Mania mentioned, are you feeling any discomfort? Clea stepped closer, looking apologetically at Rain with her beautiful eyes. Don't worry, Clea. When I get back to Minster, I'll visit the Monsoon and Goddess Church. I think it should be all right, Rain assured her. Rain, thanks to your bravery, the Habas family was spared from calamity. Without you, not only my father, but also I might have. Here is a breathing technique of excellent level, fire gecko breathing technique. Except for the Habas family bloodline breathing technique, it's the only one of excellent level that I've collected. I'm not asking you to change your breathing technique. That cost is too great and the risk too high. I'd like you to have a look. Perhaps with your extraordinary night talent, you'll find some inspiration. Had I known you possessed such a strong talent, I would not have taught you the giant bear breathing technique back then. Really is a waste of your night talent. I do not wish for the breathing technique to be the weakness that prevents you from reaching legendary status. Clea spoke, and from her bosom drew a pale yellow scroll which she handed to Rain. This. All right, thank you. Rain thought about it and then accepted the scroll recording the fire gecko breathing technique. Rain was no longer a novice. Naturally, he understood the manifold issues involved with changing breathing techniques. The biggest issue was that the body had already become accustomed to the original breathing technique and had taken corresponding magic potions to step into the transcendent. Starting anew would involve adaptability problems. Those who were lucky, or whose bodies could withstand the change, might waste a few years but still have a chance to start over. However, for most, it resulted in failure with a drastic reduction in strength. Nevertheless, Rain had been considering looking for an excellent level breathing technique at the Sword Bearer's branch to serve as a reference, but it had been postponed due to the exchange of witchcraft. Unexpectedly, Clea had prepared one for him this time. Moreover, when Rain was still a young servant, he was already very grateful that Clea had taught him the giant bear breathing technique. Indeed, it was by relying on the giant bear breathing technique that, with the assistance of the paw of the King Ironmane Bear magic potion, Rain awakened two transcendent traits, huge strength and steel body. These are the predecessors to his present talents, intermediate giant force and advanced steel body. Rain, tonight's moon is beautiful, Clea said as she walked to the window of the training room and looked up at the night sky. Indeed, it is beautiful. Rain suddenly realized that he had been in this world for so long, but had never really taken a good look at the moon. The moon in this world was larger than in his previous life, but because of distance, there were no visible spots, making it seem even more pristine. Neither spoke again, choosing to quietly observe the night sky together. The next day, at dawn, as the first light appeared through the window, Rain could see that the garden, which had been left pitted and marred by the battle, was now smoothed out. While fresh flowers and shrubs had not yet been replanted, the row of trees in the corner of the garden remained lush and verdant. Last night there must have been a light rain, for at the moment the leaves were still dripping wet, with water droplets hanging from the tips, reflecting a faint golden mist under the morning light. Rain thought about it and once again came to the training room, originally wanting to test the effects of the advanced steel body last night. But this idea was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Clea. As for the fire gecko breathing technique, he planned to study it carefully later on. So, without eating breakfast, Rain came to the training room alone. With the metal morphing spell, the hardened essence gold in his hand quickly transformed into a dual-handed greatsword, and at the same time, the broad blade's surface started projecting numerous four-pointed darts. Sword blade storm. In an instant, Rain holding the dual-handed greatsword spun like a top. Powerful whirlwind sweeping around, while each of the four-pointed darts also rotated at high speed, accompanied by a strong airflow, impacting in all directions. Ting, ting, tang, tang, tang. If one listened closely, they could find that the metallic clashing sound was much denser than when Rain used to perform the sword blade storm. The reason was, previously Rain could only produce 70 to 80 of the four-pointed darts in a short time, and wanting more would take extra time, leading to a noticeable pause in the technique. This was quite fatal in battle. Now, as Rain's affinity with metal elements improved, it could generate about 120 of these darts in the same amount of time, piled on the dual-handed greatsword. Once the dust had settled, Rain stepped forward to inspect. Indeed, this time, he found that the ironwood dummies about 30 meters away bore 12 or 13 darts at most, and 6 or 7 at the least. From this perspective, his advanced secret skill sword blade storm modified was also a beneficiary of the advanced steel body talent. The power had increased by approximately 20 to 30%. The thing is, it consumes more hardened essence gold. Looks like at most I can perform it 3 times, any more than that, and there might not be enough hardened essence gold. Rain suddenly thought of a problem and couldn't help but look slightly troubled. After considering, Rain couldn't come up with any particular good way to compensate for this drawback at the moment. However, in a battle, it's quite unlikely to encounter a situation where Sword Blade Storm needs to be used consecutively 3 times, right? Besides, for the talent Advanced Steel Body, its main purpose is naturally defense. Suddenly, Rain formed a dagger with transformation magic. With 50% of his strength sliced at his arm, where a faint silver-gray halo flashed over the skin's surface, leaving not even a white mark. This immediately delighted Rain. This level of defensive power seems to be much stronger than the original intermediate steel body. Next, Rain kept increasing the strength with which he pulled the dagger across his skin. Finally, even at full strength, it only left a white scratch on the skin without breaking through. This surprise and joy mingled in Rain's heart. After pondering, Rain applied the sharpness technique to the dagger and once again gradually increased the force of the slicing. This time, with the sharpness technique and 70% strength, the hardened essence gold dagger just barely broke the skin. It seems, if measured in degrees, my advanced steel body defensive power is roughly between 15 and 20 degrees. The specifics still have to be tested back at the Sword Bearer's branch to know for sure. However, generally speaking, a regular Great Knight, even when breaking limits, would probably have a hard time injuring me. I just wonder whether the defensive power would change when facing witchcraft attacks. If it can defend against energy attacks with the current strength, then I can basically ignore entry-level attacking witchcraft. Thinking this, Rain's eyes shone slightly. After testing out the impact of the talent, Advanced Steel Body on his combat abilities, Rain returned to his room. After resting for a while, he opened the sheepskin scroll given to him by Clea last night, which contained the fire gecko breathing technique. This was Rain's first encounter with a breathing technique of excellent quality. The giant bear breathing technique he practiced previously was merely of an ordinary level, and even with the inner breathing technique he learned from Master Ganther and the subsequent improvements from combining the two. However, when ranked by level or quality, it was only considered as fine quality. It was a whole tier away from being considered excellent. On the other hand, Rain was slowly realizing that his current king bear breathing technique somewhat limited his body's potential development in various aspects. This wasn't apparent before he stepped into the Great Knight. Level was because he had leveled up the king bear breathing technique to a high level, so it felt quite substantial in boosting various physical attributes. But after Rain reached Great Knight status, especially as a senior Great Knight, the weaknesses of the breathing technique became progressively apparent. Otherwise, Rain wouldn't have taken the initiative to inquire about breathing techniques from instructors at the Sword Bearer's branch. Though Clea expressed apologies the night before, indicating she didn't expect Rain to be so gifted and apologizing for not teaching him a better breathing technique from the start. However, Rain didn't mind, for when he was still a squire, having Clea teach him the ordinary giant bear breathing technique was already a boon. How could he blame her for not providing a breathing technique of higher quality? Moreover, Clea's judgment wasn't wrong. The problem laid with himself. He had cheats, not outstanding natural talent. Admittedly, now his talent was indeed extraordinary, but that was after cheating. Additionally, Rain's current body development relied mostly on leveling up and taking potions, so the progress was extremely rapid and not much affected by the breathing technique. But if he could gain some insight and experience from this excellent quality breathing technique, that naturally would be a great benefit which Rain would surely not forego. Are there really 21 different postures? As he laid out the fire gecko breathing technique scroll on the table, Rain was struck by the discovery that the parchment actually depicted a total of 21 different training postures. This is 3 times the number of postures of the giant bear breathing technique. Rain couldn't help but exclaim. Just by the number of postures alone, Rain felt that the difference between the two was even greater than he had imagined. This made Rain's expression serious, and he started to scrutinize it. Although Clea had suggested he use it as a reference, after some thought, Rain decided to actually give it a try. After all, the initial movements appeared to be foundational, and practicing them shouldn't cause any issues. Additionally, given his status as a senior Great Knight, if he sensed anything odd in his body during training, he could always stop. The first move of the fire gecko breathing technique was quite challenging, akin to a reverse head-to-knee pose in Rain's previous life's yoga, demanding high flexibility. Of course, this was in comparison to the giant bear breathing technique and for beginners. For the level of physical conditioning Rain had as a great knight, this pose was naturally effortless. A few seconds later, Rain executed the reverse head-to-knee pose and began to inhale and exhale slowly, following the rhythm required. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. You have practiced the fire gecko breathing technique. Comprehension improved. You have learned a new skill fire gecko breathing technique. Your skill fire gecko breathing technique has been enhanced. Experience +1 detecting the integration with another breathing technique. The king bear breathing technique. Integration failed. Fire gecko breathing technique does not meet the minimum requirements for integration. What is this? After reading through the series of notifications several times, Rain gradually became elated. Based on the final word from the system, clearly, the excellent quality fire gecko breathing technique could be integrated with the fine quality king bear breathing technique. It was just that certain conditions had to be met for the integration. Rain immediately thought of the process he underwent when he learned the inner breathing technique from Master Ganther, which was similar. It wasn't that he could integrate and enhance the giant bear breathing technique as soon as he learned the inner breathing technique. It only happened after he met certain conditions. I remember at that time the inner breathing technique had to reach the LV3 level, right? Or was it based on that feeling at the time, the subtle mutual interaction between the inner breathing technique and the giant bear breathing technique? Rain mused. After some thought, Rain decided to practice all 21 movements of the fire gecko breathing technique first before anything else. For all he knew, this could also be a prerequisite for the integration. Thus, Rain immediately began practicing the second movement. Similarly, he mastered it in less than half a minute. Next came the third movement. Half an hour later, Rain had practiced up to the 17th movement. Starting from the 8th movement, he began to feel slight discomfort in his body. Now, after completing the 17th movement, the sensation was quite noticeable. It seemed as though some hidden small muscle groups and fasciae were stretched repeatedly, a sensation that wasn't present in his former practice of the king bear breathing technique. Furthermore, certain muscle groups that were strengthened by the king bear breathing technique seemed to be at odds with the movements of the fire gecko breathing technique. Of course, it's not that Riani couldn't perform the complete set of movements. With Riani's physical condition as a senior great knight, he naturally could execute the whole set of movements. It just felt awkward, and Riani could subtly sense that this set of movements didn't enhance his body, but rather caused minor injuries. Riani had some realization in his heart. That must be what the sword-bearer's instructor had said before, because his body had already adapted to the initial breathing technique and had adjusted and adapted to it, basically becoming gradually set. Changing the breathing technique suddenly would not only stall his strength for years, but if his body didn't adapt to the new breathing technique, his strength would even decline after a few years. His body would sustain serious damage. However, Riani's goal was not to change his breathing technique in the first place. After another half hour, Riani wiped the sweat from his forehead, having finally performed all 21 movements. He looked at the system panel showing fire gecko breathing technique LV2, 2/300. He didn't expect to reach level 2 so quickly. Back then, it took him 4 or 5 days to step into level 2 of the giant bear breathing technique. Now, it only took him 1 hour to reach level 2, and this was a high-quality breathing technique. But it was normal, after all, as a senior great knight practicing this breathing technique could be considered punching down. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host's fire gecko breathing technique has reached the minimum level required for integration with the bear king breathing technique. Current conditions are met. Fusion into a new breathing technique is possible. This fusion will consume 4 golden skill points. Yes/no to choose to merge. Note: after the fusion, the bear king breathing technique will no longer show on the panel, but the host can still use the related secret techniques and derivative secret techniques. Note: after fusion, the new breathing technique will combine the advantages of both the fire gecko breathing technique and the bear king breathing technique and improve upon them. And the experience points the host has in the bear king breathing technique will be converted to the improved new breathing technique experience points at a certain ratio. This made Riani overjoyed. He didn't expect the fusion prompt to appear so quickly. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, a knock on the door suddenly resounded. Who could it be so early in the morning? Riani frowned slightly. He was just about to proceed with the breathing technique fusion and was naturally annoyed at being interrupted. When Riani opened the door, he saw Olna. the capable young lady standing outside. "Good morning, Lord Rieni. I just heard from the guard that you had already been to the training room. That's how I knew you were up. You are indeed diligent." Olna greeted him with a smile. "You don't hit a smiling face," so Rieni nodded slightly, forcing a small smile, and said, "Good morning, Lady Olna. Is there something I can help you with?" It's like this, Lord Rieni. I received a letter from Admiral Edward last night. The Admiral would like you to return to the Sword-Bearer's branch as soon as you're done here, as he is very interested in the process of your slaying the epic cultist." This. Okay, I understand. Rieni slightly furrowed his brow. This was actually quite troublesome. Rieni had already come up with several explanations for how to conceal his use of the core Warhammer Wizard skill Spirit-Shattering Warhammer. However, it would not be so easy to deceive Admiral Edward, an old fox like him. Rieni's initial thought was to attribute this ability to the Skull Warhammer. Somehow, after the Skull Warhammer shattered, he acquired this bizarre ability. As for belief, that was not his concern. The great thing about the transcendent world is that strange phenomena can occasionally happen, and his case wasn't particularly far-fetched. Besides, he was also a wizard, giving him a natural advantage when it came to explaining mysterious things. By the way, there's another thing. The Admiral's intention is regarding the body of the cultist epic figure, ancient hero Mong. He hopes that it can be sent to Mingster as soon as possible. The Admiral will be responsible for contacting Archbishop Gomez of the Goddess Church to quickly determine the opponent's origins. After all, epic figures, even in ancient times, were significant people with names and identities, and it is generally possible to trace their origins in ancient books. This will be of great help in removing the mark on your body, Olna explained. Rieni nodded, his brow relaxed, and said, "Of course, that's no trouble at all. Please convey my thanks to Admiral Edward." This was indeed good news. He hadn't expected Admiral Edward to take such an interest in the mark that was on him. "No trouble at all, Lord Rieni. It's an honor for me. If people in the branch knew that I would be bringing back the body of an epic figure this time, they would be so envious," Olna said with a light laugh as she brushed a strand of hair from her ear and covered her mouth. Continuing on, she said, "Then, I will immediately contact the Griffin Knight to escort and take the military airship back to Mingster. Sure, I will stay a couple more days. If the situation stabilizes, I will return to Mingster as soon as possible." Rieni nodded. Although from a mission perspective, slaying the Bloodflame successor Raxel, investigating the true mastermind behind the Meister attack incident, and protecting the governor of Maest County City, these 3 golden-level missions had all been successfully completed. But from a personal standpoint, he was now Klea's guardian knight, and he couldn't just walk away. He had to observe for 2 more days at least, to ensure that everything was all right before returning to Mingster. "Very well, Lord Rain, then I shall take my leave." Godspeed. Mingster, 3rd floor of the Yaxen auction house, within a resplendent study. Viscount Fabian and Asani welcomed a prestigious guest from the Imperial City, the younger brother of Marquis Olentz, Drake Olentz. Their arrival was, of course, unexpected for both men. Fabian thought that the main branch would probably send someone to apologize to Rain, but he hadn't expected such a person. Obviously not someone who had come to apologize. The ancient giant troll's fangs had a special significance to Marquis Olentz. It seemed they would be difficult to procure from elsewhere in short order, which was why Drake Olentz had come himself. "Viscount Fabian, I must trouble you to deliver this invitation to the hands of an old friend at the Mingster Sword Bearer's branch," the middle-aged man in noble hunting attire said with a smile, handing over an ornate invitation to Viscount Fabian. "Certainly, Lord Drake, I will personally make the trip." After receiving it, Fabian promptly left the room and climbed onto a carriage. Out of curiosity, he glanced inside the invitation where it was addressed to Dear Stanley. Stanley, he had heard of the man, seemingly a high-ranking member of the Sword-Bearer's branch. Half an hour later, Drake has come to Mingster." Colonel Stanley frowned upon receiving the invitation. His relationship with Drake was good, but not to the extent that the other would come to Mingster just to see him. They were former classmates at the Imperial Royal Academy. If it's not a casual visit, then he must have business with me, but what matter here could I assist him with? The Sword-Bearer organization deals almost exclusively with official matters, and all tasks originate from official channels. Soon, the 2 men met. After some pleasantries, Drake said with a smile, "Stanley, I have a small favor to ask of you, my old classmate." "Drake, with your status and position, if you can't solve a problem, how could I possibly be of help?" Stanley said with a smile in return. This matter happens to be within your purview, so. Oh, within my purview, the Mingster sword-bearer's branch. Stanley's smile faded. He hadn't expected that his old classmate Drake actually needed his assistance. Yes, in the next few days, perhaps even today or tomorrow, a sword-bearer from the Mingster branch might die in an accident. However, this matter will need you to exert some pressure to prevent wider repercussions. Drake hinted. Stanley's expression turned serious. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Is there no possibility of negotiation?" "There's hardly any chance left. Moreover, this request does not come from me, but from my brother Marquis Olentz. Old classmate, I'm counting on you." Marquis Olentz, Stanley fell silent. Naturally, he was reluctant to get involved in such matters. But sometimes there was no choice. Like how the imperial nobility are a privileged class compared to commoners. However, within the nobility itself, there are ranks and distinctions. Those high up, with a long heritage among the great nobility, hold privileges within privileges. Hereditary dukes, marquises, they are part of the highest echelon. Then you must ensure proper compensation is arranged. You have my reluctant agreement. Stanley sighed and nodded reluctantly. Of course, I wouldn't make things difficult for you, my old classmate. Seeing Stanley's acquiescence, Drake nodded in satisfaction with a smile. Suddenly, Stanley thought of something. He asked, "By the way, old classmate, what's the name of the sword bearer?" "Don't worry, it's not a senior with significant influence, just a newcomer, although I hear the strength is quite good," Drake mentioned casually. Stanley's expression changed. A newcomer. Upon hearing this word, he immediately thought of someone. The strength is quite good. The corners of Stanley's eyes began to twitch slightly. It couldn't be. His expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Drake, asking urgently, "Drake, don't tell me his name is Rain." How did you know?" Drake was taken aback. He immediately assumed that Stanley must have recruited the new sword bearer, perhaps offering the latter to become his follower or something of the sort. Damn, Stanley's face turned ashen as he suddenly stood up and cursed. Ever since he became the secretary to Admiral Edward, it had been a long time since he had let slip such profanity. "Drake, do you have any idea what you are doing?" Meanwhile, in Mace County City, Earl Hab's mansion, in Clea's study. "Clea, I have something I'd like to consult about involving bloodline breathing techniques." "What's the difference between bloodline breathing techniques and other breathing techniques? Before I try to merge them, I need to understand more about the bloodline breathing techniques, as I currently have no knowledge of them," said Rain, considering he had enough golden skill points to proceed at any time. "Of course, regarding..." Just as Clea began to explain, Rain suddenly interrupted her. "Clea, I suddenly remembered, Count Hab seemed to be looking for you just now. Why don't you go and see him first, and we can talk when you're free?" Rain suggested. Clea looked at Rain with confusion but seemed to grasp something the next second, nodded and left the room. Who's eavesdropping there? Rhaenys' eyes turned sharp as he looked toward a dark corner of the room. Ever since he entered the room, he had sensed a faint presence there. At first, he thought it might be some sort of secret guard from the Habas family, but after giving it some thought, he realized that was unlikely, because in the fierce battles of the past 2 days, he had not seen any appearances of these so-called shadow guards. That meant, even if there were any, their numbers would be extremely limited, and they should be closely guarding the severely injured Count Habs. Such keen perception indeed. Grant's death by your hand was no fluke. A voice sounded within the room. However, this voice seemed to be coming from all around, echoing as if from several corners at once, making it impossible to pinpoint the speaker's location. Grant. Rhaenys immediately realized the origin of this person. He had thought the person belonged to the Black Flame cult, but now it seemed not. The person was sent by the Imperial City Axon Auction House headquarters, or possibly a friend of Ice Messenger. Grant. "Are you from the Imperial City Axon Auction House headquarters?" Rhaenys asked in a deep voice. "Dead or not, it has little to do with a dead man. Give me the ancient giant troll Fang willingly, and I'll grant you a comfortable death." Courting deaths. Perhaps influenced by the mark. Surge of anger spontaneously rose in Rhaenys when faced with this threat. A dangerous aura began to spread from Rhaenys. Courting death, then let you taste some bitterness first," Elihu said, narrowing his eyes. He had read the reports, knowing that Rhaenys had dispatched Grant in 3 moves, but he prided himself that he could do the same with a surprise attack. His exotic-level dagger had the remarkable effect of breaking through various elemental shields. After viewing Rhaenys' experiences, Elihu was certain his judgment was correct. The weapon in Riani's hand should be just as special as his own. It was precisely because of their element of surprise that Riani could kill Grant in 3 moves. Swoosh, a dagger-like throwing weapon shot out from the corner at lightning speed toward Riani. Due to the close distance and the swiftness of the weapon, Riani barely had any room to dodge. However, Elihu's originally smiling face stiffened. He saw Riani not trying to dodge, but instead began to spin at high speed like a top, creating a whirlwind in the room with a piercing howl. Evidently, Elihu had not expected Riani to face his throwing weapon without trying to dodge, opting instead to immediately counterattack. Suddenly, a dense swarm of shuriken forced him to reveal himself. Clink, clink, clang. A thin man wearing a hood and dark leather armor, holding dual daggers in the shadows, swiftly deflected more than a dozen incoming shuriken with extremely sharp movements. "Caught you, little rat?" No sooner had he spoken than Elihu felt a surge of alarm and a gust of wind on his face as a dark shadow plunged down from above, ferociously cleaving at him. In the blink of an eye, Elihu crossed his daggers above his head, trying to block Riani's slash. Clang, a grating clash of metal rang out, but the next second he screamed in pain. He saw his head split by a sword down the middle. Had he not instinctively ducked his head at the critical moment, it would have been cleaved in 2. What baffled Elihu was what he had just seen. Riani's greatsword in his hand was actually bent. Moreover, not just slightly bent, but close to a 90-degree angle. Critically wounded in one move, Elihu knew he had to fight for his life today, or he might not leave this place. In an instant, his expression turned fierce as he moved toward Riani instead of away, stabbing dozens of times with both hands, creating a thick cluster of dagger shadows aiming at all of Riani's vital points. Clang, clang, clang. After just one stab, Elihu felt something was wrong. His exotic-level daggers, after piercing the opponent's armor, couldn't go any further, and the resistance was immense. "Is that all?" Riani sneered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a flash, Elihu's body was riddled with dozens of blood holes, caused by the quickly morphing blade finger tiger in Riani's hand. Suddenly, Elihu's eyes widened as his body trembled uncontrollably. Splat! Instantly, 4 more blood holes appeared on his forehead, and he died on the spot. Riani had used only 2 moves, sword, blade, storm, and heavy punch combo. One less move than Ice Messenger Grant. At this moment, the guards, hearing the commotion, rushed into the room. Seeing the debris strewn across the room, the densely packed shuriken on the walls, and the skinny man in leather armor held in Riani's hands with a twisted neck, they were shocked into stillness. "Lord Riani, you." The guards stared, dumbfounded at the scene. "I'm fine, clean this up," Riani instructed. "As you command, Lord Riani." At that moment, Clea hurried over. Seeing the scene, she said, "Riani, are you all right? Was it the Black Flame cult?" "Not the cult," Riani shook his head. "It's a little trouble of my own, Clea. I may need to return to Minster first." It wasn't just because Rain was worried about the safety of his family in Minster. He had also felt the influence of the evil flame mark on himself. In the battle that had just taken place, a faintly violent desire had surged in his heart, compelling him to tear the enemy before his eyes to shreds. Fortunately, it didn't last long. He quickly came to his senses and controlled the impulse. Therefore, Rain had used the heavy punch combo instead of rapid slicing. Otherwise, the guy in front of him would now have become the raw material for stewed meat. But it was still a little too late. The leather-armored man in front of him, whether an assassin or a spy, had already been killed on the spot. Logically, he should have taken a prisoner and interrogated him before deciding what to do. Moreover, the event made Rain wary of the mark's influence on his inner self. It seemed to be stronger than what Prince Mania had described. Just one day had passed, and there was already this level of influence. Rain knew that as time went on, the negative impacts triggered by the mark could become increasingly intense. It would be better to eradicate it as soon as possible, so he needed to return to Minster quickly. Attracted by Rain's solemn demeanor, Clea with a slight frown said, "Rain, do you need help? There are some shops and personnel belonging to the Habas family in Minster that you can freely command." The seal ring represents the direct lineage of the Habas family and serves as proof. Clea took out a round, golden seal ring bearing the image of the Calorie bird, the family crest of the Habas family, and handed it to Rain. "Thank you." Rain thought for a moment, accepted it, and did not refuse. "By the way, there are no airships heading to Minster tonight." "Rain, why don't you depart early tomorrow morning?" "That's fine." Rain nodded his head. If there were no military airships available, even if he rode a speed trotter horse at full speed, It would take him half a day to arrive, nearly the same as setting out early tomorrow morning. Shadia, find out what time the earliest Imperial military airship to Minster is tomorrow, will you? As you wish, Lady Clea. The maid, dressed in her uniform, bowed slightly and quickly left. At that moment, Clea bent over, and her tightly stretched buttocks curved into a round and full arc, causing Rain to stare in astonishment. Rain, the weapon of the opponent is no ordinary item. It seems to be an exquisite dagger. Look at the inscriptions on it. Clea had talked for quite a while without getting a response from Rain. This made Clea somewhat curious. When she turned her head back, she saw Rain staring blankly at her protruding buttocks. Immediately, Clea's face flushed red. As the daughter of a hereditary earl, she was more precocious than most when it came to matters of love, but she had yet to experience real romance, and shyness was still an instinctive trait of young girls. Seeing that Clea had suddenly stood straight up, Rain came back to his senses and noticed that Clea, her face slightly red, was handing him a pair of daggers. Ahem. Daggers? Rain couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. However, Rain reflected that the impulse he had felt just now might also have been influenced by the evil flame mark. After taking the leather-armored man's pair of daggers, Rain began to look them over carefully. Suddenly, Rain's eyes narrowed. The material of the dollars appeared to be mixed with mithril. In addition, the complex yet ordered lines and symbols on them caused a flash of lightning to streak across Rain's mind. He immediately thought of something: the secret silver-engraved plate armor. It was also in Crowley's Armor Casting Technique Volume 2, the final set of plate armor that he had yet to create, which had the special effect of slightly amplifying witchcraft power. Crea, you mentioned inscriptions just now. Do you understand them? Rain looked at Crea with an intense gaze. For Rain, creating the secret silver-engraved plate armor was not only about the equipment's appeal to him. More importantly, it could relate to his progression as an armor-casting technique practitioner. Rain's disappointment, he saw Crea shake her head and say, I don't really understand inscriptions, only to the extent that I can simply recognize them. Clea could see that Rain seemed very interested in the inscriptions, so she added another sentence. However, as far as I know, there are several inscription masters in Minster. Although their skills might not all be high, if you just want to get a preliminary understanding of inscriptions, it should be enough. There are in Minster. On hearing this news, Rain's eyes brightened. Of course, learning inscriptions is difficult because it requires a high level of spiritual power. So if you want to learn advanced inscription techniques, you'll have to go to a wizard school. Usually, those who have mastered advanced inscription skills are formal wizards of the various wizard schools. Upon hearing this, Rain suddenly understood something. His previous search for an inscription master in the blacksmith shop was as pointless as looking for a fish in a tree. He had been looking in the wrong direction. After returning to his room, Rain suddenly remembered. Because of the sudden incident, he had not yet had the chance to ask Clea about the bloodline breathing technique. But after a moment of reflection, he felt that the matter of the bloodline breathing technique didn't hinder his ongoing fusion of the two breathing techniques he had in hand. The reason was simple. If the two breathing techniques were to be merged and the result turned out poorly or even conflicted, then there would be no need for him to learn the bloodline breathing technique. But if the result was good, then he could consider taking a closer look at the bloodline breathing technique later on. That is to say, this fusion can be considered an experiment. After making up his mind, Rain called up the system prompt, took another look, and quickly he chose yes. Immediately, on the Weapon Master legendary panel, the LV-18 Bear King breathing technique flickered a few times and then disappeared, replaced by the words unknown breathing technique. The level indicator behind it began to fluctuate wildly. Soon, the number stabilized at LV-15. The LV-18 Bear King breathing technique, after the transformation, had dropped by a full 3 levels. It's important to note that these 3 levels required 3 golden skill points to advance. This made Rain feel a bit of pain. But with a slight sensing, Rain knew this should be a good thing. Because at this moment, he did not feel the awkwardness in his body that he had felt in the morning while practicing the fire gecko breathing technique. Instead, some parts of his body began to emit a faint heat. These parts were mostly concentrated in some small muscle groups in the calves, fascia, and some fascia in the waist, among others. At the same time, a massive flood of memories about practicing the unknown breathing technique began to surge into Rain's mind, making his head feel slightly swollen. For a moment, Rain felt as if he had been practicing the unknown breathing technique in a mysterious space for decades. After he absorbed these memories, the system prompt followed. Yes/no, would you like to rename the new breathing technique? After thinking, Rain chose yes. Fire Bear breathing technique. Since it's a fusion of the Fire Gecko breathing technique and the Bear King breathing technique, take the first character of each and rename it. After all, this new breathing technique is completely different now, and it's significantly different from the original Fire Gecko breathing technique, as well as the Bear King breathing technique. However, the naming was a minor matter. Rain was more concerned with the effects. The system's fusion seemed to play to the strengths of each. It not only preserved the strength and constitution, enhancing aspects of the Bear King breathing technique, but also incorporated the agility enhancement and some extraordinary traits, stimulating benefits of the Fire Gecko breathing technique. Rain reviewed the movements and postures of the new breathing technique in his mind, totaling now to 24. If scrutinized, these movements would reveal traces of both the Fire Gecko and Bear King breathing techniques. Minutes later, 2 more system prompts appeared silently. Congratulations. Your constitution attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your agility attribute has increased. Rain's eyes lit up. The effects are showing this quickly. Looking at it this way, if other breathing techniques were also fused, could it be possible? However, one should probably choose to fuse higher-level breathing techniques first. Perhaps the impact would be more noticeable then. After all, each fusion consumes 4 golden skill points, which isn't a small amount. As for high-level breathing techniques, although Clea doesn't have them anymore, the Sword Bearer's branch surely does. Mingster, in a noble mansion. Stanley, even if this Rain is your man, wasn't your attitude just now a bit too much? Drac couldn't help feeling a bit displeased. At the same time, he became more convinced of his own suspicion. This new Sword Bearer Rain might have already been recruited by his old schoolmate before him. My man, Stanley burst out laughing. Drac, all I can tell you is that this Rain is the rising star of the Mingster Sword Bearer's branch. Even Admiral Edward holds him in high regard. Admiral Edward. This made Drac's expression tense, and he immediately began pondering. It would be troublesome and foolish for anyone to offend Imperial Admiral for no good reason. But the issue was that his nephew Melvord urgently needed a pair of ancient giant troll tusks for an upcoming bloodline awakening ceremony. Moreover, his brother, Marquis Lawrence, had already asked many people and couldn't find a pair of suitable ancient giant troll tusks in a short period. So, even if it meant offending Admiral Edward, it had to be done. After weighing everything, Drac looked up at Stanley and said firmly, Stanley, to be honest, my brother Marquis Lawrence places great importance on this matter. Before I came to Mingster, he made it very clear it must be resolved. So, even if it means offending Admiral Edward, I think I must proceed, Drac said gravely. Foolish, won't you ask why Rain is so highly regarded by Admiral Edward? Stanley grew even more infuriated, his anger tinged with disappointment. At this, Drac was taken aback and after a moment's thought asked, Why? This, I can't tell you. Stanley, about to spill, suddenly shook his head. Because Stanley remembered this matter was confidential and he couldn't discuss the specifics. Stanley, are you playing with me? No, it's because this content is confidential. Let me tell you what I can and you'll understand, Stanley reconsidered, said. The Imperial Guardian, Prince Mania, you know him, right? Focus, Stanley, do you think I wouldn't know about Prince Mania? Don't tell me this Rain is Prince Mania's illegitimate son. Drac glanced at Stanley with irritation, said. Rain's resume he had already read, born in a small town in Meister in Mingster province, has nothing to do with the so-called Red Queen Prince Mania. He just couldn't believe there was any connection between the two. Prince Mania gave Lord Rain a red dragon scale. The rest, well, I needn't say more, Stanley said lightly, watching Drac. What? Drac couldn't help but exclaim in shock, suddenly standing up. Prince Mania's red dragon scale wasn't something given lightly. Only those she truly admired could possibly receive one. Throughout the entire empire, among the young people who owned this honor, there were only a few, and most of them were descendants of the royal family or its in-laws. Now, if he were to eliminate this Rain, and the news reached Prince Mania's ears, the entire Orentz family could be reduced to ashes by a dragon's breath. The next second, he immediately shouted toward the door. Griffith, hurry and stop Griffith's actions. A man dressed in a black tailcoat, resembling a butler, quickly walked in, puzzled, and said, Lord Drac, half a day ago Master Griffiths had already headed for Maest. He should have arrived by now, likely starting his action. Quick, contact him immediately, tell him to stop. Stop. The butler became even more confused. "Yes, go now, as you command, Lord Drac." Seeing his master's grim expression, the butler knew the matter was of great importance. Slightly flustered, he hurriedly left. "Drac, have you already sent someone?" Stanley also looked extremely grim. "Then prepare to collect your man's corpse." Stanley, do you have that much confidence in this Rain?" Drac, not seeing Stanley worried about Rain's life or death, asked doubtfully. "Of course, I believe Lord Rain won't have any trouble. However, you might be facing serious trouble. Old classmate, I suggest you prepare generous compensation immediately, otherwise not only you but your brother Marquis Orance could be in big trouble later on. Think it over well, I'm leaving now. By the way, I was never here tonight." After saying that, Stanley quickly left. He had no intention of getting involved in this matter. Rain was someone he should be making ties with instead. After contemplating for a moment, Drac quickly picked up some paper and a feather pen and began writing briskly. This was something he needed to discuss with his brother immediately, near the provincial city of Minster, a small town named Barrington. In the central area of the town, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe, who looked gentle and refined, holding a book, walked down the main street of the town with a smile. "Clerk Officer Exeter, you're working late tonight," a plump auntie greeted warmly. "Hello, Clerk Officer Exeter." A child greeted respectfully. "Yes, I just finished." Exeter smiled, then turned to greet the little boy beside him. "Hello, Joey." Exeter, the middle-aged man, was the clerk officer of Barrington Town. The position of clerk officer is to assist the mayor in handling administrative duties. Usually there's only one mayor in a small town, but there could be 4 or 5 clerks. And the clerk officer is the one who manages these clerks. When Exeter got back to his house at the north corner of the town, he saw a firm expression on his face. "Freeman, didn't I tell you not to come here before midnight?" "Great priest, our mission has failed." From a dark, unlit room, somewhat disheveled figure emerged. It was Freeman, who had hurriedly escaped from Maist. At this moment, he had bloodstains at the corners of his eyes and forehead, his black robe was tattered, and his arm was wrapped in a bandage, still oozing blood. He looked nothing like the spirited figure who had once awakened the ancient hero Mong, more like a beaten dog. Exeter, seeing Freeman's disheveled appearance, was taken aback. He no longer pursued the fact that his deputy had broken his agreement and came to his residence in Barrington Town before midnight. "Black tea or Bordeaux?" Exeter gestured Freeman to sit down while walking towards the liquor cabinet. "The mission failed." "Freeman, which mission are you talking about?" "All of them failed. Raxel is also dead," Freeman said, quite disheartened. Hearing this, Exeter's hand also trembled slightly, causing a small amount of the amber-colored Bordeaux to spill, dripping next to the glass on the table. "The secret snake sect didn't come." Exeter placed the Bordeaux in front of Freeman while sitting on a nearby leather chair. "No, they came. The legendary earth snake was successfully controlled, and they even helped us dig a tunnel leading to the center of Maist County Town." Freeman knew what his great priest wanted to know. If the mission had gone smoothly, he wouldn't have wanted to come to his church's great priest. The man, since several years ago, hadn't much managed the church affairs inside Minster Province, delegating most of the church duties to him and another person. Moreover, he spent most of his time here in this Barrington town, serving as a clerk officer. At first, he thought the decision entirely absurd. But it wasn't until one instance when he got angry that vast spiritual power made Freeman realize the man was aiming for a higher level. Because according to the current power of the great hunting God, it's rare for him to directly enhance the strength of his followers, especially for those who wish to please the deities through sacrifice and step into the legendary level. The required sacrificial ritual would have to be earth-shattering. As time passed, perhaps it would be possible when the Empire's situation became more volatile, but for now, it's still not feasible. Yet the person before him aimed to step into the rank of a third-level crystallized wizard by his own power, which left him at a loss for words. "Don't resist." Freeman hadn't even processed the meaning when Exeter suddenly pointed at him. "Dark healing." A black stream of air suddenly swirled around Freeman, and within 2 or 3 seconds, his wounds had completely healed, leaving no trace behind. Nearly instant cast level 1 shadow witchcraft. "Great priest, you." Freeman's face was blank with astonishment. "Yes, I've successfully stepped into the rank of crystallization wizard a few days ago." Seeing that his own great priest had truly stepped into the legendary level using his own power, Freeman's mind went blank, unsure of what to say next. He also felt a deep sense of discouragement. He had once thought about replacing the other, but now that seemed like a joke. The other didn't even consider him as a rival. After some thought, Freeman detailed the encounter to Exeter. What? The ancient hero Mong died, killed by a young sword-bearer of the Empire. Exeter was shocked to hear the cause of the failure. He knew all too well the strength of the ancient hero Mong, one of the 7 ancient heroes in the history of the Black Flame cult, even though his power plummeted from the epic strata. But after all, the strength of the legendary level was still there. What do you think of this Rain's strength? Exeter asked, frowning. A great knight and level 1 wizard, but the power he showed has already reached near legendary. Freeman stated with certainty. Perhaps this Rain is the illegitimate child of some great noble of the Empire, Exeter said. Do you mean he possesses some kind of bloodline, the offspring of a bloodline noble? Yes, from what you've just told me about his body's enlargement, at least 3 of the Empire's bloodline nobles have bloodline talents that exhibit this trait when erupting. Freeman looked surprised, but then he nodded his head, showing an understanding. No wonder, that would explain why Rain's combat power is so strong. As for the ability to harm the soul that you mentioned, I suspect it's probably the special effect of some sorcery scroll. You know, these scions of great nobles always have some trump cards, Exeter contemplated and said. Very likely, great priest. What should we do next then? The death of the ancient hero Mong affected a series of subsequent events of the church. As allies, I'll need you to communicate with the secret snake sect about the 2 envoys who died. Let them know who killed them, Exeter said. Also, take advantage of the unrest in Minster and hurry to conduct the ritual of blood sacrifice to collect blood crystals. The day of the ennoblement ceremony is coming soon. The day of ennoblement. Freeman's expression became puzzled. He understood the first part but was unclear about the latter. What did the day of ennoblement have to do with them? Every year during the last Sunday of the month of green grass, new barons and viscounts throughout the province of Minster come to the provincial city for the official ennoblement ceremony. At that time, I intend to hold a high-quality sacrificial ritual, Exeter said with a smile. Freeman looked at his great priest in shock. Only now did he realize the magnitude of the other's ambition. Was he aiming to please the deities and step to the next level? Exeter was keenly aware. After he had advanced to the level of a crystallization wizard, advancing further had become extraordinarily difficult. At this point, if he wanted to continue enhancing his strength, his only option was to try to please the great god of hunting and pray for a divine grant. And sacrificing ordinary people, unless in units of 100,000, would not grant him enough favor to reach even higher levels. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. What a coincidence, Freeman Burgess has just returned as well, Exeter said with a smile. Burgess, hearing this name, Freeman's expression froze. The other party was, like him, an aide to Exeter. The two had fiercely competed while Exeter operated behind the scenes. When Exeter opened the door, Freeman saw the familiar figure of the other. However, this time the other was holding something that resembled a picture frame. Because it was covered with a black cloth, Freeman could only roughly guess. Your Excellency the Great Priest Freeman is here too. Apparently, Burgess had not expected Freeman to be present today. He grinned at Freeman and greeted him. It seems the mission went smoothly, Exeter said, closing the door and focusing his gaze on the black cloth-wrapped frame Burgess was holding. This piqued Freeman's curiosity too, who immediately focused his attention on the item as well. Fortunately, it was a success. Burgess did not keep them in suspense and removed the black cloth right away. Indeed, as Freeman had guessed, it was a painting. Burgess turned the painting to face them. Freeman's pupils suddenly narrowed, his face showing shock. Immediately he blurted out, Your Excellency the Great Priest, is this the painting known in church history as Gaze of the Eye? Indeed, Freeman, it seems you have recently spent time studying the ancient scriptures of the church, Exeter said with a slight smile. The scenery in the painting was simple. A boy around 7 or 8 years old was holding a girl doll and standing in front of her. Glass-paneled door. The squares of glass on the door were covered with various children's handprints like graffiti. The handprints were all small, presumably belonging to children, with the palms facing different directions. However, if one looked carefully inside the glass door, it seemed as if there were many small transparent figures inside. The most chilling aspect of the painting was that the eyes of the girl doll were completely black, and so were the boy's eyes. Both were slightly turned, staring in a certain direction, although their faces were turned away. Anyone looking at the painting felt a terrifying sensation of being watched. Meanwhile, in Mace County City, in Earl Hab's mansion, I didn't expect that after integrating the breathing techniques, the enhancement to my physical condition would be so remarkable. Rain's eyes gleamed. However, soon after, Rain thought of something else. Now that the integration effect of the fire gecko breathing technique was so good, what about the bloodline breathing technique? First of all, could he practice it? If he could, would the effect after integration be even better? Thinking this, Rain became slightly excited. His sleepiness completely gone. After a moment, Rain left the bedroom and walked towards Clea's room. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A voice tinged with caution answered. It's me, Rain. Rain could clearly feel Clea's breath relax. Footsteps came from inside and soon the door opened. Clea appeared in a white silk nightgown, low-cut and hollowed out, revealing a large expanse of her fair and delicate skin, with a matching waistband tied around her waist. Due to the tight and elastic waistband slightly tightening her slender waist, Clea's ample bosom and the full shapely buttocks below her waist were exceptionally pronounced. Clea had not expected Rain to visit her so late, as she had already changed into her nightgown and was resting. Wasn't until she opened the door and saw that Rain's gaze lingered slightly somewhere. Clea then realized that her nightgown, which was not only hollowed out but also made of thin silk material, was almost semi-transparent, and instantly her fair cheeks blushed. Rain, you. Clea's heart pounded fiercely. Rain coming to find her at this time, could it be he wanted? Cough. Clea, it's like this, I wanted to ask. Can only those with specific bloodlines practice the bloodline breathing techniques? Hearing Rain's question, Clea looked at him with a strange expression as if to say, You woke me up in the middle of the night just to ask this. Of course, actually. It's not only impossible for ordinary people to practice, but even progeny without sufficient bloodline concentration cannot fully develop the bloodline breathing techniques, Clea explained. Upon hearing Clea's answer, Rain nodded. He wasn't surprised by this conclusion, however. There was something unique about Rain. He had the system, so, whether it would work or not, he still had to try. Rain had just considered this issue. If he could also practice the bloodline breathing technique, then the question arose. From where could he obtain a copy of the bloodline breathing technique? The answer was obvious. The most likely place was the Habas family. Clea, the Habas family's bloodline breathing technique. I wonder if you could let me have a look. Of course, if it's top secret or inconvenient, then never mind. Rieni chose his words carefully, speaking in as gentle a tone as possible. Of course you can. To Rieni's surprise, Lady Crea agreed readily. She immediately turned around, took a scroll of parchment from the cabinet in her bedroom, and handed it to Rieni. Thank you. Delighted, Rieni immediately opened it and began to read. Soon, he noticed the differences between the bloodline breathing technique and the regular breathing technique. The bloodline breathing technique included annotations for specific postures and added descriptions of certain sensations. For instance, the first movement required sensing a special rhythm in a certain part of the body to be considered complete. This made Rieni thoughtful and, disregarding Lady Crea's presence, began practicing the first movement right in her bedroom. Lady Crea watched Rieni with interest, feeling both happy and slightly disappointed. It was good to see her guardian knight so dedicated, but coming to see her late at night just for training, that was somewhat disappointing. Rieni repeatedly performed the first movement. He was sure there were no issues with his postures, but he felt no rhythm in his shoulder blades. According to the requirements of the bloodline breathing technique, feeling this rhythm was necessary to complete it. Lady Crea, do you know anything about the bloodline breathing techniques of other families? Do they also have such specific sensory requirements? Yes, these special effects are unique to those who bear bloodlines and practice their corresponding bloodline breathing techniques. Lady Crea nodded. Rieni nodded. It seemed he truly couldn't practice the bloodline breathing technique. This fact made him feel slightly regretful. For him, just getting started would allow him to use his system to enhance and integrate the bloodline breathing technique automatically. Unfortunately, it seemed as though the bloodline breathing technique was incompatible with him. It looks like I'll have to go back to the division to exchange for a better level of breathing technique to try, Rieni mused to himself. The next morning, as dawn was just breaking and the garden's lush leaves were dotted with dewdrops, Rieni was already mounted on his swift steed, Little Black, with Lady Crea and several others by his side to see him off. The Langular trio had already returned to Nome Province a step ahead of Rieni. Rieni, if you have any other matters to take care of in Meister, you can contact me directly. I should be in Meister for the next month or two. Lady Kreia gazed at Rieni and said, if it weren't for Rieni, the Habas family's centuries of heritage in Meister might have been destroyed. Especially given the final trump card of the cult of Black Flame, the resurrection of an ancient epic warrior. Had Rieni not stood in the way, even if Prince Mania, the Dragon Knight, could have come quickly to their aid, it might have only been in time to retrieve the Habas family's corpses. Well, there actually is one thing. I was planning to go myself when I had the chance. Lady Kreia, Lord Hamilton, the fallen constable of Flashgold Town, his family should be in County Town. I would appreciate it if you could help look after them. Of course, no problem. Shadia, check where Lord Hamilton's widow is residing. I'll go there myself. Lady Kreia turned to the chief maid aside and said, certainly, Lady Kreia, the chief maid replied, bowing slightly. After their goodbyes, Rieni's figure gradually disappeared at the end of the road. The chief maid felt a sense of loss about Rieni's departure and said, my lady, why didn't you ask Lord Rieni to stay? It's obvious that you hold some affection for Lord Rieni, and he seems very fond of you as well. Lady Kreia shook her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she did not deny it. It's not the right time. There are matters regarding my father and our family here in Meister that I need to address first. Besides, I'm about to awaken. What? You're about to awaken? The chief maid covered her mouth lightly, her eyes wide in astonishment. As Lady Kreia's personal maid from childhood, Shadia knew naturally more than others. The Habas family, as a noble bloodline, didn't always have someone awaken their bloodline abilities every generation due to the insufficient purity of their lineage. For example, no one from the generation of Lady Kreia's father had awakened their bloodline talents. On a military airship, Rieni saw the wounded being transported back and forth, his brow furrowing. These wounded possessed considerable strength, being either official knights or seasoned knights as evident from their epaulets, all ranking at least as captains or lieutenant colonels, but they were generally missing limbs. A few severely injured people had their lower bodies gruesomely severed by some huge strength, barely surviving and now being transported to major rear areas for treatment. Logically, with the likes of Prince Mania, the Imperial Guardian, stepping in, the battlefront should have been crushing. How come there are still such heavy casualties? As Rieni was about to stop a colonel, in charge of transporting the wounded, to ask, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure also on the airship. Immediately, he changed his plan and stepped forward, saying, you are from the Velociraptor squad. Oh, it's Lord Rieni. I didn't expect to meet you here. My name is Odins. The member of the Velociraptor squad named Odins, seeing Rieni, couldn't hide his surprise and greeted him enthusiastically. Odins was one of the people Rieni had rescued from the blood-cursed Naga cave, belonging to the Earthshaker Velociraptor squad. /P. Odins, do you have a moment to chat? When coming across a familiar person, there could be nothing better. Rain said with a smile, of course. The two of them then went to Rain's private cabin. Is the battle at the front lines of Fishing Port Town still fierce? Didn't Princess Mania, the Red Queen, take action? Rain asked while brewing some Jotun red tea. Lord Rieni, how would you know that? That's classified information, Odins exclaimed in surprise. But it seemed he soon thought of something and immediately continued. Well, the incident that day was quite the spectacle. Most of the people at the front saw it. It's normal for some word to spread. That day? Yes, Lord Rieni, didn't you see the pillar of light that day? Odins asked with a puzzled look, seemingly uncertain about the source of Lord Rieni's information compared to what he had assumed. Was it Princess Mania fighting with the enemy? This. Odins appeared troubled. Rain immediately understood that this must be classified information which, by regulations, Odins was not allowed to disclose. However, after thinking for a moment, Rain pulled out a red dragon scale that was slightly larger than an adult's palm from inside his coat and showed it, saying, "This is a red dragon scale given to me by Princess Mania, so." What? Odin's eyes widened in shock. He was still hesitating about whether to break the rules and inform Lord Rieni, who had once saved him of some secret information. But upon seeing the red dragon scale, Odins knew that all his worries and hesitation were unnecessary. Right away, he spilled everything to Rain like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. The sealing gate. It's been opened by a joint effort of the Sea Clan and the Sea God sect, the Tricephalous Sea Dragon. It's said to be a divine creature. The Red Queen, Princess Mania, didn't manage to kill it successfully, allowing it to escape to the deep sea. Lord Rini, you are aware of the sealing gate, right? It's said to be created by ancient human kingdoms and the righteous churches, where they sealed various indomitable evils. Rain nodded, his brows furrowed at the same time. So behind that sealing gate was a tricephalous sea dragon. Yes, Lord Riani, you didn't see its might. It was terrifying. With its enormous body standing 3 or 4 tens of meters tall, whipping up waves like towering walls. Facing the tricephalous sea dragon, even I, a great knight, felt myself trembling, not to mention the ordinary soldiers. At that time, I happened to be on site when the Red Queen used a holy artifact to severely injure the creature, turning the tide at last. Odin's. How many of these sealing gates are there within the Empire's boundaries? That I'm not very clear about. However, such information should be an imperial top secret. Rain nodded. It should indeed be so. Such information, probably even Admiral Edward, the head of the Sword-Bearers branch in Minster, might not be clear about it, let alone Odin's. He was, perhaps, being overly anxious. After Odin's had left, Rain crossed his arms and paced back and forth in the cabin. Why does this world seem to be getting more dangerous? Or has it always been this dangerous, but it's just that before, due to my lower level, I didn't have the means to know about it? The sealing gate. Could the ancient hero Mong also have been released from such a gate by the black flame? Church, and there are divine creatures. Anything associated with the word divine mustn't be easy to handle. They are probably much stronger than the ancient hero Mong. After pondering for a long while, Rain sighed. Since his class changed to a Warhammer wizard, Rain was still stealing moments of pleasure from his freshly acquired progress. Furthermore, with the backing of the Empire, he felt he already had some self-protective power in this transcendent world. But now it seemed his strength was still insufficient. Princess Minia's power was unfathomable, and Rain had experienced it firsthand that day. But even she couldn't capture the long-sealed, weakened tricephalous sea dragon, which does suggest the enemy's formidable power. No wonder the front can only gain some advantage, but not completely annihilate or drive the enemy away. At that moment, a system prompt quietly appeared. Congratulations, your constitution attribute has increased. The effects of the fused breathing techniques are so evident. Rain raised an eyebrow and said. He opened the attribute panel and took a look. Constitution, 45. Strength, 46. Agility, 45. Spirit, 55. Will. Hidden attribute, 2. Indeed, the original Bear King breathing technique was barely considered excellent, as it was merely a fusion of the common giant bear breathing technique with the inner breathing technique, and it had only 7 movements. But the current Fire Bear breathing technique has reached 24 movements. Even for my senior Great Knight level body, it has a significant enhancing effect. Rain could feel a persistent warmth in small muscle groups in areas like his calves and waist. It felt as if something was slowly nourishing those small muscle groups and tendons. He remembered that this morning, after completing all 24 movements, the sensation was most pronounced. A warm waist, good kidneys, so my constitution has improved. Additionally, Rain seemed to have a feeling that his sensitivity to the fire energy particles around him had slightly increased. But this change was very subtle. If not for the spirit attribute of a formal wizard level, he really wouldn't have sensed this variation. But he wasn't quite certain if it was a natural increase in the density of the energy particles around, something that Clea had mentioned to him before. If quantified using numbers, it was about a change in the decimal place. This made Lord Riani quite thoughtful. At the night stage, pairing the giant bear breathing technique with the advanced magic potion of King Ironmane Bear, my body underwent a certain evolution, or rather a mutation that granted me transcendent characteristics. Then, as I advanced to Great Knight, the transcendent traits were further strengthened, turning into a talent. It seems, as he contemplated, Lord Riani seemed to faintly grasp a thread of understanding. Primarily speaking, the breathing techniques indeed alter one's physical constitution. Also, they grant a slight chance for a person to undergo a mutation. Developing transcendent characteristics. For ordinary people, the process stops there. But since I possess the system, it further amplifies this mutation and turns it into a talent. So that means if I, thinking this, Lord Riani's eyes gleamed brightly. Before long, the military airship, after several hours of flight, arrived at Minster. Having brought along the swift-hoofed horses and greyhound war dogs, Riani naturally made a trip home first. His mother Emma, his father Old Riani, and his sister Beau he were all present, but Jennifer and Jenny were not. Upon inquiry, Rieni learned that both had gone to expand new trade ventures. The reason was the volatile situation in Meister, as the original overseas routes berthed at fishing port town had been completely severed early on due to the intense conflicts between the Empire and the Sea Clan. Thus, the newly established trading company, having just earned its first bucket of gold, was nearly nipped in the bud. The company was supporting many people. Sitting idle and eating up resources was certainly not feasible. Rieni nodded his head, feeling a slight weight on his heart. He didn't stay long, and after greeting his family, he made his way quickly to the sword-bearer's branch. After some thought, Rieni decided to first go to the mission hall. One reason was to submit his tasks, and another was to meet with Olna and inquire when Admiral Edward might be available. However, once Rieni arrived at the mission hall, he noticed that there seemed to be more people there than usual. Some were even faces he hadn't seen before, which piqued his curiosity somewhat. So lively, that's quite rare. But if this was the queue, it would probably waste a good half hour. After a brief consideration, Rieni approached a service counter and spoke to a uniformed young woman. "Is Deputy Olna available?" "She is, sir. But Deputy Olna is quite busy these days and might not have time to see you." "Just tell Olna that Rieni is back." The staff girl looked troubled. "Can't this sword-bearer understand what I just said? I already said in a roundabout way that Olna is very busy. Why haven't you gone yet?" Rieni looked at her in surprise. That glance from Rieni made the girl feel pressure, and she immediately said, Okay, sir, I'll go report now." However, Deputy Olna might not have time. "You can wait on the sofa for a while." In a short while, Rieni saw the capable Olna briskly walk out of her office, waving enthusiastically at him. The staff girl who went to report watched this scene in astonishment. The boss who had specifically instructed this morning not to let others disturb her, now what? Also, why is her boss exhibiting such a deliberately pleasing expression? It was the first time she had ever seen it. Inside Olna's office. "Lord Rieni, I didn't expect you to return just a day after me," Olna said with a smile. "Yes, Lord Olna, I would like to submit a few tasks." As Rieni spoke, he pulled out a golden sword-bearer badge from his coat. "Of course, go settle all 3 tasks for Lord Rieni." Olna turned to the young female staffer. "Oh yes, of course, Lord Olna." The staff girl respectfully took the badge from Rieni and quickly left. When she inserted the badge into the slot, the tasks that refreshed on the wisdom tablet with a whoosh immediately made her eyes widen and her mouth gape. He completed 5 golden tasks. No, one of them is a diamond star task. The pretty staff girl, her eyes bulging, read through the list. Killing Galena is a 1-star golden task. Investigating the Golem Guard is a 2-star golden task. No, wait, it's been upgraded to 3 stars. Killing Bloodburner Raxel, also upgraded 3.5 stars. Protecting the governor of Maest County City, a 1-star golden. Investigating the truth behind the Maest attack incident, diamond, and it's 3 diamonds at that. My goodness. Now she finally understood why her boss Olna, upon seeing that young man again, had shown an almost reverential and flattering demeanor. This Lord Rieni was simply too formidable. Lord Olna. Lord Rieni's redemption has been completed with 5 tasks, totaling 3 diamond stars. 8 gold and 2 silver task evaluation medals, plus 29,500 merit points. The pretty female clerk reported a string of numbers fluently, looking utterly astonished. Not bad, right? Have you upgraded Lord Rieni's badge? Olna, having had her expectations set, wasn't as shocked. It has already been updated, Lord Olna. The female clerk respectfully handed a transparent crystal badge to Rieni. Thank you. After Rieni received it, he examined it briefly and then put it away. Right. Could you inquire at the office whether Admiral Edward is currently in? Olna turned to ask the female clerk. Certainly, my lord. Once the female clerk had left, Olna then said to Rieni, Lord Rieni, actually, after you killed the ancient hero Hogg, the task investigate the truth behind the Meister attack incident could have been rated as magic iron level. But Admiral Edward expressed that you have just joined the sword-bearer's branch, and as there are still some things you do not quite understand, you need more time to get familiar and grow. Therefore, the task was adjusted from magic iron level to diamond star level, and to ensure you do not suffer a loss, the reward was set at 3 diamond stars. Oh, is there any special reason for that? Rieni raised an eyebrow. Was magic iron level a higher tier than diamond star level? Why hadn't he heard about it before? That's right. If Lord Rionee's task had been assessed as 1 star at Magic Iron level, your sword bearer rank would necessarily be adjusted to Magic Iron level. In that case, all subsequent arrangements and management privileges would come under the administration of the sword bearer's headquarters. Simply put, it is highly probable that you would have to leave Mingster. Secondly, the difficulty of the tasks you face would also mainly be at the quasi-legendary and legendary levels. Rionee frowned. Leave Mingster, that was certainly not his wish. How long had he been in Mingster? There were still many things in the sword bearer's branch he had yet to learn, and he hadn't fully utilized all the training equipment. Going to the headquarters now would be too hasty. Then there were the tasks. He was quite clear about his own capabilities. Facing a quasi-legendary level enemy, he would have to give it his all. To successfully kill a legendary level enemy, he would need to stack 10 layers of the soul-shattering Warhammer effect. The key point was, not every enemy would give him that opportunity. Going head-to-head with a legendary, that was not cherishing one's life. Whereas with a Diamond Star, the management authority still remains within the Mingster Sword Bearer's branch. Although theoretically, with 3 Diamond Stars, one could apply to become Magic Iron level, the branch can hold off on this process, waiting until the timing is right before reporting to the headquarters, Olna said with a smile, adding to her explanation. Rionee suddenly understood. This involved the internal struggle between different departments, similar to the fiscal negotiations between local and central governments in a past life. Please thank Admiral Edward for me. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knocking sound came and the female clerk reported, Lord Olna, the office says Admiral Edward went to the Goddess Church this morning. He won't be back until the afternoon at the earliest. It seems I can only wait until this afternoon, Lord Rionee. You'll be in Mingster these next 2 days, won't you? Olna looked a bit regretful as she turned to ask Rionee. I'll be in Mingster for the next 2 days, either at the Sword Bearer's branch or at home. Rionee understood Olna's meaning. It was better to stay in Mingster these few days and not go out. That's great, Lord Rionee. As soon as Admiral Edward is available, I will contact you right away. Thank you, Lord Olna. Rionee nodded his head. Actually, with the mark not yet removed, he had no plans to leave Mingster at the moment. Besides, he just happened to have a few matters to attend to. After leaving Olna's office, Rionee headed to the Redemption Hall. This return, whether in task evaluation medals or merit points, he had reaped plentifully, but these gains were only truly useful if they were converted into his own combat strength. Otherwise, they were merely a string of numbers. The first item on Rionee's agenda was to head to the Redemption Hall to exchange for a high-quality breathing technique. The flow of people in the Redemption Hall was slightly less compared to the task hall. It wasn't long before it was Rionee's turn. Rionee stepped into the booth, and a young female clerk stood up and bowed, saying, Greetings, how may I assist you, my lord? I would like to inquire about breathing techniques. Certainly, my lord, please may I see your badge? Rionee nodded, simultaneously passing his newly minted Diamond Star badge to her. The clerk's eyes widened in surprise. Here's a Lord of Diamond Star level. This was quite rare. There weren't many at Diamond Star level in the entire Sword Bearer's branch. The clerk became even more respectful, taking it with both hands, then placing the badge into a specially designed slot. My lord, do you have any requirements for the level of breathing techniques? Is the highest level considered excellent? Yes, my lord. Do you have any bloodline breathing techniques? Rionee thought for a moment, then asked further. My lord, that we do not have. The female clerk checked earnestly before looking up to reply. Then list all the excellent level breathing techniques, Rionee said. Soon, a list of white text information appeared on the black wisdom slate in front of Rionee. Frost Blade Leopard Breathing Technique, excellent quality. Focuses on enhancing agility and strength. Has a small chance to awaken the transcendent traits Frost Blade and Swift under specific advanced magic potion combinations. Exchange price, 1 golden medal plus 1,500 merit points. Rage Tiger Breathing Technique, excellent quality, balanced enhancement of strength, constitution, and agility, has a small chance to awaken the transcendent traits Moon Rage and Swift under specific advanced magic potion combinations. Exchange price, 1 golden medal plus 2,200 merit points. Fire-Winged Flying Serpent Breathing Technique. Excellent quality, focuses on enhancing agility. Has a small chance to awaken the transcendent traits Swift and Fire Wing under specific advanced magic potion combinations. Exchange price, 1 golden medal plus 2,000 merit points. Breathing techniques of excellent level were not abundant in the sword-bearer's branch. There were altogether 6 types. Rain looked at the above descriptions of breathing techniques, lost in thought. Although I've harvested quite a number of golden skill points this time, totaling 11, after using 4 I'm left with only 7. Considering that merging the fire gecko breathing technique already used 4 points, if I merge another technique, that would leave only 3 points. And I still need to consider enhancing other extraordinary battle skills and secret techniques. Golden skill points are really not enough. Let's exchange one and see. After some thought, Rain spoke. Help me exchange for the fire-winged flying serpent breathing technique. All right, sir. The female clerk started to operate quickly. The reason why Rain chose this technique was reason. The fire-winged flying serpent breathing technique and the fire gecko breathing technique was similar. Both have a small chance of awakening fire-based transcendent traits. Thus, Rain wanted to see if the effect would become more pronounced after fusion. After obtaining the fire-winged flying serpent breathing technique, Rain returned to his long-missed dormitory. He stored the blue and white sky smashing buster and the pair of exotic-level daggers into his cabinet. In the cabinet, there was also the crystal staff from the slain ice messenger Grant and the blood glow dagger from the shadow assassin. With that, the cabinet was fully packed. Seeing this scene, Rain couldn't help but laugh. If there's more, I couldn't fit them in anymore. Besides, it's funny to think that I'm still living in the newbie room despite being at the star rank. However, Rain didn't mind this. After tidying up briefly, Rain sat at his desk and opened the scroll containing the fire-winged flying serpent breathing technique, reading it thoroughly. About half an hour later, Rain put down the scroll and squinted, pondering. This fire-winged flying serpent breathing technique consists of 23 forms, which are 2 more forms than the original fire gecko breathing technique, seemingly indicating better quality. Of course, it still doesn't compare to the new fire bear breathing technique with 24 forms, but the difference is minimal. After that, Rain naturally began practicing the fire-winged flying serpent breathing technique. The first movement of the fire-winged flying serpent breathing technique was a weird pose that violated the normal human stance, similar to the upward dog variation from Rain's previous life's yoga. Of course, for Rain, it was nonetheless effortless. A few seconds later, Rain completed the first form. Then came the second form. In less than an hour, Rain had performed all 23 movements of the fire-winged flying serpent breathing technique. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Detected host's fire-winged flying serpent breathing technique achieved minimum level for merging with fire bear breathing technique. Current conditions met. Fusion to new breathing technique available. This fusion will consume 2 golden skill points. Yes/no to proceed with fusion. Note: after fusion, the fire bear breathing technique will no longer be displayed on the panel, but the host can still use the related secret techniques and derivative secret techniques. Note: after fusion, a certain percentage will be converted into the improved new breathing techniques experience points. Only 2 golden skill points required. That's half less than last time. Rain was pleasantly surprised. Just when he was about to choose fusion, Rain raised an eyebrow. He suddenly remembered something he had forgotten to do. He stored the scroll carefully and left the dormitory. Shortly after, Rain familiarly arrived at the 3rd floor of the training hall, the testing room. That moment, the young girl in the room saw someone enter, promptly stood up and asked crisply, "Sir, may I assist you in any way? I'm here to do a test on elemental affinity." "All right, sir, this service, as per the rules, will cost you 5 merit points. Is that all right?" "That's fine, but I would prefer not to have anyone present during the test." According to the rules." The girl hesitated, looking troubled as she was about to gently refuse. Suddenly, her whole demeanor changed, her eyes brightened, and she quickly smiled sweetly, changing her statement. "All right, sir." The girl saw the transparent sword-bearer badge Rain handed to her. She respectfully took it and immediately stopped saying anything else. Although according to the rules, she was supposed to stay nearby. But for a diamond ranked sir, even if he were to dismantle this testing room, he could afford the compensation. However, if she offended a diamond rank sir, the officer would probably dismiss her immediately. The girl voluntarily closed the door behind her and then stepped out. Rain walked around the 2-meter-tall crystal prism, gave the room a thorough look to ensure there were no hidden recording devices, and then nodded slightly. He grasped the crystal prism with both hands, closed his eyes to concentrate, and began the test. A spiritual power was infused. The crystal on the prism quickly radiated a bright white light, and at the same time, the originally transparent prism began to pulsate with various colors of light. When the light finally stabilized, Rain slowly opened his eyes and carefully examined the scale imprinted on it. On the upper layer of the crystal was a long ribbon of silver mist, and after a quick calculation of the difference between the top and the bottom, it reached an astonishing 93.6. That was a significant improvement from the original 84.2. But this was within Rain's expectations, because his steel body talent had evolved from intermediate to advanced, driving the affinity for the metal element, which should have been unchanging, to rise once again. Nevertheless, Rain was more concerned about and curious about the length of the long ribbon of red mist in the middle. The value at the red tip is 80 while the red end is 2, a difference of 72. My own fire element affinity was originally 71.8, an increase of 0.2. It really did have an enhancing effect. The level 15 fire bear breathing technique only increased my fire element affinity by 0.2. I guess that's why the ancestors never discovered it. Or accurately, why they didn't care about it. However, there's still a crucial link missing from reaching my desired goal, but that's all right. I can start practicing it first. After returning to his dormitory from the training hall, Rain didn't hesitate for long and immediately chose to pursue fusion breathing techniques. Immediately, the Weapon Master legendary panel flickered a few times as the level 15 fire bear breathing technique vanished, only to be replaced by the words unknown breathing technique. Soon, the number settled at level 14. It only dropped by one level this time. To know when the level 18 Bear King breathing technique was converted, it had dropped by a full 3 levels. Rain was slightly surprised, but quickly realized why. The quality of the fire bear breathing technique was originally quite high, so the drop in level after fusion was much less this time. Meanwhile, a torrent of memories about the vast breathing techniques began to flood into Rain's mind. Once he absorbed this stream of memory, a system prompt followed. Yes/no, would you like to rename the new breathing technique? This made Rain slightly frown. Going by the rule of taking the first character of each breathing technique for the name. This new breathing technique can't be called Fire Bear breathing technique, can it? What about calling it Flame Bear breathing technique? What if I fused it with other techniques that begin with the character for fire? Blaze Bear breathing technique. All right. Then it can only be called Yan Bear breathing technique and no more. Rain felt his obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicking in. Forget it, let's go with something more grand. I'll call it Fire Dragon breathing technique. It's settled in one go. No matter what other techniques I fuse within the future, it will have this name. Having witnessed the grandeur of the red dragon belonging to the Imperial Dragon Knight Mania, Rain found its fierce yet slender form quite to his aesthetic taste. With the renaming complete, Rain reviewed the movements and postures of the Fire Dragon breathing technique in his mind and found there were an unprecedented 29 moves. This must be the very pinnacle even among the excellent breathing techniques, right? Just as Rain was about to head back to the exchange hall, a knock on the door rang out. Knock, knock, knock. Opening the door, Rain saw a guard from the sword-bearer's branch. The guard bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. Lord Rain, there is a man outside who claims to be Viscount Fabian of Yaxen Auction House who wishes to meet with you. Yaxen Auction House. This made Rain's eyes narrow slightly, a hint of anger flaring up in his heart, along with a trace of caution. Previously, Clea had revealed that Yaxen Auction House operated on a shareholder system, with each of the shareholders being either a duke or a marquis, and their influence was deeply entrenched in the empire. Besides, it was rumored to have the backing of the empire's second prince. Which is why, when Rain was attacked on the street by the ice messenger Grant, he had not immediately sought retaliation. But this time at Earl Hab's mansion, he had been attacked once more. Even a clay Buddha has some degree of anger. Rain was already considering whether he should take the initiative to strike back. Although the imperial city was too far away, Mingster also housed a branch of Yaxen Auction House. All right, tell him I'll be right there. Rain made up his mind and said to the guard, As you command, Lord Rain, atop the Meister Sea. The Imperial Navy had assembled over 100 warships, large and small, engaged in sporadic combat with the Sea Clan. In the sky, Minia rode atop a slender giant dragon with a fiery red complexion, searching for the traces of the three-headed sea dragon. Suddenly, the small wizard, array on the front of her red wizard robe, flickered a bit. Minia touched it with her pale fingers, and soon the small wizard array flashed white, carrying an elderly voice. Minia, His Majesty has decided to make a push for demigod status on the last Sunday of the month of green grass. Please make sure to return to the Imperial City within 3 days. It was a message like transmission wizard array. Hearing this, Minia's brows furrowed and concern showed on her face as she murmured, "So soon? Has the situation become so critical? Why won't His Majesty wait a bit longer?" After thinking for a moment, Minia silently chanted a spell and danced her fingers to form a complex and mysterious symbol, then said, "I will return on time." Shortly after, the small wizard array on her chest flashed white again, swallowing up the mysterious symbol. "Tassa, it looks like we have to go back." Minia patted the scales of the red dragon beneath him. The red dragon named Tassa let out a low growl and immediately pulled a 180-degree turn, speeding towards the direction of the fleet. After a while, Minia was seen controlling the giant dragon and landing on a huge 5-masted warship. The stern of the warship had been specially modified, with a platform added for dragon knights to take off and land. Inside the captain's quarters of the Fearless, "Campbell, bring the fleet back," said Minia as he walked into the captain's room, addressing an elder in the uniform of a general. On the elder's uniform, epaulets shone 3 round golden emblems that symbolized the sun. He was Admiral Campbell, the commander of the South Sea Fleet. Upon hearing Minia's words, Campbell was stunned and incredulously said, "Your Highness, we are currently in full advantage. The Sea Clan has been retreating step by step, and moreover, after searching for this period of time, we have almost completely scouted out the hiding sea area of the magic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon. Why? I have to return to the Imperial City." Minia waved his hand and sighed, "There are more important matters." Admiral Campbell became even more puzzled upon hearing the answer. Didn't know of anything more important than the matter at hand. After all, once Prince Minia left, there would be no one to directly confront the magic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon. "It's just a temporary concession. If all goes well, I can be back in half a month." Minia calculated the time, with just 9 days left until the last Sunday of the moon of green grass. Admiral Campbell looked at Minia's beautiful face, thoughtful. He knew that this prince, who was the nephew of the Emperor of the Empire, must have received some special command. Otherwise, he wouldn't choose to leave at this juncture. In the entire Empire, besides the Senate, the only one who could command Minia, the Royal Dragon Knight, was that one person. Direct order from the Emperor himself left no room for discussion. "Messenger, send word, gather the fleet." The 1st Division moved towards Fishing Port Town, the 2nd Division. Command after command came out of Admiral Campbell's mouth in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, up in the city district in Minster, inside a mansion belonging to a rich merchant, oil painting master Franco Vancliffe's art exhibition was being held busily in the villa's corridor. Walking to and fro were not only meticulously dressed girls and ladies, but also numerous gentlemen in smart attire, creating a lively scene. This painting master, renowned throughout the empire, was extremely skilled at portrait painting, with each of his works selling for several hundred to a few thousand empire gold coins. At that moment, a tall, thin male dressed in a black robe, wearing a hood, carrying an object shaped like a picture frame covered with black cloth, slowly approached the villa's main door. "Sir, if you wish to attend the art exhibition, please present your invitation," asked a guard at the door, stepping forward as he saw the hooded man approaching. The robed man slightly lifted his head, revealing a pair of profound eyes beneath the hood that seemed to instantly captivate one's soul. Upon seeing the man's eyes, several guards immediately stiffened, their eyes becoming unfocused as they stepped aside from their blocking position. The robed man smiled faintly and slowly walked into the villa. After a while, the befuddlement in the guards' eyes vanished. However, they had no recollection of what had just happened. And around the corner of the gallery, the robed man replaced one of the paintings on the wall with the one in his hands. The entire action was done openly, yet the dozen or so people nearby seemed completely unaware. Shortly thereafter, someone saw the artwork on the wall and exclaimed, "Hey, this painting is so unique. It doesn't seem to be in Master Franco's style." When Lord Rieni arrived at the entrance of the Sword Bearer's branch, he saw a luxurious carriage already parked at the door. Middle-aged man with a bushy mustache and hunting attire had been waiting by the carriage early on. Seeing Rieni emerge, Fabien greeted him with a smile and took a few enthusiastic steps forward, saying, "Lord Rieni, excuse the intrusion. I am Fabian from the Yixon auction house. There may have been some misunderstandings in our communication before. Oh, you tried to kill me twice, and you call that a misunderstanding? Rieni waved his hand and cut off the other man's words. Fabian, facing Rieni's words, showed an awkward expression, but he quickly explained his purpose. Cough. That is precisely why we hold you in such high regard. Drake himself has come all the way from the Imperial City, and he is right next door at Mona Cafe. Would you consider granting us the honor of discussing this over? Following the direction Fabian pointed, Rieni looked up to see a coffee shop not far ahead. Very well, Rieni nodded. Rieni had initially thought that his discussion would be with Viscount Fabian, but it appeared that was not the case. Since Admiral Edward might find time to meet him in the afternoon, Rieni had already considered on his way over that he would not engage in a lengthy discussion. Since the meeting place had been arranged right at the entrance of the Sword Bearer's branch, it certainly saved a lot of traveling back and forth. Additionally, the other party must have also considered some safety factors. If it had been at a private residence, he might not have agreed. It seemed then that there was a bit of sincerity in the arrangement. Thus, accompanied by Fabian, Rieni walked towards the coffee shop about 20 or 30 meters away. The entire coffee shop had been reserved by them, with 2 guards clearly identifiable as knights standing watch at the door. Entering the coffee shop, Rieni saw a slightly portly middle-aged man with a meticulously groomed pompadour waiting inside a booth. The area was spacious and bright, with no places for an ambush. Upon seeing Rieni enter, the man smiled and rose to greet him. Lord Rieni, it is our first meeting. I am Drake Olentz. Lord Drake, hello. Rieni nodded and said. Seeing Rieni's displeased expression, Drake smiled reassuringly and said, Lord Rieni, your time is precious, so I will get straight to the point. On behalf of Marquis Olentz, I offer my apologies for the past incidents. For this, the Marquis is willing to provide 2% of the shares of the Yixon auction house's Minster branch as compensation for you. Upon hearing this, Rieni nodded but didn't speak. He had already grasped the general idea. Did they think that eliminating him would be too costly, and thus opted for a strategy of reconciliation? And just how much was 2% of the shares worth? Seeing Rieni's contemplative silence, Fabian, a bit restless, glanced at Drake, got a nod, and then said, Lord Rieni, perhaps you're not fully aware, but even a 2% dividend from the Minster auction house can yield an income of 2,000 to 3,000 imperial gold coins a year, which is not a small amount, and moreover, it will continue to increase over time. I believe this thoroughly demonstrates the sincerity of Marquis Olentz and his genuine apology. 2,000 to 3,000 imperial gold coins a year, that indeed wasn't a trifling sum. The Iron Hammer and Rose Trading Company, managed by the beautiful Jennifer, had about that much income over half a year. Oh, and what would I have to give in return? Rieni asked with a smile. You would just need to overlook the past misunderstandings and perhaps lend a hand if any trouble arises at the Minster auction house branch. Drake waved his hand and said, smiling, just that easy, just that easy. It appears Lord Rieni agrees. Drake's smile brightened. Yes, if that is the case, I agree, Rieni nodded and said. The offer wasn't just good, it was too generous. Rieni faintly sensed the other party might still have some cards to play. Indeed, upon his agreement, Drake continued, Ah, Lord Rieni, there is one more thing. The pair of ancient giant troll tusks are of special significance to Marquis Olentz. Thus, if feasible, could we purchase them back? Previously, our people were not very sensible. Naturally, your spoils of war belong to you, but we would like to buy them this time. Sadly, I used the ancient giant troll tusks. What? Used them? Drake looked at Rieni incredulously, suddenly standing up. This was not part of the planned scenario. Ever since Rieni had been gifted the red dragon scale by Prince Mania, and after contacting the Imperial City, his brother, Marquis Olentz, had decided to make some concessions. The response was that they could extend a friendly gesture by offering a portion of the Yixon auction house Minster branch shares that originally belonged to the Olentz family as compensation to Rieni. At the same time, they would propose buying back the ancient giant troll tusks. This series of actions, they figured, would likely not be refused, but now Drake hadn't expected the troll tusks to have been used by Rieni. So, he was somewhat unsure how to handle the current situation. Why, is there a problem? Rieni looked at him, half smiling. No, Lord Rieni. The transfer of our shares will still take a few days. Because when Yixon auction house was established, the rules stipulated that the consent of the major shareholders must be sought when transferring shares. So, how about 3 days from now? Drac wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and said, "Of course, I hope everything goes smoothly then." Rieni smiled, stood up and said, "Smoothly, smoothly." Drac said somewhat stiffly. He felt that what Rieni had said was 80% true. Besides, whether the item was there or not, a diviner of official wizard rank and above could easily and clearly divine the situation. But the problem was, if the item really wasn't there anymore, would his brother, Marquis Olens, still agree to give Rieni the shares? After all, his brother Olens was not very generous. Rieni soon returned to the sword-bearer's branch. He had a basic understanding of the other party's attitude and intentions after their communication. They care a lot about the ancient giant troll fangs. For this reason, they would rather offer 2% of the Minter branch's shares for the chance to trade peacefully with me. But unfortunately, the troll fangs have indeed been used. This 2% share of the Minter branch is my compensation for spiritual loss, and I hope they don't pull any more tricks. Otherwise, the afternoon, just as Rieni was about to make another trip to the exchange hall, Olna hurried to his dormitory. "Lord Rieni, Admiral Edward is back. If you are free now, would you come with me?" "Of course." Soon, Rieni, accompanied by the brisk matron Olna, arrived at the office of Admiral Edward at the top of the administrative building. This was Rieni's first meeting with the head of the sword-holder Minter branch. The other party was an old man in admiral uniform, with piercing tiger eyes, and although there were crow's feet around his eyes, it did not affect his majestic demeanor. Instead, it gave him a sense of profound experience. "Admiral Edward, good day." Rieni respectfully bowed. "Viscount Wren, hello, please sit down." Admiral Edward smiled kindly and sized up Rieni with his gaze. Strictly speaking, this was the second time he had seen Rieni. The first encounter, however, had been one-sided. At that time, Rieni had knocked down the obsidian giant with a single hammer, leaving a very deep impression on him. "Rieni, I've seen your mission performance recently, and I am truly amazed. Especially your feat of defeating the ancient hero Mong. It exceeded my expectations." "Thank you for your praise, Admiral," Rieni said with a slight bow and a smile. "There are a couple of things I brought you here for. First is to meet you, and second is to discuss a few matters. First off, as for the mark on your body, I have already spoken with Archbishop Gomez of the Minster Goddess Church. He will personally help you resolve the issue with the mark. However, you will need to find some time in the next couple of days to see him, as Archbishop Gomez needs to first understand the intensity of your mark." "Thank you, Admiral, for your concern." Rieni bowed again. "The second matter is that I hope you don't leave the sword-bearer's branch of Minster too soon. You've just joined the sword-bearers, and I believe you can truly consolidate your experience at the branch. Of course, rest assured, as of now, I haven't considered leaving the sword-bearer's branch," Rieni said with a smile. "Very good, Viscount Wren. I heard from Olna that you are also a rare metal magic wizard." Yes, sir." Rieni hesitated for a moment before promptly nodding in agreement. This was no secret. Many people in the branch already knew it. "Then I have something here which I believe will interest you." Admiral Edward smiled mysteriously and pulled an ancient parchment from a drawer, handing it to Rieni. Rieni took it with perplexity and then glanced at Edward. The Admiral smiled and gestured with his hand, indicating that Rieni should open it. Without much hesitation, Rieni untied the string around the parchment and carefully unrolled it. "Metal barrier?" Rieni exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. It was a first-level metal magic defensive spell. This was exceedingly rare. Rieni had searched for a long time and had not found a metal magic defensive spell. This was exactly why he had chosen the metal morphing spell as his innate wizardry, which, as it turned out, was highly effective. But he had not expected to come across a rare, first-level defensive metal magic spell at this moment. At the same time, Rieni also felt puzzled. He was sure that the branch's exchange catalog did not list this spell, otherwise, he would not have opted for the metal morphing spell. "Although you probably already possess a defensive metal magic spell, this one is among the best options I was able to apply for from the sword-bearer headquarters for you. Having an additional defensive spell is not a bad thing. You are so young with a bright future, and surviving in battle is the most crucial." Admiral Edward explained his reason for the defensive magic. "I am very grateful for your help." Rieni stood up and bowed. Only Rieni knew himself that he did not actually have any defensive metal magic spells as his innate wizardry, so the metal barrier was his first. "However, the exchange metals and merit points that should be paid, even I can't waive them." Admiral Edward waved his hand with a smile. That's right, Lord Riani. According to the regulations, this item is redeemable at the Sword-Bearer headquarters only after reaching the magic iron level. But due to this mission, Admiral Edward personally communicated with the headquarters. Olna said timely. Riani nodded. So that was it. Thud thud thud. At that moment, Colonel Stanley, whom Riani had met several times, entered with a serious expression, holding a document in his hand and said, "Sir, perhaps you should look at this first." Admiral Edward took the document, glanced at it casually, and immediately stood up with a serious expression. Are you sure?" "Certain. I have already verified it with the South Sea Fleet," Colonel Stanley said. "Sorry, Riani, I need to visit Duke Mingster immediately. It seems we'll have to talk another time," Admiral Edward said apologetically. "Of course, Admiral," Riani said with a smile. But had Admiral Edward just mentioned the South Sea Fleet? Could there be trouble at the South Sea Fleet? Riani remembered that Red Queen Prince Mania was there, and logically there shouldn't be any problems. Perhaps he should contact Vinica. Back in his dormitory, Riani could not hide his excitement. Immediately, Riani opened the scroll like he was starving for it and started reading with growing delight. The effect of the witchcraft metal barrier. A certain amount of metal fragments freely float within 2 meters of the caster. Blocking any attacks intended to harm the caster. Required casting materials, any metal fragments, because Riani found that this was not just a defensive metal-based witchcraft, but also a force field type of witchcraft. Although the metal barrier witchcraft came a bit late, it was definitely something he desperately needed at the moment. At his current level, the strength of his official opponents was very formidable. They either had no weaknesses or specialized in a particular area like Galena, making them difficult to handle. And his current armor, the aquatic steel knight suit, was increasingly unable to keep up with the intensity of the current battles. Rain's main defense still relied on his innate, advanced steel body. If he could quickly turn the metal barrier, witchcraft, into a combat power, it would be like adding a layer of very strong defensive protection. In battle, he couldn't claim to be invincible, but at least his safety was greatly enhanced. However, the complexity of the metal barrier witchcraft model was also much greater than that of the metal morphing spell. Riani knew this was due to the complexity of the force field type of witchcraft. The fire-based witchcraft, high-temperature force field, at the same level, was much harder than Scorching Touch. But no matter how difficult it was, once he succeeded once, it meant that it would be engraved on the Warhammer Wizards panel, and he could quickly improve it through skill points afterward. Don't forget, he had a cheat. But metal fragments, A certain amount of metal fragments. This phrase should mean it could be multiple metal pieces. Also, a certain amount, does it mean the total volume, or that the total mass must not exceed a certain limit? After reading the textual description of metal barrier thoroughly, Riani crossed his arms and began to pace around the room, stroking his chin in thought. Let's just try it out. Immediately, Riani used his innate wizardry metal morphing spell to quickly form a kite shield from the hardened essence gold in his hand. A metal shield integrated into a single piece that should also count as metal fragments. After all, strictly speaking, it's just like a metal fragment in the shape of a shield. Riani looked at the kite shield in his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and instantly started experimenting. After failing more than 20 times in a row, finally, Riani succeeded. The thick kite shield was now hovering a little more than a meter beside Riani, with the shield face outward, slowly rotating. Is it using the shield for defense? But why is this moving so slowly? Riani frowned. However, when he subconsciously accelerated the shield, whoosh, a sound ripped through the air. The kite shield left a trail and quickly stopped right in front of him. This suddenly made Riani's face light up with surprise. He was beginning to understand. This was a continuous guiding type of witchcraft, where the metal fragments, shields, would slowly revolve around him in a free-floating state when he wasn't under attack. But once under attack, the metal fragments would move at high speed according to his will to the position of the incoming attack to block it. Furthermore, Riani could feel that while in this free-floating state, the consumption of spiritual power was not significant. However, when the shield moved at high speed according to his will, the consumption of spiritual power began to increase significantly. What about using two at once? Riani immediately thought of another question. Almost instantly, Riani had another kite shield formed from hardened essence gold in his hand. This time, when Riani recast the metal barrier witchcraft, the two kite shields, one in front and the other behind, began to slowly rotate around him, as if he were the sun and the two metal shields were Mars and Mercury. Also, Rieni could control them at will with his consciousness, such as making both shields revolve around him in the same direction. This scene made Rieni even more delighted. The defensive power of two shields is naturally above that of one, and it seems like there's still spare capacity. What about three? Immediately, Rieni morphed another kite shield. This time, the 50 kilograms of hardened essence gold in his hands had mostly turned into three kite shields. HM. Although the spell casting was successful, Rain vaguely felt a sense of heaviness originating from his mind. The three kite shields, albeit merely floating slowly, caused his spiritual power to surge upward sharply. It seems that the total amount still exceeds the limit. I'll need to trim it down a bit. Soon, after repeated attempts, Rain found the critical point. In addition, Rain confirmed that the certain amount mentioned in the description of the witchcraft referred to the total weight of the metal pieces, not their volume. At that moment, a system prompt followed. You have learned Metal Barrier, Comprehension Enhanced. You have grasped a new skill Metal Barrier. Your skill Metal Barrier has improved. Experience +3 at the same time. A brand new icon appeared at the bottom of the Warhammer Wizard Legendary panel. The icon depicted a hooded figure in a blurry gray robe holding a short staff, surrounded by multiple shield-like metal pieces. They were much smaller than Rain's kite shields, roughly the size of a palm. Furthermore, there was a line of text beneath the icon. Metal Barrier LV1, 1/100. Metal Barrier LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to control a certain amount of metal pieces. With a specific witchcraft model, floating within a 2-meter radius around the caster and blocking any attack intended to harm the caster. Note, requires casting material metal pieces of any material. Note, casting time 3 seconds, duration proportional to the caster's spiritual power can be cancelled actively. 3 seconds casting time is too long. To quickly form combat power, I'll have to upgrade it through additional skill points to shorten the casting time, Rain pondered thoughtfully. After all, Metal Barrier with a 3-second casting time had no combat power to speak of. No enemy would wait 3 seconds for you to complete your casting before attacking you. But if that's the case, the plan for my subsequent skill point improvements will have to change significantly. Originally, Rain planned to use the golden skill points on breathing techniques to rapidly enhance his physical attributes. The regular skill points were to be used to elevate his extraordinary battle techniques, because one of the prerequisites for the epic profession, the King of Thousand Blades, required mastery of 9 secret techniques. But now it seems that all these can wait. He could consider using both skill points and golden skill points to enhance Metal Barrier to quickly form combat power. Also, even though I have preliminarily mastered Metal Barrier, the actual defensive power of this witchcraft still needs to be tested. Before actual combat, it's necessary to understand the upper limits of the Metal Barrier defense to be fully prepared. Unlike Advanced Steel Body, where he could test the skin's defense by using a dagger on himself, the new witchcraft Metal Barrier still required external force to test. After some thought, Rain decided to make a trip to the training hall. Meanwhile, in the uptown district of Minster, inside a mansion belonging to a rich merchant, the girl Bruno, wearing a white cashmere dress, was absent-mindedly staring out the window of her bedroom. This morning, she had visited the painting exhibition of the master Franco Vancliffe. At that time, she seemed to have seen a somewhat strange painting. At least, she had never seen Master Franco paint anything of the sort. It was completely different in style. The contents of the painting seemed mysteriously haunting, depicting a young boy leading a female doll, looking towards the distance. But whenever Bruno thought of that painting, she couldn't help but be reminded of the boy's eyes. They were pure black without any whites. Even though the boy's gaze seemed to be averted, Bruno always felt he was looking at her, sending chills down her spine. Then, she seemed to have forgotten what happened after that. So strange. Why is this happening? Bruno shook her head, deciding to walk in the garden to clear her mind. But as soon as she opened the door, she froze, because at the end of the hallway of her room, she abruptly saw that boy holding the female doll and those dark eyes staring straight at her. Bruno's heart skipped a beat, but she still thought it was an illusion. She rubbed her eyes and took another look. Ah, bang! Bruno screamed in alarm, slamming the door shut. Her chest heaved violently, her breathing rapid, because just now the boy from the painting, in the blink of an eye while she rubbed her eyes, had suddenly appeared a few meters in front of her, continuing to stare blankly at her. But what frightened Bruno even more was this. Logically, her recent scream should have quickly drawn the attention of her family and the servants. But so far, she hadn't heard anyone talking or any movement at all. This made her even more uneasy. Bruno planned to escape through the window just as she was about to open it. She froze the next second because she had just looked up at the window. There, sitting on the windowsill where he should have been in the hallway outside, was the boy, still holding that female doll, staring straight at her. Meanwhile, at the sword-bearer's branch. As Rain walked along, he quickly did some mental calculations. If I invest skill points in the new witchcraft metal barrier, leveling it directly to level 2 based on previous reference, it should reduce the casting time by about 20%, from 3 seconds to 2.4 seconds. But 2.4 seconds is still too slow. Adding 2 skill points to reach level 3 would further reduce it to 1.9 seconds. And adding 3 points would make it level 4, which would bring the casting time down to roughly 1.5 seconds. Adding all 5 skill points would elevate it to level 6, a 1 second casting time. It can still be optimized. That would mean, by practicing first to elevate metal barrier to level 2, then adding 5 skill points, it becomes level 7, meaning only 0.8 seconds casting time. Rain raised an eyebrow. Such casting time would basically have decent practicality, especially since it broke the 1 second mark. This would take a regular wizard or wizard apprentice, perhaps 6 or 7 years of hard practice, doing syllable compression exercises and so on. Of course, it would be best to reduce it even further, making it a bit shorter, but that would require at least another 5 skill points. Rain glanced at the system panel's combat professions. Both the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, and the Weapon Master, Legendary, were hard to level up quickly. It seems, at that point, only by seeking a professional job change can I quickly gain skill points. Inscription, 2 words flashed in Rain's mind. After discussing inscriptions with Clea, he had decided to find an inscription master as soon as possible to begin basic learning. Inscription likely relates to the subsequent job change of an armorer. As he pondered, Rain quickly arrived at the training hall. He remembered clearly, the rather proactive reception girl had made it clear that there was a witchcraft testing room on the 3rd floor, whereas the 2nd floor's testing room he had previously visited mainly tested extraordinary battle techniques. Soon, Rain reached the 3rd floor, in front of a door with the words Witchcraft Power Testing Room. The door was open. Inside was a space like an indoor training room, about 400 to 500 square meters in size, but with fewer people than the defensive power testing room on the 2nd floor. This made sense, as since Rain joined the Sword Bearer's assessment, the number of mere wizard apprentices only made up less than 1/10 of the total. Even considering those who dual-trained in night paths, the total was estimated not to exceed 1/5. Relatively speaking, within the Dragon Empire, individuals qualified as wizards were much rarer than those with decent night talents. Why then were there so many wizard apprentices and wizards in the Sword Bearers or certain special departments? That was because the Empire had concentrated these qualified individuals through multiple selections. Just as in Rain's previous life's research institutions, there were basically none below masters. The same logic applied. Inside, 7 or 8 sword bearers clad in various colored wizard robes were testing, and seeing the young-looking Rain at the door, they couldn't help but turn to look. However, Rain merely scanned the room once, then walked back out. He wasn't very keen on exposing his superior-level metal element affinity. Previously, in the testing room, he had seen the standards posted on the wall. Over 90 was considered superior. An affinity almost unheard of in the biggest categories of fire and water elements, not to mention in the much smaller category of metal elements. And the witchcraft power testing was likely to expose a tester's qualifications since, given the same witchcraft and similar spiritual power, a large difference in power would indicate a difference in qualifications. Rain went to the information desk and inquired, "Excuse me, does this witchcraft power testing room have private chambers?" "Yes, sir. But there's an extra energy consumption fee involved." "Is that okay?" "That's fine." Rain nodded. Although he wasn't sure what the energy consumption fee was, he believed he could definitely afford it. At the same time, Rain handed over his crystal badge. The young female clerk looked at it, her mouth opened slightly in surprise, and she immediately took it respectfully, saying, "Sir, please follow me." Soon, Rain followed the clerk to a room located on the third-floor corridor on the left side, near the very end. The girl said, "Sir, this is it." As the young girl opened the door, Rain saw the room was about 100 square meters, equipped with several uniquely shaped devices. From left to right, there were two devices, resembling multi-barreled Gatling guns, while in the center was something like a tennis ball launcher from his previous life. The device on the far right was similar to the attack power tester on the second floor, except its surface was painted bright silver. "Sir, is this your first time here? Would you like me to show you around?" "Yes. Sir, these two devices are for testing defensive power, namely the flame sprayer and the torrential sprayer, capable of emitting flames and torrents respectively. The power of a single nozzle is about 10 degrees, and the maximum power for testing is up to 80 degrees. The girl pointed at the device on the far left. The Gatling. Rain looked at it and asked, "Aren't there other elements of damage, like frost or something?" I'm sorry, sir, but we only have these two types available here in the branch." Rain nodded, thinking that the two types were more or less sufficient. And what about this one?" Rain pointed at the device in the middle. "This one is a spear launcher which you can set to fast, medium, or slow." The girl explained, "Spears, so it's for testing physical attack power." "Right, sir, when you test your witchcraft defense, please progress gradually and at the same time be cautious. Do not expose your vital body parts towards the launcher. It's all written on the device's nameplate," the girl added. Rain nodded and said, "The last one is for testing magical attack power, right?" "Yes, sir. If you have been to the attack power testing room on the second floor, you might recognize that this machine looks very similar to the devices downstairs, except that it's coated with this magic silver, which can significantly reduce energy damage." "Magic silver?" "Yes, sir. It's said to be a special metal that can greatly weaken energy attacks. But I'm not very clear on the specifics," the girl explained. Rain nodded, keeping the term in mind. He planned to search for more information about it in the library later. "That's fine, you can go back to your duties, thank you." "You're welcome, sir. Please be careful and call me anytime if needed," the girl said respectfully, bowing slightly before leaving. After some thought, Rain began the test with the first device. Rain first adjusted the flame sprayer, planning to start with a two-nozzle test, which would mean a fire attack of about 20 degrees. As the countdown on the flame sprayer began. 3, 2, 1, bang. Two bursts of flame shot out and directly struck Rain's kite shield, transformed from hardened essence gold. He comfortably withstood the 20-degree witchcraft attack. Then came the 3-nozzle test, then 4 nozzles, up to 5 nozzles. At 5 nozzles, even though Rain positioned all 3 kite shields in front of him, within mere seconds, the shields began to melt, clearly reaching the limits of fire defense. It looks to be about 40 degrees of fire defense. Immediately after, Rain began experimenting with the torrential sprayer. The previous test involved flames, this one simulated the water-based witchcraft torrential impact. This time, Rain started directly with the 3-nozzle test. Then came 4 nozzles, 5 nozzles. It can still withstand this. After multiple attempts, Rain discovered to his surprise, it turns out that the defensive power of the metal barrier witchcraft is somewhat related to the resistance of the metal itself. Hardened essence gold has average resistance to flames, but fairly decent resistance to water impact, hence the difference in defense power of nearly 10 degrees between the two. This means, Rain seemed to think of something, a slight spark in his gaze. Sword-bearer's branch in the mission hall. Among those waiting to submit tasks, the red-haired Evelyn was as beautiful as ever, although her tiredness was evident. She had just returned from Rossbyshire to submit a novice task. The situation in Rossbyshire was worse than she had anticipated. Her family, the Normans, as an old Viscount family from Rossby, had suffered considerable losses in the recent upheaval. In fact, the situation in the entire Rossbyshire was fairly similar to that in Meister, with Titan attacks compounded by the covert instigations of the Black Flame cult, making the living environment in Rossbyshire plummet. This time, she had brought her mother and some young elites of the Norman family to the provincial city of Inkster. This was also the last preparation made by the Norman family to avoid further deterioration of the situation and to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Still, she was quite worried about her father. As a nobleman with land, the Viscount Norman naturally could not leave Rossbyshire. At that moment, it was Evelyn's turn in the queue. "Hello, what can I help you with?" the young clerk asked with a smile as she stood up. "Hello, please submit the bronze-level mission Rossby City's transport line for me," Evelyn said as she handed over a dull black iron badge. "All right, sir," even though it was merely the lowest-level black iron badge. The young clerk did not show any negligence. After all, a black iron badge, though low in rank, still indicated a transcendent, a respected sword-bearer. The difference between them and ordinary people was like a chasm. "All done, sir. The bronze-level mission Rossby City's transport line has been completed, and 150 merit points have also been recorded in your badge." Evelyn nodded, her face showing a bit of relief. She had finally completed the novice mission. Those 150 merit points were not easy to earn. Quite a few newbie sword bearers got injured during this novice mission. She considered herself lucky as, being a peak knight and a level 2 wizard apprentice, she often performed support spells, which comparatively reduced the level of danger. The Sea God sect was more troublesome to deal with than she had expected. If it hadn't been a novice mission led by an instructor, the losses might have been greater. From this novice mission, Evelyn discovered that, although sword bearers receive excellent treatment, the degree of danger is not low. Although most tasks are evaluated, there are many times when changes occur, and if one wants to continue to complete tasks smoothly, the demands on one's strength are almost harsh. Take Nelio behind her, for example, who performed admirably. In this novice mission, he killed a deacon of the Sea God sect. According to the instructor, he should receive the extra reward of 3 bronze mission evaluation medals. This also means that he can directly be promoted to a silver sword bearer, with a qualitative improvement in treatment and the variety of exchangeable items. "My lord, could you please wait a moment while I change your emblem for you?" "Okay, thank you." This novice mission was successfully completed, and besides the 150 merit points, the most important thing was that she had gone from being a reserve sword bearer to becoming an official sword bearer, now eligible to exchange for a bronze emblem. It signified shedding the identity of a rookie sword bearer. However, it was only just in terms of identity. She still had a loan of 1,000 points from the scholarship department. "My lord, here you are, your golden emblem." The female clerk handed the large, shimmering gold emblem to Evelyn respectfully with both hands. "Huh?" Evelyn's beautiful eyes widened as she shook her hands emphatically, refusing. "No, no. I must have made a mistake. I'm supposed to receive a bronze emblem. What was the concept of a golden rank?" Those were the elite among the entire sword bearers branch. Most of the sword bearers who had been mingling in the branch for a year or two were mostly silver, while the golden ranks made up less than 1/3. Seeing Evelyn's vehement denial, leaving no room for pretense, the female clerk looked puzzled and once again confirmed the name on the emblem. "May I ask, are you Eveline Norman from Rossby County?" "Yes, that's me." Evelyn nodded. "Then there's no mistake. But, how could it be a golden emblem?" Evelyn's brain was still frozen, completely failing to catch up. The record shows you're a formal member of the Meister Siege Hammer team, and when Captain Rieni submitted the team mission completion report, he allocated you 3 silver medals and 2,000 merit points. So it's correct, you can be promoted to a golden level. What? Now Evelyn was utterly stunned. What mission had Rieni completed, and why would he allocate so much to her? Evelyn's mind was completely overwhelmed. Actually, when Rieni submitted the mission yesterday, the female clerk had asked him how to divide the mission evaluation medals and merit points. He thought about it and casually allocated some spare silver evaluation medals to Evelyn. In Rieni's eyes, since they were all in the same team, it was a matter of lending a helping hand where it was due. He remembered Evelyn had apparently loaned 1,000 merit points, so he just gave her a hand. As for the twin-tailed girl Vinica, Rieni naturally gave even more. After all, their relationship was much closer. He casually allocated to her a gold evaluation medal and 5,000 merit points. Meanwhile, Nelio and another sword-bearer novice waiting behind Evelyn was staring with round eyes. Faces blank with shock, they were only 4 or 5 meters away from Evelyn. As Evelyn showed her shock, the two of them curiously started to listen intently. When they personally heard about the allocation to Evelyn, enough for her to be promoted to gold level, they were astounded. Didn't this mean Rieni was at least a gold-level sword-bearer captain? Good heavens, this. Soon, the news spread among the sword-bearer novices. The second floor of the training building. In the attack power testing room, several great knights and expert sword-bearers were testing in small groups. "Captain Angus, have you heard? Lord Rieni has been promoted to a golden-level sword-bearer captain." Viri, who had just recovered from an injury, was undergoing rehabilitation training and spoke to Angus. What? A golden level? The resolute black man with a sturdy face expressed surprise. Viri, how do you know this? I heard it from a fellow countryman in Rock Team. He's also from Bobony County, named Ramil. He just advanced to the official wizard status a few days ago. I heard about it during a dinner gathering. So, Captain, do you think we should ask Lord Riani for help with the vengeance for Chris and the other two? The thought of his fallen comrades made Viri furious. Because the 5 of them had once been part of the military, their combat experience was rich. Like Evelyn and other novices, they were called back by the military, mainly to ensure the safety of the supply lines from Wales County to Meister. During one escort mission, they were ambushed by the Black Flame Church of Wales County. Although they managed to evacuate the transport team, they all nearly didn't make it back. Chris and the other 2 died at the hands of the enemy's experts. One was named Bull Bidiels, whose knight armor was distinctive, with 2 sharp metallic horns on each shoulder armor. The other's name was unknown, but he was skilled in evil array spells. The opening barrage of 5 black flame fireballs already cost them a comrade. The enemy is very strong, and even if Lord Riani could defeat them, he would still face significant risk. Moreover, asking Lord Riani to take action, Viri, have you considered what price you might have to pay? If Lord Riani is willing to take on the task for these 2 fellows, Captain Angus, I am willing to become a follower of Lord Riani. Viri stated solemnly. He and Chris were as close as brothers, and to a great extent, Chris's death was also to save him. Therefore, if there was a chance for revenge, he was not willing to wait a moment. Upon hearing Viri's words, a silence fell over Angus. He had never thought that Viri would be willing to pay such a price, knowing that with Viri's outstanding knightly talent, even the Empire's Marquis would likely not refuse him if he were to become a follower. Minster within Rain Mansion. Lord Rain has returned. Jenny had just gotten home when she heard he happily discussing the news and immediately showed a look of pleasant surprise. She turned to her mother, Jennifer, and said, Mother, the problem you encountered this time can be perfectly resolved by Lord Rain. The beautiful woman, who had been showing a hint of worry, also brightened up upon hearing that Rain had returned. Due to the unstable situation in Meister, almost all sea trade routes from the Eagle Federation to Fishing Port Town were cut off, forcing Jennifer, as the head of the trading guild, to develop new commercial channels. The problem she was now facing was not one on the business level. Although she had taken the first step through Rain's introduction, as her business grew, she recently came in contact with several larger guilds. The communication with these guild presidents was not going well. All of them either openly or subtly conveyed the message that they were willing to cooperate. Yes. But they needed the beautiful madam to engage in deeper exchanges with them before they could work together properly. Of course, they had also heard that this beautiful woman, though merely the wife of a minor baroness from Meister, seemed to have the support of an Empire sword-bearer behind her. But unlike other county towns, Minster was the provincial capital, home to the sword-holder Minster branch. Sword-bearers were not uncommon, each with their own influential backing, so they were not overly fearful of sword-bearers. Of course, they wouldn't use force. They preferred to use a combination of threats and inducements. So, despite the beautiful madam's efforts over this period, there had only been some minor progress, but to make any substantial step forward was exceedingly difficult. After all, the business competition in Minster was fierce. Profitable industries had long been dominated by established players and powers. If you wanted to join in and get a share, it was akin to robbing food from the mouth of a tiger without significant strength. Success was almost impossible. At this moment, Jenny seemed to remember something and playfully said, Mother, it seems that Agatha and I should really go out and have some fun tonight. What time do you think we should come back? After saying this, Jenny winked. The beautiful woman instantly understood her daughter's joke. Blushing slightly with apples of her cheeks now red, Jennifer gently tapped Jenny, chastising her with a shy smile. You're too much for teasing your own mother with such jokes. It wasn't long before Jenny found Agatha and said, Agatha, how about I accompany you for a walk this evening? Hey, Jenny, isn't Lord Rain back today? How come you're free? Lord Rain will probably be busy with a multitude of things now that he's just returned. By the way, didn't you say the other day that a Viscount's eldest son is pursuing you? Would you like me to keep tabs on him for you? Jenny deftly changed the subject. Speaking of this, Agatha began to blush. and her attention focused entirely on the matter of the Viscount's eldest son pursuing her, as she said, "It's not that formal, really. He invited me to a painting exhibition in the next couple of days. I believe it's a showcase by the master oil painter Franco Vancliffe, and I haven't agreed to it yet." Showcase by master oil painter Franco Vancliffe. Jenny showed some interest. As a sign of nobility, Jenny had learned about and even quite enjoyed painting from a young age, so if she could view a master's exhibition while accompanying her best friend, that would indeed be perfect. "Yes, you were busy the other day, and it wouldn't seem proper for me to go alone. Jenny, are you also interested in the exhibition? Then how about I ask him to go to the exhibition tonight? I've heard that the exhibition lasts a week, with banquets every evening." The works of master oil painter Franco Vancliffe are famous throughout the empire, so it's a perfect opportunity to appreciate them. Jenny nodded. "That's fantastic. Then I'll send someone to contact him right away." "Jenny, I love you so much." Agatha hugged Jenny excitedly and said. After some thought, Rain began to walk over to the machine positioned in the middle labeled throwing spear launcher. Directly adjusted the knob to the high setting. Following this, steel throwing spears shot out from the launcher's barrel like a barrage of cannon fire. Ding ding dang dang, the spears struck Rain's floating kite shield, sending sparks flying in a lively display. After several tests, a smile appeared on Rain's face. Hardened Essence Gold is proficient in physical defense, achieving nearly 55 degrees of defensive power against physical attacks. Thinking further, Rain casually picked up a steel shield nearby and cast Metal Barrier. Soon, the testing power greatly diminished, with the steel shield being quickly punctured and shattered under the high-speed, dense assault of throwing spears. If it were a regular steel shield, using Metal Barrier, the defensive power would only be about 39 degrees. Difference of more than 10 degrees in defensive power. Immediately afterwards, Rain walked over to the witchcraft attack power testing device that was smeared with magic silver. Similar to a large metal cylinder, it lay across tracks resembling railway tracks, with its round cross-section facing the viewer, albeit the cross-section was a different color, showing a dark silver metallic luster. Rain simply tested it with Blazing Light, an entry-level fire witchcraft spell. The surface of the magic silver was almost completely unscathed. Indeed, as the young clerk said, magic silver seems to have an extremely high resistance to energy damage. In that case, my previous idea should be feasible. Perhaps I could prepare a few metals with high resistances, not too many, just about a dozen kilograms, enough to morph into a kite shield size. Facing enemies with different specializations, I could adopt specific metals for defense. Hey, looking at it this way, I seem to have stumbled upon an unexpected benefit by having metal morphing spell as my innate wizardry. Rain's eyes brightened. Other wizards, even those who also specialize in metal, wouldn't be able to use Rain's method if their innate wizardry wasn't metal morphing spell. If it's not innate wizardry, it's almost impossible to achieve near instantaneity and minimal consumption of spiritual power. Can't the transformation be done in advance? It's possible. But can you imagine a wizard carrying 3 or 4 shields all the time with a total weight of nearly 50 kilograms? Not only would it greatly affect his mobility, but wouldn't that look rather odd? But Rain was different. As a great knight who partook in the profession, he routinely wore plate armor. With a few modifications to some armor pieces, it could be both concealed and practical. Besides, physical strength was one of Rain's forte. After all, just add points for a quick recovery. Having thought this over, Rain walked out of the testing room. He planned to make a trip to the exchange hall to see if there were any suitable special alloys or rare metals available. Inside the exchange hall, the young clerk stood up and bowed, saying, "Hello, what can I assist you with, sir? This is a replica of the Emperor's scepter, and also help me look up rare metals and alloys available for exchange." "Of course, sir. Could you please show your insignia?" Rain nodded and handed over his freshly minted crystal insignia. Upon seeing it, the clerk showed a slight startle and took the insignia with even more respect, quickly placing it into a specially made adapter slot. Soon, white text started to appear on a black slate in front of Rain. Star metal ingot possesses strong toughness and hardness. Exchange price, 20 merit points per pound. Mithril ingot, excellent in element energy conductivity. Exchange price, 140 merit points per pound. Hardened essence gold ingot, extremely high hardness. Exchange price, 24 merit points per pound. Magic silver ingot, extremely high resistance to elemental energy. Exchange price, 180 merit points per pound. Glowstone ingot. Cast from glowstone, with the special effect of driving away evil. Exchange price, 120 merit points per pound. Sir, which one would you like to exchange? Start with 20 pounds of magic silver. Sorry, how much did you say? The young clerk was stunned. This was a princely sum of 180 merit points per pound. For 20 pounds, that would be 3,600 merit points. Oh my, 20 pounds, Rain said patiently once more. All right away, sir, I'll get it for you now, she said. The young clerk was about to turn around when suddenly Rain called out to her. Wait, there's more, note this down. The girl blinked in astonishment, staring at Rain. He wants more. Sure, sir, please go ahead, the girl quickly recovered. Glowstone ingot, 20 pounds, hardened essence gold ingot, 20 pounds, that will be all, Rain said. Magic silver essentially covered all-around energy resistances, and although it might not match some rare mineral specialized in a specific energy resistance, the difference wasn't too significant. Moreover, there were none available in the branch. Furthermore, Rain hadn't expected to find glowstone in the branch, and decided to exchange some right away, since it was extremely useful against spiritual bodies and the undead. The hardened essence gold was to replenish the losses from the battles he fought recently. The young clerk was stunned. All she could do was hastily confirm. Sir, let me summarize for you. Glowstone ingot, 20 pounds, totaling 2,400 merit points. Hardened essence gold ingot, 20 pounds, totaling 480 merit points, plus the earlier magic silver for 3,600 merit points. That comes to a total of 6,480 merit points. Is that correct, sir? Yes, that's correct, Rain nodded. Please wait a moment, I'll fetch them for you right now, she said. The young female clerk was astonished. Is this what a diamond star sword bearer looks like? So extravagant. Converted into Dragon Empire gold coins, she counted on her fingers. It would take her working from the very establishment of the Dragon Empire some 2,000 years ago right up until now to afford these things. 2,000 years of work. Not long after, the young clerk returned with a flushed face, struggling to carry 3 wooden boxes of different colors. Minutes later, Rain strolled contentedly back to his dormitory. The boxes had been discarded, and on his hands and forearms, there were now 3 layers of metal covering in different hues. Lord Rini, Viri, and Angus, who had also just arrived at the dorm's entrance, called out when they saw the familiar figure by the stairs. There was a hint of joy in their tone, as they had been intending to find Rain for a chat and had unexpectedly run into him. Viri. Angus, it's been a while, Rain greeted them with a nod and a smile, back in Meister. He had asked Olna for help in coordinating something, but unfortunately, it didn't work out as he had heard they got heavily injured during a mission. It seemed from their encounter that the two had faced quite a fierce battle. On Viri's handsome face was a scar interrupting his left eyebrow. Angus's injuries were even more apparent with large areas of new flesh on his neck, indicating he'd suffered some kind of corrosive or fire damage before. Lord Rini, it's been a while. After exchanging glances, Viri said with some urgency, Well, Lord Rini, if it's convenient now, can we find a place to have a talk? Of course, Rain said, sensing from their expressions that they had something to discuss with him. Then let's sit in my dormitory. All right, Lord Rini. After arriving in Rain's room, the 3 casually took their seats. By the way, where are the others? Last time I seem to recall Deputy Minister Olna mentioned that you were heavily injured in your last mission. Rain inquired with concern. More than just heavily injured. The mission we were assigned was to protect the convoy too. Angus's expression darkened as he began to recount their ordeal. When Rain heard that they had fought against the Black Flame cult in the Welsh county, his expression became peculiar. Was it Galena and her followers perhaps? I must have my revenge on Bull Bidiels. To save me, Chris was rammed and sent flying over 10 meters by their charging blow. He died instantly. Viri's eyes reddened. That guy, Rain remembered. It was the one he killed with a punch by unexpectedly extending his finger tiger with the metal morphing spell. It seemed that the mission encountered by Angus and Viri had taken place before Rain had passed through Welsh County. The one you fought, was there no one named Galena, a woman adept at phantom art? Rain asked curiously. No, Lord Rini, there was no such person. You mean the priestess of the Black Flame Church in Welsh County? She's very powerful. There seems to be a gold-tier mission to kill her at the Sword Bearer's branch, Angus explained. Rain nodded. That made sense. If Galena were there with her trouble-making capabilities, these 2 might not have made it back. At that moment, Viri's eyes struggled, his hands balled into fists, turning the knuckles white. Then suddenly, with a determined look, he faced Rain and said, "Lord Riani, Angus and I would like to apply to join your squad. Moreover, I personally request your help for revenge. As a price, I am willing to become your follower." A follower? Rain was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the day when someone would come forward to offer to follow him, especially a fellow sword-bearer, to come so soon. Actually, about that. Just as Rain was about to say something, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Today seemed to be a busy day for visitors. Rain opened the door, a little puzzled, to see the red-haired Evelyn with two novice sword-bearers behind her. "Evelyn, have you completed your mission?" "Yes, Rain, well. This is Neoro, this is Caroline. They both were a great help during the mission," Evelyn introduced. Rain was quite familiar with Neoro, a rare scroll master, a specialized occupational branch of wizard that relied on pre-made scrolls for combat. The other, Caroline, Rain also recognized as one of the few women among the novice sword-bearers. Greeting them with a nod and a smile, Rain said, "Hello. Since it's all familiar faces, come in." Now, his dormitory was getting rather crowded. "Rain, I wanted to ask why you allocated so many task evaluation medals and merit points to me," whispered Evelyn, not wanting to raise the issue in front of others. But curiosity had gotten the better of her. "Well, I completed a few gold-tier missions, but let's not discuss the details," Rain replied with a smile. "A few, and gold-tier missions at that?" The question unsettled everyone there. Viri and Angus in particular were shocked, as they had believed Rain had advanced to gold tier for helping the Rock team in a mission. Who would have thought Rain was capable of completing gold tier missions on his own? Neoro was somewhat prepared when Evelyn was promoted to the gold rank at the mission hall. Lord Riani must have received a reward that far exceeded 3 silver rank assessment medals to grant Evelyn so much merit. He could see that Riani was not a frivolous man. "Right, Angus, Viri, that Buffalo Bidales and the evil sorcerer skilled in dark magic formations should have all been killed by me." "Lord Riani, are you serious?" This news was like a bolt from the blue for Viri, too shocking. "Yes, and Garana, the high priestess of the Welsh county, was also killed by me." Riani nodded. "Garana was killed by you too?" Neoro said, incredulous. "Yes, I was just passing through Welsh county. They ambushed me, so I took the opportunity to kill them." That woman's phantom art was quite difficult to deal with. Riani nodded. Just difficult, it was extremely challenging. Neoro was very aware of Garana's strength. He knew a gold-rank sword-bearer who was much stronger than him, but he failed to kill Garana and was severely injured instead. "So, Viri, that's the situation, and about becoming my follower, let's not mention that again. As for the two of you joining my little team, that's not a problem. Lord Riani, thank you for avenging Creel, but I still wish to become your follower," Viri said, bowing deeply to Riani. In Viri's heart, Riani's mastery in extraordinary battle technique was breathtaking. He was also the fastest progressing person he had ever seen. Moreover, Riani was so young, obviously, his current level of strength was definitely not his limit. Viri felt that the opportunity to learn by Riani's side, if not seized now, might not be available later. Riani appeared pensive. In Minster, his household had always lacked someone suitable for protection, and as a great knight, Viri's strength was indeed enough. As for his character, from their current interactions, he seemed reliable. After all, someone always thinking of avenging his comrades couldn't possibly have a bad character. "Okay. I agree, Viri. If you have any questions about the path of knighthood, feel free to ask me." Riani nodded. "Thank you, Lord Riani." Viri showed his joy. At that moment, Riani suddenly thought of something, turned his head towards Neoro and said, "Lord Neoro, may I ask?" "It's just that, Lord Riani, I too hope to join your little team." "Welcome." Riani thought for a moment, then nodded his agreement. The other party was a rare scroll master. He had no reason to refuse. "How about this one?" No, Lord Riani, I'm not here to join your team. I was just curious, so I came over to see." The round-faced girl, Caroline, saw Riani asking her, and very wisely waved her hand to refuse immediately. No, I mean my own strength is too lackluster, not that I don't want to." Dinner time in Riani's new mansion. "Oh, why haven't I seen Jenny and Agatha?" While Riani was cutting steak with silver cutlery, he asked. The lovely Jennifer blushed slightly, saying, "They should be out shopping." "Big brother, I want to go shopping too," he said enviously. Since her arrival in Minster, she hadn't really gone out much. "Haha, give me a couple of days to free up some time, and I'll take you out for a stroll." Riani laughed and nodded. After dinner, the routine exclusive report time for the beautiful lady. Here 10,000 words are omitted. Just not long after the report session ended, Riani suddenly heard Cookie's barking and faint voices from downstairs. "Cookie, stop barking at us. I am Agatha, this is Jenny. We'll wake up the others like this." Agatha was somewhat flustered. She didn't understand why the usually intelligent warhound Cookie was barking non-stop at her and Jenny. "Cookie, what's wrong with you today?" Jenny bent down, trying to reach out and pacify Cookie. But as she squatted down, Cookie stepped back warily, eyes fixed dead on her. Riani got up and looked down from the window. He saw the warhound standing in front of Jenny and the other woman, its body lowered, slightly baring its teeth and growling, as if facing great danger. Riani's pupils contracted, because he saw that behind the two women there were two transparent boys around 8 or 9 years old tightly trailing them. The others were incredibly close, about less than half a meter from the two women, and each of these eerily identical boys were also holding a doll in their hands. Spirits. For Riani, whether it was his role as a Warhammer wizard or having acquired 1 point of the will's radiance, he could easily see the scenes under the field. Spiritual bodies, naturally, had nowhere to hide. The warhound Cookie's exceptional perception originated from the animal itself. Could it be another scheme by Yixon auction house? Riani frowned slightly, anger rising within him. Without hesitation, Riani immediately walked downstairs briskly. At the same time, the gleam ingot on his forearm immediately transformed into the shape of a sword and shield. Seeing Riani stride purposefully from the room, the two women were also taken aback. "Cookie, look, you've woken Lord Riani," Agatha complained. "Both of you don't move, there are evil spirits behind you." Riani spoke calmly. Riani's words naturally startled the two women, and they also realized why Cookie had been barking at them. Evil spirits. At once, the two women looked towards Riani in horror. "Don't be afraid, it's a minor issue." Seeing Riani approaching, the two identical little boys behind the two women seemed to sense some kind of threat. They tilted their heads slightly and stared at Riani with eyes devoid of whites. Whoosh! Riani took a quick stride forward, bringing up a gust of wind. He circled around the women, and with the radiant longsword in his hand, he brought it down from above in a smooth, cleaving slash at one of the little boys. Zai! The little boy apparently did not expect Riani's movements to be so fast. With a sharp scream, he was cleaved in two by Riani. Seeing this, the other little boy's face contorted with a ferocious expression. He flailed his arms and rushed towards Riani, only to be forcefully smacked away by the radiant shield in Riani's hand. The same sharp scream was heard. However, the little boy that Riani had split in two quickly reassembled himself not far away. Riani frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. Even for a spiritual body, whether it's a vengeful spirit or an evil spirit, there should be a weakening effect upon being struck by glowstone. Yet, the strength of the spiritual body before him seemed undiminished. This moment, Jenny suddenly furrowed her brow, and her entire body slowly crouched down. Her face wore an expression of excruciating pain, and her spirit was extremely wilted and exhausted. Riani's eyes narrowed. Only then did he clearly see the extremely thin black line connecting the two eerie little boys with the two women. Given that it was night, even with his dark vision, he had only just noticed it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Riani had a guess. Most likely, this black line was like a spider's tubular mouthpart when feeding on its prey, drawing some sort of soul energy from the two women. Therefore, after causing harm to the little boy, the latter quickly recovered by drawing energy, leading to the inefficacy of the damage inflicted. Instantly, Riani infused a hint of the will's radiance into his longsword, causing it to emit a stronger white light. Riani aimed at the black line and slashed down with his sword. Zai! Indeed, the black line was severed. Immediately after, Riani cut the thin black line behind Agatha with another slash. This suddenly posed a serious threat to the two little boys. The two looked at each other and quickly came together. In almost an instant, they fused into one. At the same time, the strength of the spiritual body greatly intensified. If the aura of the opponent was about that of a level 3 wizard apprentice before, now it seemed they could compete with a fully fledged wizard. Quite interesting. Watching this unfold, Riani did not preemptively strike but watched the boy's fusion. This time, the little boy seemed to have grown about 1.5 times his size. Quite confident, the boy charged at Riani once again. Lord Riani's expression remained unchanged as the radiant longsword in his hand suddenly transformed into a warhammer. Facing the approaching little boy, he swung the hammer lightly. It was the top-secret technique, annihilating hammer. Upon contact, the fused little boy was as if struck by lightning. The entire transparent apparition melted away like snow upon meeting boiling water. This time, as Riani had speculated, after the black line broke, the two little boys did not revive again. No soul energy, Riani mused with slight confusion. He had used the hammer instead of the sword to slay the evil spirit, aiming to accumulate a portion of soul energy. However, the anticipated soul energy did not appear, which inevitably led him to contemplate. Could it be that both these were just avatars, not the real entity? Where did you two just go? Riani turned and asked. Agatha, with a face full of terror and still shaken, supported Jenny and said, Lord Riani. We just went to the painting exhibition by Master Franco Vancliffe. A painting exhibition? Riani's brow furrowed slightly. If the adversary truly possessed some avatar ability as he suspected, then in a place as crowded as a painting exhibition, there might already be more than one or two individuals affected. Riani felt that it was necessary to report this matter immediately to the district security officer. Yes, just in the affluent upper district of Minster City, inside a mansion owned by a rich merchant. Agatha nodded and replied. The recent battle had by now startled all the guards. Within the mansion, Matteo, go at once. Notify the patrolling night watchman to contact the security officer, Riani ordered. By your command, Lord Riani. What Riani did not know was that at almost the exact moment he had killed the two little boy spirits, hundreds of little boys, positioned at different locations, all turned to look in Riani's direction simultaneously. If one could overlook Minster City from the sky and mark the locations of these evil little boy spirits, it would become apparent. These spiritual bodies of the little boys had fanned out across the entire upper district like fireflies, even reaching into the noble and trade districts sporadically. In the shadows of a certain street in Minster, a figure in a black robe slightly raised an eyebrow and muttered softly. You've been discovered, have I? That was a rather quick reaction. However, the energy is also nearly fully accumulated. Then let's move the schedule up a bit, shall we? The figure in the black robe began to chant a spell, and the painting of the gaze of the eye in the gallery emitted a breath that set one's heart racing. Suddenly, little boys from all directions rushed over, and in an instant, hundreds of little boys swarmed together like moths to a flame. The very next second, these little boys began to merge with one another. The bodies of the little boys grew larger, and their presence grew stronger. They quickly surpassed the semi-legendary level and stepped into a realm extremely close to the legendary level. This intense fluctuation of energy immediately alarmed the patrols in Minster City, the Goddess Church, the Duke's Mansion, the Sword Bearer's Branch, and other strong entities from various departments. Meanwhile, Riani, who was in the front yard of his residence, suddenly looked up towards the direction of the gallery and said, Matteo, it looks like there's no need to send out a notice. I'm going out. Everyone stay inside. Rain hadn't ventured far from his family estate. The main reason he stepped out to investigate was because he considered the possibility that the two peculiar little boys he had just slain could be avatars of some malevolent spirit. If the adversary sought revenge, Rain didn't want his family to suffer collateral damage. Otherwise, his first choice would naturally be to prioritize the safety of his family. At the end of the day, this also reflected the insufficient depth of Rain's family resources. However, during the day, Viri had volunteered to become Rain's follower. If Viri were there to help protect the estate, Rain could be far less concerned. Meanwhile, within the grand and splendid prayer hall of the Minster Divine Temple, Archbishop Gomez furrowed his brow as he looked into the distance. After pondering for a moment, he turned to a knight beside him who carried a gleaming silver two-handed warhammer and said, This presence is ancient and malevolent. It's likely a certain spirit. The city guard and the night watchman will probably be unable to handle it. Brandel, you should go. As you command, Archbishop Gomez, responded the knight named Brandel, a punishment knight, who immediately bowed slightly and led a troop of temple knights out of the prayer hall. Being late at night, the prayer hall became less populated with Brandel's departure, leaving only a few temple knights on guard, but it wasn't long before. Suddenly, Archbishop Gomez turned around, fixing his gaze on a corner of the prayer hall, his brows knitted even tighter. Who's there? You truly have a keen sense, Archbishop, so sharp. However, this place really makes my skin crawl, utterly uncomfortable. Along with the deep voice that spoke, a shadowy figure also emerged. Who? 4 temple knights with looks of surprise and anger immediately drew their longswords and charged towards the shadow. But the next second, 4 giant hands made of black mist appeared out of nowhere, grabbing each knight as easily as if they were mere chicks. In an instant, the knights were suspended in mid-air, wrapped by the immense hands of black mist, their faces turned red as they struggled fiercely. I had wanted to have a longer chat with you, but I apologize, Your Excellency Archbishop, we are pressed for time. So I'll have to hastily accompany you to meet your goddess, the shadow mocked. At that moment, Archbishop Gomez glanced to his left only to see another person in a black robe appear. He was the one who had deployed the shadowy hands. Had Rain been at the scene, he would have recognized at first glance that this was Freeman of the cult of the Black Flame. The other naturally followed suit. Gentlemen, are you not taking the Church of the Goddess too lightly? With that, Archbishop Gomez chanted a brief incantation. Then lifting his finger, he shot out 4 pale blue beams of light in quick succession, immediately shattering the shadow hands that trapped the temple knights. But it wasn't over. Archbishop Gomez began chanting again. Blue light surged at his position, and he was enveloped in an egg-shaped energy shield. Second Order Divine Arts Blessing Shield. Quite bothersome indeed, Freeman remarked, exchanging a glance with Burgess as they both unleashed a wave of shadow blast at Archbishop Gomez. At once, 2 thick beams of black energy collided fiercely with the Archbishop's divine arts. Although Freeman and his companion was strong, defeating Archbishop Gomez, a man even more powerful than them, within the temple's prayer hall, was beyond their reach. Their combined efforts merely caused the blue shield around Archbishop Gomez to waver slightly before steadying once more. Suddenly, a black spiral column of light shot across the hall, concentrating on his battle with Freeman and Burgess, 2 high-ranking members of the cult of the Black Flame. Archbishop Gomez felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, his eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. A fist-sized hole had been pierced through the heart of his chest by some object. Then Exeter stepped forward with a smile, his demeanor calm, and said, "I apologize, Archbishop Gomez. The witchcraft you just used was..." The pale-faced Archbishop Gomez began. "Yes, it was the Third Order Shadow Art Shadow Light Cannon." Exeter nodded naturally. The ability to break through Second Order Divine Arts required an even higher order of power. Before advancing to a crystallization wizard, Exeter couldn't have possibly managed to assassinate Archbishop Gomez of the Church of the Goddess, even by a surprise attack. But becoming a crystallization wizard changed everything. His sneak attack using the Third Order solitary witchcraft had a lethal effect. Of course, the effect of the distraction by Freeman and his companion was indispensable. The next second, Archbishop Gomez's body began to decay, and dark energy quickly spread throughout him. His figure swayed, and he could no longer keep himself upright, falling down. "Master, your shadow light cannon is truly formidable," praised Burgess, coming forward with a timely smile. "All right, quickly destroy the defensive matrix. Let's get out of here," Exeter urged. After all, this is Minster, the provincial capital, which is not short of powerful individuals. The massive city of Minster, to defend against various enemies, had established multiple defense matrices, and the core of the matrix against malevolent energies was placed inside the Divine Temple. Days before, Exeter had already devised his plan. By using the evil spirit within the painting gaze of the eye to launch an attack, was bound to catch the attention of the Goddess Church. When the formation could no longer suppress it, the Goddess Church would inevitably dispatch its elite forces to handle it. And that was the best time for them to make their move. Now, everything was progressing according to his plan. Because once the core of the formation within the Goddess Church was destroyed, there was hardly any chance of repairing it in the short term. Then, Exeter's grand plan on the day of his official knighthood ceremony at Minster could be smoothly executed. Rain stood in the street, looking up. By now, he could clearly see the eerie little boy's apparition, hundreds of meters away, growing rapidly larger. At the same time, the originally transparent evil spirit body had become more solid, and the disturbing aura it emitted was growing stronger. At this moment, even those who weren't as perceptive as the wizard Rain, like ordinary night watchmen and city guards, could clearly see the figure's appearance. This could be seen from the faces filled with horror. In less than a minute, the height of the apparition reached around 5 meters. What was most discomforting was that, despite resembling a giant, it still maintained the form of a little boy, holding a female doll which was now about 3 meters tall. At this time, the little boy apparition, seemingly impressed by Rain's killing of its two clones, looked at Rain. It slowly turned around and looked at Rain. A massive pressure fell on Rain as the dark eyes of the apparition stared at him. Instantly, despite the distance of several hundred meters, Rain still felt an invisible, oppressive force rushing towards him. As a sliver of Rain's will focused, the radiant longsword in his hand glowed brightly. With a gentle swing, it seemed as if a bubble had been popped, and some invisible force was cleaved in two. Pressure suddenly disappeared. This further infuriated the gigantic evil spirit, and it closed the distance with strides of 4 to 5 meters each, quickly moving towards Rain. At this moment, the people awakened by the powerful and terrifying presence opened their windows to look outside, and began screaming in horror upon seeing the huge, eerie little boy apparition. Monster, monster! As the evil spirit noticed these terrified ordinary people, it took a deep breath. The previously terrified people suddenly fainted. The next second, translucent apparitions emerged from the collapsed bodies, and then, the soul-like apparitions was sucked toward the gaping mouth of the little boy like water being drawn by a dragon. Slurp, slurp, just like slurping noodles, they were all devoured by the little boy apparition. Disperse! Brandel had already arrived with a squad of temple knights, his face showing anger upon seeing this scene. He unsheathed the silver-white warhammer from his back and dashed towards the little boy evil spirit. Hammer of punishment. His silver-white warhammer immediately emitted a deep blue light, and a several meters long giant hammer shadow flew directly from the warhammer, slamming into the gigantic evil spirit. But the little boy evil spirit quickly used the female doll in its hand to block the strike. Although the female doll's apparition dimmed significantly after taking the hit, the next second, an invisible shockwave burst forth from the apparition's mouth. Within 100 meters, ordinary people fell unconscious. Even the elite night watchmen and city guards were no exception. Many nearby formal knights and wizard apprentices also covered their ears, their expressions showing immense pain. Banshees howl. Brandel frowned. Brandel silently muttered something. From the top of the goddess temple, several hundred meters away, suddenly a blue beam as thick as a water bucket shot down, pouring directly onto Brandel's two-handed warhammer, making the hammer shadow grow more than 3 times in size. The massive warhammer shadow immediately struck the central body of the gigantic evil spirit, creating a large hole in the chest of the evil spirit due to the heavy blow. Suddenly, starting from Brandel as the center, light blue lights began emanating from the ground within a diameter of dozens of meters. As the gigantic evil spirit touched it, the parts of the body that made contact showed burn-like marks and emitted a sizzling sound like sulfuric acid corrosion. The various normal-sized little boy clones that rushed from all directions, as soon as they stepped into this area, melted rapidly like candles. At this time, many great knights and wizards had arrived from different directions, from the Sword-Bearer's branch, from Duke Mingster's mansion, and also from administrative departments. The crowd gradually surrounded the gigantic evil spirit. This made the struggling gigantic evil spirit seemingly give up the idea of continuing the fight, turned its head, and charged towards Rain quickly, apparently planning to kill Rain before escaping, perhaps to delay its detection. Be careful, dodge quickly. Brandel, not recognizing Rain and seeing that he was dressed like a great knight, shouted loudly. As the metal morphing spell activated, the item in Rain's hand began to enlarge. His hardened essence gold and magic silver quickly formed a warhammer, which was then covered with gleaming stone. In an instant, a massive two-handed warhammer appeared in Rain's hands. Annihilating hammer. Rain leapt high, making a sudden rush, and swung the massive warhammer down from above, smashing it onto the similarly gigantic spirit of the little boy. The next second, time seemed to freeze. The crowd turned to look in unison. They saw the nearly 5-meter-tall giant spirit crumble like weathered rock, turning into grains of sand drifting away with the wind. Such power! Even Brandel was amazed. When did Mingster get such a strong hammer user? Just as he was about to step forward for a chat, a Templar knight quickly reported, "Lord Brandel, the source of the evil spirit seems to be at the art exhibition." This caused Brandel to temporarily abandon the idea of chatting with Rain, nodded to Rain, and quickly followed the Templar knight and left. If the source of the evil spirit wasn't dealt with, the outbreak could happen again. Brandel, I seem to have heard this name. At that moment, Rain's face showed realization. He remembered that Archbishop Meistershin had given him a letter of recommendation, which mentioned contacting the hammer skill master of the goddess church, named Brandel. It seems he is a rare punishment knight. His combat strength is very strong, especially against such spirits very targeted. Rain didn't think of going to the art exhibition. But after a short stay, he headed back to the mansion to ensure his family's safety first. At this time, Rain glanced at the system prompt. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy and acquired 4 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will hidden attribute has been enhanced. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard legendary profession level has increased. The already close to upgrading Warhammer Wizard legendary profession level this time rose another level, reaching LV7, 1421/5000, and he gained 1 more skill point and attribute point each. Adding to his remaining points, Rain now had 6 remaining attribute points, a total of 6 skill points. 9 golden skill points. Will has increased by another point. This is an unexpected joy. Just now, Rain had a faint realization towards the kind of force field from the evil spirit. He hadn't expected that so quickly his will, a hidden attribute, would reach 3 points. Meeting the requirement for the basic annihilation field, which required a will attribute of 3 points. The following morning, upon waking up and looking out the second-story window, Rain saw that the number of street security officers and city guards had increased several-fold compared to before. Although he was puzzled, as things were handled very quickly last night, and calming the injured commoner should have sufficed. After all, so many people patrolling would only make the public anxious. Rain shook his head. Perhaps it was Duke Mingster's fury. After all, at least 100 people had died or been injured last night, not to mention those possessed by the evil spirit in the early morning, with no telling how many could survive. After breakfast, Rain said goodbye to his family and returned to the nearby sword-bearer's branch. After tidying up the items in his dormitory a bit, Rain, carrying the blue and white warhammer, planned to set off for the goddess church. He intended to let the church examine the weapon. After all, having a weapon with a specific origin would make it easier to track down the history of the ancient hero Mong. At the same time, Rain also wanted to know if there was a way for him to use the warhammer comfortably. Currently it was still the same. Rain held the warhammer in his hand, and the warhammer, as if having a will of its own, clearly conveyed a feeling of rejection, utterly unyielding to his control. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, an urgent knock sounded. Who would come to find him so early? Viri. Rain opened the door and found, to his astonishment, Olna, the second Secretary of Affairs, but she should have just started her workday. Lady Olna, this early. Please come in, what happened? Seeing the serious look on Olna's face, Rain knew something must have occurred. Could it be a follow-up to last night's evil spirit incident? Yes, Lord Rain, Archbishop Gomez has been assassinated. As soon as Olna entered, her first words made Rain freeze. When did it happen? Rain's expression darkened. He had planned to go to the church now and ask Archbishop Gomez to judge whether the mark on his body could be removed smoothly. But in just 1 day's time, he heard the news of his death. This cast a cloud over Rain's heart. It happened last night, during the giant evil spirit event. Archbishop Gomez was probably assassinated around that time. Who did it? Have you investigated? Rain asked. From the traces left behind, the culprit seems to be a legendary shadow-class powerhouse. Third-level crystallization wizard. But even if it's a legendary powerhouse, Archbishop Gomez shouldn't have been killed by the other party so easily, right? Rain couldn't help but wonder. He had some understanding of the strength of a goddess church archbishop overseeing the affairs of a province. It was said that, although Archbishop Gomez had not yet entered the legendary rank, he had been at the threshold of becoming legendary for many years. Moreover, the assassination took place within the temple. Logically, even a legendary powerhouse should not benefit from such an attack. It seems the culprit was not alone. At least 3 different footprints were found at the scene in the prayer hall after the incident. The residual aura confirmed this, Olna explained. 3 against 1? Rain nodded. So that's how it was. That made much more sense. The enemy timed their moves so well. Could it be that the evil spirit in the gallery was also their doing? Rain suddenly thought of something and looked up at Olna to ask. Lord Rain, you are truly wise. Indeed, that is the case. Judging from the residual aura, it can almost be determined to be the work of the Black Flame cult, the capable matron Olna said with admiration as she looked at Rain. By the way, this time the enemy not only assassinated Archbishop Gomez, but they also destroyed the core of Mingster's defensive formation. Are you referring to the formation that combines detection of evil and exorcism among its many functions? Rain asked. Yes, Lord Rain. This gave Rain an uneasy premonition. Yesterday he had seen very clearly, with the formation's enhancement, the combat power of the Punishment Knights increased by at least 50% when fighting with the evil spirit. Moreover, the formation also restricted the evil spirits from intruding into the nobles' district and the administrative district. Now that the formation was destroyed, it meant that whether it was the nobles' district, the church district, or the administrative district, their defensive power was greatly reduced, just like that of the upper city district and the commoners' district. The primary purpose of my visit is to relay a message from Admiral Edward that he will request the help of the Imperial Guardians to remove the mark. On you, however, this may take some time, and most likely, you will need to take a trip to the Imperial City. Very well, Lady Olna, please tell Admiral Edward I am thankful that he still remembers my issues amidst his busy schedule. Rain nodded. After Olna left, Rain put the blue and white warhammer back in the cabinet, and with his arms crossed, began to ponder in his room. Is this Black Flame cult trying to make a statement after their failed operation in Meister County? No, it shouldn't be just that. Because if they purely wanted to make a statement, they would have come after me for revenge, not choose to assassinate a high priestess of the goddess church. Such behavior seems to have some special purpose. This made Rain feel a sinking feeling in his heart. Mingster, as the provincial capital, isn't safe either. I really wonder what the higher-ups in the Empire are thinking. With someone as powerful as Prince Mania, the Dragon Knight, these cults should be easy to eradicate, right? Why let them cause trouble? It seems I need to accelerate some matters. Rain shook his head slightly. I need to ensure my own and my family's safety. In this case, having Viri, Angus, and Nioro join the team seems to be a good thing. They should be able to help with some of the things I am powerless to handle on my own. Half an hour later, in Rain's room, Rain brewed a cup of Jatan red tea for Nioro and placed it on the coffee table. Nioro, I need your help with something. You've been in Mingster for many years. Do you know where I can find an inscription master? If you're acquainted with one, could you introduce me? Rain said straightforwardly. Nioro looked at Rain with an odd expression and said, Lord Rain, are you looking to learn inscription? Or do you have some inscription-related items that need authentication or creation? I want to learn inscription. If it's just basic learning, maybe I can help, Nioro offered with a slight smile. Oh, Nioro, you know inscription? Rain was slightly surprised. Yes, I'm a mid-level inscription master. Lord Rain, you may not be aware, but one of the basics of scroll making is mastering a certain skill in inscription, Nioro said with a smile. That's great, can you teach me now? Now, right now. Nioro was startled at first, but the next second he laughed heartily. Of course I can. I think I understand now why your strength is so profound, Lord Rain. Act on your thoughts immediately, never procrastinate, that's a really good habit. In the face of Nioro's praise, Rain simply smiled and offered no explanation. Nioro pulled out a journal and explained, this is a pattern for a basic defensive inscription, which is also the first inscription most wizard apprentices learn when they come into contact with inscriptions. Rieni looked at it and nodded. Basic inscription, huh? Its complexity was about on par with that of secret silver-engraved plate armor, but he could discern that the two inscriptions were not the same. It seemed that the inscription on the secret silver-engraved plate armor must also be some kind of basic inscription, not too difficult. Lord Rieni, I wonder if you have ever learned the drawing of wizard arrays. Wizard arrays? I have learned a bit, yes. They require a specially made ink for the drawing, Rieni said after thinking for a moment and nodding. He remembered the days he spent learning wizard arrays with the twin-tailed girl Vinica. That's great. In fact, learning inscriptions and drawing wizard arrays have many similarities. For example, both require drawing one with specially made ink and the other with engraving by spiritual power. There's also the concept of nodes. About half an hour into Nioro's explanation, Rieni's eyebrows lifted slightly as a system. Notification chimed. You have engaged in the study of inscriptions, and your insight has improved. You have comprehended a new skill basic defensive inscription. Your skill basic defensive inscription has been enhanced. Experience +1 just as Rieni thought that was it. The system notification surprisingly chimed again. Ding. It is detected that the host has been in contact with inscriptions, triggering the change of profession Great Armor Forger, Transcendent. The preconditions for an Armor Forger to advance to Great Armor Forger are 1. Armor Forger level 5 or above, 2. Strength 15 points or more, Constitution 15 points, and Spirit 18 points or more, 3. Independently forged any 10 qualifying inscribed plate armor components, 4. Possession of inscription-related knowledge, current conditions not met. Advancement to Great Armor Forger failed. Rieni was taken aback for a moment, but his expression quickly returned to normal. Indeed, he had surmised from the secret silver-engraved plate armor that the progression of an armor forger was likely related to inscriptions. This surmise was now confirmed. Only Rieni had not expected the subsequent class change to come so quickly. Great Armor Forger. Additionally, although it was just one word Great added, Great Armor Forger was a transcendent profession. Not being able to change classes at present was merely because he had not fulfilled the third precondition, forging 10 inscription components. That is to say, as soon as he forged the secret silver-engraved plate armor, he could change his class to Great Armor Forger, Transcendent, at any time Mingster. Inside the VIP suite of the Yixen auction house, after waiting for 2 days, Drac finally received the reply from his brother Marquis Orens. Just a cursory glance at it was enough to shock him. The letter read, "Plans have changed. A major event is about to unfold in the Empire. The Bloodtop Mercenary Corps is en route. According to the Grand Diviner Eugenie Rybro, the ancient giant troll's fang indeed no longer exists. However, the divination also shows that Rieni seems to have used the ancient giant troll's fang on himself in some way, which makes the blood of his heart have effects similar to the ancient giant troll's essence blood." Afternoon. Olna had found Rieni again. This inevitably made Rieni somewhat puzzled. He felt that she did not seem like the second undersecretary of the mission hall, but more like his personal secretary, seeking him out several times a day. "Lord Rieni, this morning, I suddenly remembered, why are you still in the newcomer building?" So, I immediately contacted the logistics department, only to discover that the news of your designation as Diamond Star had not yet been passed down. Olna narrated with a smile, interspersed with a touch of attentiveness, making it hard not to feel a liking towards her. "It's already arranged now. According to your Diamond Star treatment. The new suite is located across from the training building near the training field, and it's the best suite in the branch." "Suite? Yes, Lord Rieni. It includes a bedroom, a living room, and even an indoor training room fully equipped." Rieni nodded. He had not expected that the treatment for a Diamond Star sword bearer was this good. "Would you like to move there now?" Rieni thought briefly and nodded, saying, "All right, then I must trouble you, Lady Olna." The mention of a training room had particularly intrigued Rieni. After all, some of his moves were not suitable for execution in a public training facility. Furthermore, as the captain of a sword-bearer's squad, calling the members for a small gathering or a meeting in his current accommodation in the newcomer building was quite cramped. Upon seeing Rieni agreeing, Olna gestured and 2 tall guards came down the hallway to help with moving. In fact, Rieni had not much to move, except for a cabinet full of trophy weapons. Guided by Olna, several of them walked towards the training field. "By the way, Lord Rieni, don't forget about the knighthood ceremony happening this Sunday at the Mingster Administrative Building. At this rate, if it were held a few months later, you might not just become a viscount but an earl," Olna said with a laugh. "Thank you, Lady Olna, for your overly kind words," Rieni said with a smile, not saying much else. "This Sunday, that still leaves 6 days." Suddenly, a sound of something heavy falling came from behind. Thud! A guard, flushed and flushed, was again lifting up a blue and white 2-handed warhammer, huffing. Rieni was dumbfounded, smiled, and walked over, picking up the warhammer with one hand. "You just help with the other weapons," Rieni casually said. "Yes, thank you, Lord Rieni." The guard looked at Rieni gratefully, and his astonishment was apparent. This several hundred-pound warhammer was as light as feather in the hands of Lord Rieni. It was then he understood why the young Lord Rieni was designated as a Diamond Star sword bearer. When Rieni entered the 3rd-floor Diamond Star suite, he couldn't help but be immensely impressed by the accommodation conditions prepared by the sword bearer's branch for a Diamond Star captain. Indeed, as Olna had said, there was a kitchen, a living room, a bedroom, and a training room, all fully furnished, and there was even a dedicated service team in the hallway, responsible for some household service tasks. However, they would only come in when the room's owner rang the bell. Riani naturally first checked out the training room. Spacious and bright, with a clear view front to back. Inside were training dummies, target archery, all sorts of weapons readily available. The floor was also specially reinforced. Overall, it was not much different from the training room in Earl Hab's mansion. Satisfied, Riani nodded approvingly. Several hours later, in Riani's new private training room. Riani stood casually in the center of the spacious area, surrounded by 3 dark kite shields, while opposite him stood Viri, holding a dual-handed greatsword, his expression serious. Next second, Viri pushed off his tiptoes, moving rapidly around Riani non-stop, looking for an opening. Good opportunity. The gap between 2 shields is a bit wide. Viri narrowed his eyes, his hand movement swift and direct, landing across slash. Clang clang. Unfortunately, all in vain. The 2 swift and peerless slashes were entirely blocked by the kite shields. This left Viri feeling slightly disheartened. He had felt like Riani was full of openings, and the gap between the 2 kite shields seemed large enough, a perfect opportunity for his dual-handed greatsword to strike. But as his greatsword came down, the encircling speed of the kite shield suddenly increased, perfectly intercepting the path of his slash. This Viri had tried several times. Whether circling to Riani's backside or even a frontal assault, none had any effect. It was practically an impregnable barrier, utterly despairing, while Riani, with arms crossed, occasionally pointed out problems in Viri's swordsmanship. With his proficiency in Arcadian swordsmanship beyond level 16 mentoring, Viri on the dual-handed greatsword was straightforward. Viri being his only follower at present, Riani combined enhancing his proficiency in the metal barrier, with pointing out minor issues in Viri's dual-handed greatsword, effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, the red-haired beauty Evelyn, Nikoro, and Angus whispered among themselves on the side. Captain Riani's witchcraft metal barrier defensive power is too strong. I reckon I wouldn't stand a chance either. Angus pondered after a while, shaking his head as he watched. He specialized in sword and shield, and although stronger than Viri, his attack power was merely comparable to Viri's. After all, Viri wielded a dual-handed greatsword, which naturally had stronger attack power than a one-handed sword. Nioro, do you understand the metal barrier witchcraft? It's a bit too powerful. Angus turned his head and asked. Indeed, its power is extraordinary. It feels much stronger than the usual elemental defensive witchcraft. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Nioro also frowned in contemplation. If it's not due to an extremely high elemental affinity, then there's only one explanation. What explanation? Angus immediately looked towards Nioro. Upon hearing this, Evelyn couldn't help but curiously look over with her beautiful eyes. It might have to do with the metal Lord Riani is using, Nioro said with an enlightened expression. I don't know if you've noticed, but that dark-hardened fine gold kite shield Lord Riani is using is made from a special metal that has very high hardness and toughness. Even a peak knight would find it a bit difficult to break through, Nioro added, believing he had hit the nail on the head. However, he soon had a wry smile on his face, because he immediately remembered something. The Lord Riani, standing in the center of the training field, defending himself as sturdy as a fortress, actually specialized in offense. Nioro, if you were to cast a spell attack, could you break through Lord Riani's metal barrier? Angus asked. Difficult? Did you see that dark silver metal on Lord Riani's forearm? Yes, what is it? Angus's face showed thoughtfulness. He seemed to have some impression of it. If I'm not mistaken, that should be magic silver, a metal with very high resistance to elemental energies of all kinds. That is to say, if Lord Riani has to face a wizard, he would likely use magic silver for resistance, Nioro said with crossed arms. SSS magic silver, but how many merit points would such a large piece cost? Angus, having previously served in the army, naturally was aware of and had seen magic silver before. Yet most of the time, magic silver was used as a special coating, applied in only a thin layer. He had never seen such a large piece, thickly covering someone's forearm like on reins. Moreover, how many merit points would be needed to exchange for it? At this point, the clear glint in Evelyn's beautiful eyes was unmistakable. Angus, don't forget, Captain Riani completed 1 diamond-ranked mission in addition to 4 gold-ranked missions. Do you think he would lack merit points? When Nioro said this, he didn't forget to glance at the red-haired beauty Evelyn. In fact, there was something he hadn't said out loud. He gave away 3 silver-rated medals and 2,000 merit points as a mere gift. It's probable that their captain had at least tens of thousands of merit points. Exchanging for some magic silver should be nothing. Originally, they also didn't know that Riani had completed a diamond-ranked mission. It was not until just now, when Riani invited them to exchange training lessons, that they discovered they were in a Diamond Star treatment suite. This was located inside a 3-story building next to the training field. The entire third floor, covering more than 8,000 square feet, only had less than 20 suites, which was where the Sword Holder Mingster branch arranged accommodations for diamond-starred captains. Each suite had a small training room, bedroom, dining room, living room, and so on, fully equipped. In addition, there was a dedicated domestic service team in the corridor, available to be summoned 24/7 at the press of a button. When they arrived just now, they were simply astounded. In comparison, their newcomer's dormitory was completely squalid. "Angus, it's your turn." Leaning on his dual-handed greatsword, Viri was already huffing and puffing, yet he hadn't even touched Rain's sleeve. In high-speed, full-power combat, even a great knight would deplete most of his strength in about 10 minutes and need to rest and adjust. "All right." Angus stepped forward excitedly, banging his sword and shield together twice. Previously, Angus didn't know, until his chat just now, that Riani could also offer many suggestions on the combination and connection of sword and shield techniques. This greatly surprised him, because Angus had always thought that Riani specialized in two-handed warhammers and greatswords. He had never imagined that the latter would also be versed in sword and shield techniques. No, versed was not the right word. It should be mastered. Riani's mastery of sword and shield techniques could very well be no less than his own. About 10 minutes later, Angus, wielding his sword and shield, was also huffing and puffing, sweating profusely. And Nioro, tightening his grip on his short staff, stepped forward. Seeing Nioro, Riani smiled slightly and slowly used his innate wizardry metal morphing spell. He retracted the hardened fine gold kite shield originally on 3 sides and covered both knight gauntlets and forearms with it. The magic silver originally on the forearms was transformed into a dark silver-colored kite shield. Of course, he deliberately took about 10 seconds to do this process. It wasn't that Riani was intentionally being secretive. It was just too cumbersome to explain. He thought, when the level of metal barrier improved and the speed of the spell casting increased. Significantly, he would be able to trick others with a fake, making it difficult for them to distinguish which was the innate wizardry. Seeing this, Nioro couldn't help but show a wry smile, saying, "Captain Riani, you're really targeting me, aren't you?" This comment made the red-haired beauty Evelyn next to them chuckle, her body trembling with laughter for a moment. And Angus and Viri both burst into laughter. After exchanging ends with Nioro, Rain, who had been fighting against the trio in a drawn-out battle, retracted the witchcraft metal barrier, taking a temporary rest. He glanced at the Warhammer Wizard, legendary occupation panel, and with the strong cooperation of the newly joined team members such as Nioro, his witchcraft metal barrier had reached LV2, 218/300. The progress was very gratifying. Considering the current turbulent situation, Rain initially planned to raise it to LV3, before directly accelerating its enhancement with skill points to rapidly build combat strength. The group sat around the coffee table to rest. The servants in the hallway respectfully poured tea and laid out refreshments before quickly leaving the room. "Tusk, Lord Riani, your treatment as a star-ranked team captain is truly exceptional," Angus said with envy. Rain smiled slightly and asked, "Did you hear about what happened last night?" "Lord Riani, are you referring to the demonic spirit attack that occurred last night?" Nioro asked, raising an eyebrow. So it was a demonic spirit attack last night? Viri and Angus looked at each other, their faces showing sudden realization. Evelyn's beautiful eyes were fixed on Rain, as if waiting for the rest of his story. Rain cast a look at the group. It seemed that, as a noble scion from Mingster itself, Nioro was quite informed. It wasn't that Viri and Angus lacked sharp senses. By the time they perceived something amiss, the battle had already ended. Yesterday's fight had lasted less than 2 minutes before it concluded. Not just the demonic spirit attack, there's another matter. Archbishop Gomez was assassinated. Rain dropped a bombshell. What? The group's faces all changed. Everyone present was either a noble heir or from a military background, so they naturally understood the status and power represented by an archbishop of the goddess's church. Such a prominent figure's assassination spoke volumes. "Without words, please keep this matter confidential for now." The main reason I'm telling you this is that if your families haven't yet moved to Mingster, it might be time to hurry, Rain said with a serious expression. The Empire's situation may be more turbulent than we imagine, Rain said earnestly, looking at them. Now that they were all teammates in the same squad, Rain saw fit to share this news with them in a timely manner. My family has already moved some people over, but my father, being a nobility of the fief, must not leave Rossby County, Evelyn nodded. It's just me from my family, Viri shrugged. Looking at Rain. Just you? Yes, my mother passed away early and my father was once an imperial colonel. He fell in battle during a crackdown on feral beasts, Viri said with a touch of melancholy. Viri, if you don't mind, you can move into my residence, Rain offered. Can I really? Viri's face brightened with joy, yet there was a hint of hesitation. Of course, Rain nodded. Rain had been considering this already. His family's foundation was a bit thin, and aside from himself, there wasn't much formidable strength to wield. Now, with Viri as a follower, the situation had improved considerably. I'll contact my family immediately. My home is in Cantor County, similar to Evelyn's situation. My father, as a fief nobility, can't leave, but the others can, Angus nodded. Lord Riani, have you heard about the recent happenings up there? Nioro suddenly remembered something and pointed upward, speaking with a hint of mystery. The Imperial City? Rain raised an eyebrow. Yes, I heard that for some reason, top fighters from various provinces have been called to the Imperial City, Nioro whispered. He had come across this piece of information by chance when he overheard his Marquis father. It was supposed to be a top-secret matter of the Empire. Are you certain? Including Mingster, positive Mingster as well, Nioro nodded. Rain began to understand. Something important must be happening in the Imperial City, drawing in the Empire's top combat forces. But what could it be that involved the Empire's high-end forces over the long term? This puzzled him for a moment. However, the information seemed reliable. Evelyn had told him yesterday that Nioro was the second son of one of Mingster's 5 major marquises, Marquis Winger. As the son of a marquis, his sources of information were naturally quick and extensive. After the others had left, Rain began studying inscription. With Nioro's tutoring, Rain had basically mastered the junior defense inscription. Because his innate wizardry was the metal morphing spell, he found engraving inscriptions on plate armor much easier than others. Even without using skill points, his efficiency outstripped that of others by dozens of times. Rain's engraving tool moved over the plate armor, as effortless as if he were carving into a candle, smooth and fluid. The metal particles seemed to spontaneously disperse under his will. Moreover, Rain had experimented a little, and found that knights' breastplates inscribed with the junior defense inscription had about a 10% increase in defensive ability compared to those without inscriptions. Don't underestimate that 10%, it included defense against elemental energies as well. In other words, the effect of the junior defense inscription was all-encompassing. On the other hand, Rain also discovered that the inscriptions on the secret silver-engraved plate armor were actually called Junior Energy Inscription, an inscription that can enhance the energy conduction, efficiency of all elements. Now he was planning to begin the attempt to create the mithril-engraved plate armor. Due to the uniqueness of Rain's innate wizardry, he did not need to visit the blacksmith to carry out this matter. Dong dong dong, the sound of knocking echoed. Opening the door, Rain saw Olna appear once again. Lord Riani, the investigation into the incident with the evil spirit last time is clear. Olna started. According to the ancient texts of the Goddess Church, this evil spirit likely originated from a cursed item, a painting named Gaze of the Eye. By the time people arrived, one painting was missing from the gallery. It must have been this Gaze of the Eye. Rain looked at Olna's serious face and asked, "The painting hasn't been found?" "Yes, and the trouble doesn't end there," replied the efficient Olna with a nod. According to the records of the Goddess Church, after Gaze of the Eye absorbs enough soul energy, it has the power to summon other evil spirits. Rain's eyebrows lifted as he said, "So the evil spirit that day was not at its strongest." "That is correct, Lord Riani," Olna confirmed with a nod. Hearing Olna's words, Rain nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, on the airship platform of the Mingster Administrative District, as an airship from the Imperial City docked soon, a trio disembarked. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a gray robe, holding a fiery red staff, his presence profound. To his left was an extremely stocky man, over 2 meters tall, carrying a large shield on his back. On the right was an enchanting woman, wearing some purple eyeshadow with a prominent scorpion tattoo on her forehead and a figure that was curvaceous. "Finally, you have arrived," Lord Asimov greeted Drac, who had been waiting nearby, and Fabian joined him, welcoming warmly. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting, Lord Drac." After exchanging pleasantries, the group surrounded by several set off in luxurious carriages toward the Minster branch of Yaxen Auction House. Inside the second-floor reception room of the auction house, Drac and the three from Bloodtop Mercenary Corps were discussing something. "By the way, has anything significant happened in the Imperial City?" Drac recalled the content of a letter from his brother, Marquis Olens, and couldn't help but ask. Asimov glanced around, then shook his head. "We only know that it involves the aristocracy of the Empire, but the specifics are unclear. Over the past few days, top warriors from various provinces and special departments have been summoned to the Imperial City. It seems they are preparing for some kind of risk. Or rather, trouble. Let's not talk about that. By the way, Lord Drac, tell us about Rain." Grant and Elihu both died at his hand. Grant and Elihu were not descendants from bloodline families, but they were talented and key members of the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps, previously tasked with crowd control, attack, scouting, and assassination. "By the way, I noticed the patrols on the street are quite dense. Has Minster always been this serious about security?" asked the seductive voice of the Scorpion woman. "That's not quite the case. It's just that a special event occurred recently. Minster's Archbishop of the Goddess Church was assassinated, so the patrol forces have been reinforced several-fold," Drac explained briefly. "I see, that does make it difficult to act," nodded the Scorpion woman. "No, that might not necessarily be a bad thing. If we cause casualties when we make our move, we could easily pin it on the Black Flame cult," mused Asimov after a moment's thought. "That's true, but the tricky part of this mission is to obtain the target's heart's blood, which needs to be extracted while they are still alive for the best effect," laughed the Scorpion woman. "Yes, I suspect it's going to be quite difficult, after all. I defeated Grant with just 3 moves, clearly a formidable adversary. Maybe for you and me, but not for our captain," the seductive Scorpion woman complimented Captain Asimov subtly. Asimov smiled and said, "Scorpion woman, Iron Man is right. Our opponent has consecutively killed both Grant and Elihu. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Additionally, is this all the information that the branch has gathered, just about the opponent before they joined the Sword Bearers and the situation during the battle with Grant?" Asimov turned his head toward Drac, his expression carrying a slight displeasure. "Is there any intelligence on the fight between Elihu and this Rain?" Drac didn't know how to respond to this question, so he called for Viscount Fabian. The intelligence capabilities of the Minster branch are limited, and moreover, the battle involving Elihu took place in Meister. It was said to have happened in a room with only Rain and Elihu present, so we have no way of knowing the specifics of the combat," Viscount Fabian said, shaking his head. "Does this Rain have any family? Is coercion of any use? He looks very young. His experience in handling affairs should be insufficient," Scorpion woman asked. "Not a good idea. Even if he has family, would you give in easily if you were in his shoes?" The towering, muscular man known as Iron Man retorted. "That's not necessarily true. What if the other party is someone who values family?" Scorpion woman, seeing Iron Man refute her, was not angry but instead looked delighted and giggled. "Then the opponent will even more likely keep themselves useful for seeking vengeance against us later on," Iron Man said, his face suddenly stern as if he had recalled something, and subtly straightened his posture. A somber aura began to pervade the area. "Boring tusk." Scorpion woman's expression changed as she realized she had unwittingly touched upon some painful memory of Iron Man's. He was starting to get serious. Continuing the conversation would likely lead to a confrontation, so she chose to remain silent. "The opponent has been staying at the Sword Bearers branch in Minster for a long time. We can't possibly strike there, which means we can only start from his mansion. The problem is, the patrols on the streets of Minster are currently very frequent." "Right, Viscount Fabian, how long is the state of heightened alert expected to last?" "It's estimated to continue for at least another week." Fabian recalled his understanding of the situation and replied. "A week? We don't have that much time to waste here. I still need to go back to the Imperial City to get my nails done." Scorpion woman raised her tone involuntarily as she elegantly flicked her beautifully patterned nails and spoke discontentedly. Iron Man carefully examined the map. calculating the distance between Rain's mansion and the sword-bearer's branch, and said in a deep voice, "If we directly attack his mansion, we will have at most 3 minutes before we need to retreat, and that's considering we take out 2 patrol parties on the streets. The opponent is clever, the location of his residence. Its linear distance from the sword-bearer's branch is roughly 850 meters, with a path distance of about 1,200 meters. No, we don't have 3 minutes, don't forget. This is the provincial capital after all. There are Griffin Knights patrolling the sky." Asimov shook his head and said, "If it's a strong assault, we'll have to retreat within 2 minutes. If it's 2 minutes, then the chances of capturing him alive are not great. We can only hope that he's a bit stronger, so he doesn't die too quickly under the lava fist of the captain." Giggle, Scorpion Woman, seemed amused by some thought and laughed again. "Then it's settled, Scorpion Woman. You assign someone to tail and investigate. Once he returns to his mansion from the sword-bearer's branch, we will make our move," Asimov said, checking the intelligence in his hands again before coming to a decision. "So, we won't wait for the information from the sword-bearers. I've already contacted someone to help investigate." Drac hesitated for a moment but still asked. Because he had met Rain. He always felt that overly young man gave off an inscrutable feeling. With eyes as calm as a deep pool, without any reliance, ordinary people wouldn't be so composed upon seeing him. Giggle, Lord Drac, with the captain personally involved, does it make a difference whether the opponent is a silver-ranked sword-bearer or a gold-ranked one? Scorpion Woman was clearly disdainful of Drac's suggestion. However, knowing that the other party was the brother of Marquis Orance, her tone was not so obvious. "We'll wait one day. If there's no news by tomorrow, we might act at any moment. Lord Drac, we'll also trouble you to book us a return airship for the 3 of us," Asimov said with a smile. Meanwhile, that very night, with Viri's cooperation, Rain upgraded the witchcraft metal barrier to LV3 and reduced the casting time to 2 seconds. Since it was late, Rain instructed his guard to send a message home, and then settled down to rest in his new residence. The following morning, while Rain was eating his breakfast, suddenly 2 system notifications arrived unannounced. "Congratulations, your Constitution attribute has increased. Congratulations, your Agility attribute has increased." It seems the effects of previously integrating the breathing technique have started to gradually manifest. Rain glanced at his attribute panel. Constitution, 46 Strength, 46 Agility, 46 Spirit, 55 Will. Hidden attribute 3. Strength, Constitution, Agility all at 46 now, but still far short of the requirements for Annihilation Field. However, I'm currently in the period where the effects of my breathing technique are improving. This growth should continue for a while. In addition, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but after my will seemed to have increased a bit, the influence of the evil flame mark on me appeared to have lessened slightly. Could it be, after my will has increased, I can actively erode this evil flame mark? Or is it just that the influence of the evil flame mark has decreased? Suddenly, Riani thought of something else. It seems there has been no movement from Yixin auction house so far. Could it be some complication has arisen? Thinking this, Riani frowned slightly. After all, 2 days had already passed. If the other party was sincere, it shouldn't be in this state. It seems I need to find someone to make some inquiries. Half an hour later, Nioro arrived in Riani's room. "Captain, did you call for me?" "Yes, Nioro. Do you know anyone at the Mingster branch of Yixin auction house?" Riani put down the mithril shoulder armor he was working on, gesturing for Nioro to take a seat. "Oh, Captain, are you looking to buy something or attend an internal auction?" Nioro asked with a smile. "Neither. I want to find out about their movements." Riani shook his head. Movements are you?" Nioro's expression became serious. "There was a misunderstanding before, but a man named Drac, who seems to have come from the Imperial City, represented the Marquis Orance family from there and had a discussion with me." After thinking it over, Riani briefed Nioro on the situation. "Now 2 days have passed, but there's been absolutely no movement from their side, and I have an uneasy feeling about it." "Captain, I understand what you mean. This shouldn't be difficult to handle. I'll have someone contact the internal staff of the auction house. If there's any unusual activity, it should be detectable." Nioro quickly agreed. However, although Nioro's expression was calm, his heart was experiencing waves of turmoil. His captain's strength was indeed formidable, and he possessed exceptional talent. But the power of Yixin auction house was among the top in the entire empire. Could it be the stronger one is, the more trouble they attract? Even though it seems that the Orentz Marquis family is just a shareholder in Yaxen Auction House, for any family beneath the Marquis level, that's still a colossal body. Yet, oddly enough, Nioro always felt that his captain could handle them. Perhaps it was Riani's calm demeanor. Or maybe it was the impression Riani's strength had left on him. Previously, he had great faith in Riani's ability and prospects for the future, which was why, despite being a descendant of a Marquis, he chose to join Riani's team. To Riani's surprise, Nioro, the local snake, proved to be very efficient in his work. Merely half a day later, he had gathered the required information and returned to him. Captain, indeed, your feelings were correct. It seems they do not intend to transfer the shares peacefully. According to their internal personnel, 3 unusual combatants arrived from the Imperial City yesterday evening. According to the staff descriptions, their presence is impressive. They inspire terror at a glance. Nioro said solemnly. Nioro's words made Riani narrow his eyes. Right, I had someone sketch a quick description of their appearances. They all have distinctive features. One is a charming woman with a scorpion tattoo on her forehead. One is a burly man carrying a huge shield, and the leader is a sinister middle-aged man holding a short staff. As Nioro spoke, he handed Riani 3 sketches. Thank you, I appreciate this. Riani nodded, taking the sketches and began studying them immediately. This is all we've uncovered so far. However, since these 3 have distinct appearances, and we know they came from the headquarters of Imperial the Axon Auction House, it should be relatively easy to investigate their background. Considering they came from the Imperial City, the quickest way might still be to use the internal information system of sword bearers to pull intelligence from there. These 3 individuals should be quite powerful, and it's likely they are recorded at the headquarters. Nioro suggested. I'm not familiar with the officials of the intelligence department here in the branch. I'll find someone else to inquire. Lord Riani, don't you know? As a golden-class sword-bearer captain, you can access some classified information through the internal sword-bearer's information system, and being a diamond star, you naturally have even less to worry about. Nioro seemed slightly surprised, realizing that his captain appeared to be one of those devoted entirely to enhancing his strength, hardly aware of the privileges of a diamond star. If it were him, he would have known everything clearly before even being promoted. But then, that's probably typical of top-ranking warriors. When Riani heard Nioro's words, he was slightly taken aback. That would indeed be convenient. He thought to himself, Lord Riani, do you need me to mention this matter to Evelyn and the others? No need for now, just wait for my news. Riani shook his head, saying. After Nioro left, Riani stood up and looked out from the 3rd-floor window over the training ground. That moment, a vast expanse of thick clouds drifted across the distant horizon, seemingly foretelling that Mingster was about to experience a sudden storm soon. From the looks of it, they're surely planning to make a move. A 2-second casting time is ultimately too slow, basically still impractical for real combat. I was thinking of training harder for a while longer. But now it seems that time waits for no one. I need to allocate my points. Rain glanced at the attribute panel, where a total of 6 skill points remained. Without hesitation, in a mere moment, Rain invested all 6 skill points into the Witchcraft Metal Barrier. With that, the Metal Barrier Witchcraft abruptly rose from LV3 to LV9. Instantly, a torrent of memories about the Witchcraft Metal Barrier flooded into Rain's mind. For a moment, Rain found himself in a mysterious space, ceaselessly practicing the Witchcraft Metal Barrier for decades, compressing the syllables instinctively, getting faster and faster. When Rain had digested the memories, and once again, silently chanted the incantation, he found that in just about 0.5 seconds of casting time, 3 hardened fine gold kite shields had sprung up around him. Half a second of casting time could practically be discussed in the same breath as the casting time of innate wizardry. Now, if Rain claimed that his innate witchcraft was metal barrier, it would be convincingly real. But still not fast enough. If I had 3 more skill points to reach LV12, then the casting time would be 0.25 seconds, and only then could I truly claim it to be indistinguishable from the real thing. After advancing to Great Armor Forger, I'll gain another round of skill points. However, Rain did not immediately start crafting the secret silver engraved plate armor. Instead, he left the room and headed to the mission hall, in the deputy minister's office. Rain sat opposite Olna. Lady Olna, there's something I might need your help with. Lord Rain, please tell me. Olna smiled amiably, seemingly eager to assist Rain. Here's the thing, I heard Diamond Star swordsmen can ask the intelligence department of the branch to help gather some information. But I'm not familiar with the person in charge of the intelligence department, so I'd like to ask for Lady Olna's help in making an introduction. Rain stated his purpose directly. Lord Rain, you are looking for information. You could just come directly to me. I will contact the intelligence department on your behalf. Olna immediately offered to take on the task. Having finally received a request for help from Lord Rain, Olna knew it was better to assist many times rather than just once. Joking aside, if she simply referred Lord Rain to the intelligence department, would there still be a chance for him to seek her out afterward? Even if he did, the opportunities would be far fewer. Given Lord Rain's rate of progress, who knows when he would be promoted and transferred? It would be foolish not to take advantage of the situation to build a closer relationship with him now. Olna had long since determined in her heart that as long as Rain did not fall, he would definitely become a legendary figure of the Empire. Building a relationship naturally was best done early. Rain, on the other hand, did not expect Olna to be so enthusiastic. After thinking it over, he felt it wasn't a problem and might actually be quite convenient. He handed Olna the portraits of the 3 people given to him by Nioro, saying, I want to look up information on these 3 people. They all come from the Imperial City. Could the branch help me contact the Imperial City as soon as possible to gather intelligence? Of course, Lord Rain. Do you have their names? Olna replied swiftly after glancing at the portraits. No, but these 3 people should all belong to a force under the Yixin auction house. Or the Marquis of Oren's family from the Imperial City. Does Lord Rain have a conflict with them that requires the branch's intervention? As a Diamond Star swordman, as long as it's not your fault, the sword bearers will always be your strong backing, the competent lady asserted decisively. Rain felt a warm feeling in his heart upon hearing this. Not for now, I just want to understand the situation first. All right. I will contact the intelligence hall immediately. Day should be Deputy Minister Colin on duty. Once there's news, I'll have him contact you at the earliest time. Then thank you, Lady Olna. You're welcome. After returning to his room, Rain began to craft the secret silver-engraved plate armor. At this moment, Rain once again experienced the benefits of choosing Metal Morphing Spell as his innate witchcraft. Normally, even other Metal Series wizards could directly morph metal bars into armor shapes, but this was equivalent to casting a first-level witchcraft, and the consumption of spiritual power was not small. But Rain had made the Metal Morphing Spell into his innate witchcraft. The spiritual power consumption was less than 1/10 of the normal amount. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, Rain rapidly morphed mithril bars into knight suit components and began engraving inscriptions on them. And if he failed, Rain would simply morph the mithril plate armor back and engrave again. The efficiency was many times that of the normal forging process. In just over an hour, Rain had completed part of the Great Armor Forger's advancement requirement, which was crafting 10 inscribed plate armor components. And the system prompt followed. The conditions for advancing from Armor Forger to Great Armor Forger are 1. Armor Forger LV5 or higher. 2. Strength at least 15 points, Constitution at least 15 points, Spirit at least 18 points. 3. Independently forge at least 10 qualifying inscribed plate armor components. 4. Possess knowledge related to inscriptions. All conditions are met. Would you like to advance to Great Armor Forger? Yes/no. Note: after becoming a Great Armor Forger, the original Armor Forger panel will merge into the Great Armor Forger career panel, and core skills of the Armor Forger will be retained. Without hesitation, Riani immediately decided to start the job change. Yes, ding, job change to Great Armor Forger, Transcendent successful, Strength +2, Constitution +2, Spirit +3. Acquired core skill of Great Armor Forger, Inscription Mastery passive. Another crafting core skill. Riani couldn't help but remember the previous Armor Forger's armor forging expertise passive, and now with Inscription Mastery passive, he almost had a complete set of core skills for producing plate armor. Core skill, Inscription Mastery. Passive. Effective Inscription Mastery, passive, greatly increases the success rate when engraving inscriptions on armor. Looks like even if I just open a blacksmith shop, in the future I could make a fortune. With the assistance of the Inscription Mastery core skill, Riani once again began to engrave inscriptions, as if divinely assisted. The speed of making the mithril engraved plate armor increased manifold. Finally, as dusk approached, Riani successfully raised his profession level of Great Armor Forger, Transcendent, to LV4, 3/1000, and gained another 3 skill points and 3 attribute points. Following the investment of 3 skill points, the casting time of the Wizardry Metal Barrier was further compressed, needing only 0.25 seconds to cast, comparable to innate wizardry. It should be noted that a normal wizard would probably need decades of arduous training to achieve this effect, training in that one wizardry alone. Even with the relatively longer lifespans of wizards, this was almost an impossible feat. After all, too many things could drain a wizard's limited energy and time. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knocking sound came from the door. Riani opened the door to see a slightly plump middle-aged man with a receding hairline standing outside, smiling broadly. "Lord Riani, hello, let me introduce myself. I am Colin, the Deputy Minister of Intelligence Affairs, meeting you for the first time." After hearing from Olna, Colin immediately brightened and took action right away. After owing Olna a big favor, he then earned the opportunity to report directly to Lord Riani alone. After all, who wouldn't love to flatter a future legendary powerhouse? "Deputy Minister Colin, hello, please come in." Riani reacted immediately, recognizing this must be the Colin Olna had mentioned. The two sat down in the living room, and Riani pressed a bell. A servant girl in maid attire respectfully brought in tea and refreshments, then quickly departed. "Lord Riani, based on the clue you provided, we have obtained information about the 3 individuals from the Imperial City. The 3 are part of the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps, led by their captain Asimov, who is a force attached to the Yaxen auction house and has a particularly close relationship with the Marquis of Orent's family. The captain Asimov is a rare descendant of a mutant bloodline." A descendant of a mutant bloodline? Riani mused upon hearing these words. Yes, Asimov was once a noble descendant with a diluted bloodline that could not awaken. As a youth, his progress towards becoming a formal wizard was not smooth. Later, he voluntarily became the subject of his mentor's bloodline fusion experiment, and against all odds, the experiment succeeded. He instantly turned on his mentor and, after investigating, he discovered that he had integrated the essence of troll blood, thereby gaining the innate ability Frenzy, a power to cast spells rapidly. This is also why they are known as the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps. Riani nodded his head. He had come across information about these ancient giant trolls before. It is said that this troll clan has not been exterminated and that some remnants still exist in remote areas rarely traversed by people. Their innate ability Frenzy is to accelerate spell casting, which is a different path from condensing syllables. In simple terms, after the enemy deployed Frenzy, they were extremely quick-tongued, relying on their rapid speech. Of course, the trolls of today are vastly different in strength from the ancient giant trolls. Otherwise, the Olna family wouldn't cling so tenaciously to the ancient giant troll's fangs. At this moment, Colin handed a stack of materials to Rain. Moreover, in terms of strength, the 3 of them are no less than the captains of the golden-level sword bearers, and even Asimov, the leader of the Bloodtop Corps, would not be outdone when compared to the Diamond Star captains. In addition, I would like to remind Lord Riani to be extremely cautious, as all 3 of them possess special innate abilities. Innate abilities, like myself, interesting. Rain narrowed his eyes. He opened the stack of materials Colin had given him and started to read through them closely. Iron Man, real name unknown, arrived from the Eagle Federation 3 years ago. Right hand is a metal prosthetic, skilled in short spear throwing, shield defense. Yes, Lord Riani, this muscular shield bearer often gives a misleading impression. In fact, there is an array of short spears on the inside of his shield, which he uses only after transforming through his bloodline. Colin glanced at the materials in Rain's hands and added, "If one is not aware of this, they could be caught off guard at the start of combat and suffer a disadvantage." Rain nodded. Indeed, a moment of distraction in battle could give the enemy the upper hand, leading to a passive position. Scorpion woman, real name unknown. Bloodline talents include agility and deadly poison, skilled in witchcraft such as wind blade and venom bomb, proficient in bandaging and herbal healing. Asimov, leader of the Bloodtop Corps, 2nd-level liquidization wizard, has merged with the essence of Bloodtop troll blood. The whole mercenary corps is named after him, and his displayed abilities seem to be skilled in fire sorcery. Colin once again supplemented. Asimov has acted several times, but he has never left any survivors. So he must have some sort of trump card. Additionally, the fact that all three of them are taking action at the same time is a rare occurrence. It seems they consider you a formidable enemy, Lord Riani. Riani nodded. From the appearance of the three, a normal assessment would be that the muscular man is the type for storming fortresses and leading charges, while the scorpion woman is likely agile, suited for assassinations or controlling the field. And Asimov would be the squad's heavy gunner. But now, based on intelligence, except for Asimov probably being the heavy gunner, the other two are completely different from their external appearances. Interesting. Riani once again realized the benefits of it's good to lean on a big tree for shade. Lord Riani, if you need any information in the future, you may contact me directly. Of course, you can also contact Lady Olna, Colin added after a moment's thought. Then thank you, Colin, Riani said. Not long after, Riani, accompanied by Viri, left the sword-bearer's branch and headed for his residence. Having not returned yesterday, it was naturally time to go home today. The main purpose was to instruct his family that for the next few days, they should try not to go out as much as possible. Just as Riani and Viri had barely left the sword-bearer's branch, a few individuals from the auction house, disguised as surveillance personnel, smiled with pleasure and immediately released pigeons to send their reports. A few minutes later, inside a room on the second floor of the Yaxen auction house Minster branch, Tusk, who would have thought we could take action today, the scorpion woman said with a pleased expression, flicking a piece of paper to the others. On the way back to the mansion, Captain, the knight's plate armor you're wearing is really beautiful. It also has a mysterious vibe, Viri exclaimed. That's convenient. I'll get you a set too, Rain said with a smile as he looked down at the secret silver-engraved plate armor he was wearing. No, it's too valuable. Viri waved his hands quickly in dismissal. Viri, don't forget you're my follower now. It's my responsibility to equip you. Tomorrow I will get a set for you. He wasn't just paying lip service. For Rain, thanks to the metal morphing spell and the core skills of a great armor forger, crafting a set of engraved knight's plate armor only took a few hours to finish. By contrast, even if other armor forgers were equally skilled, it would generally take nearly a month to complete a similar set of engraved knight's plate armor. An hour later, 3 luxury carriages without any markings slowly approached Rain Mansion along the street, stopping about several tens of meters away from their destination. At that moment, 2 teams of people with black hoods and cloaks jumped down from the carriages, one in front and one in back. The group that descended from the front carriage beneath their cloaks vaguely revealed plate armor and knight longswords. It seemed they were all knights, standing dispersed in position, their eyes shifting constantly, scanning the surroundings as if on alert. At the same time, the other team of 4 people took out bottles from their bosoms, pulled out the stoppers, and as a special gas emerged, they immediately began silently casting spells. Fog spell. All 4 cast the fog spell at the same time. Soon, aided by the special gas, the effect of the fog spell was extremely effective. It shrouded nearly half a block in fog. I didn't expect tonight's weather to be on our side too. Dark clouds fill the sky, and adding the fog spell, tisk, said the woman in the central carriage, raising her head to laugh softly as she looked at sky where not a single star was visible. Indeed, the weather is quite nice. By the way, Scorpion, has Lord Drac arranged the airship for us? Asked Asimov casually. It's all set. The last airship to the Imperial City leaves in half an hour, she responded. Well then, let's proceed with our plan. Asimov nodded. Yes, Chief. With the conversation ending, Iron Man and Scorpion, one after the other, stepped down from the carriage. Although they had people and backgrounds behind them, assassinating an Imperial sword-bearer, if caught in the act, was still going to lead to dire consequences. The powers backing them wouldn't come forward to protect them. But, as long as they weren't discovered on the spot, they had 100 ways to deny the act. They were tasked by Marquis Orance, a shareholder, to inspect the work of the Minster branch of Yaxen auction house, weren't they? Meanwhile, the 4 hooded wizard apprentices, after casting the fog spell, started heading toward the 4 directions near Rain Mansion, quickly taking out an object resembling an array plate and beginning to whisper incantations. Soon, an invisible fluctuation covered the area. The sole purpose of this array was simple: to reduce energy fluctuations in a specific area, including shock and sound waves, among others. In a city covered by large-scale alert arrays, this was considered a necessary condition for action. Inside the mansion, woof woof, the Linty-War dog Cookie, originally lying down, suddenly stood up alert. Rain suddenly opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, and looked outside the window. A heavy fog had risen outside, obscuring even the street lamps to the point where they were indistinct, engulfed in a white expanse. "They're here already?" Rain's brow ticked, quickly donning his arm braces and night gauntlets before exiting the room. "Captain, there's something off about this fog." The barking of the Linty-War dog also awoke Veery. As a combatant with a military background, he quickly sensed the issue and said to Rain with a solemn face, "Yes, I'll take care of it. You stay here, and by the way, have everyone in the house gather in one room. It'll make it easier for you to protect them." Rain instructed Veery to safeguard the family. "Captain, are you sure you'll be okay alone?" "Don't worry, it's not a big problem," Rain said calmly. As Rain walked out of the villa alone, suddenly a coquettish laugh echoed from the direction of the mansion's gate. "Hee, I'm starting to like you a bit, Rain, is it? You actually came out on your own, saving us the trouble of searching room by room," Scorpion said as she appeared through the fog with Iron Man by her side. "Looks like we can save another minute," she added. Just as her words ended, a tall figure about 2 meters 3 in height carrying a huge shield appeared through the fog, embodying the steadfastness of a 1,000-year-old rock by the sea with his very presence. And the woman, with her alluring gait and her brown leather armor, was sparingly protected at critical parts, revealing large expanses of soft white skin, quite tempting. They were Iron Man and Scorpion, the two individuals from Rain's intelligence reports, and the speaker was Scorpion. Clang! The heavy iron gate of the mansion was effortlessly removed by Iron Man's right arm, as if made of straw, and was thrown aside. Without haste or delay, the two made their way toward Rain, exuding an air of full control. Rain's eyes narrowed. The next second, his entire body burst with the twang of a bowstring being drawn, his muscles swelling, his toes touched down, and the ground shattered instantaneously. His entire figure, like a streak of silver lightning, traced a silver afterimage as he charged at Iron Man. Immediately as Iron Man found himself the target of Rain's gaze, his heart seemed to freeze for a moment, fiercely clenched, and the hairs on his back stood on end. At this moment, it was too late for him to draw the shield from his back for defense, or to throw his short spear, because Rain's attack was too swift. It was merely a blink of an eye, and the enemy was already upon him. Iron Man had no intention of dodging. Instead, he let out a roar and instinctively threw a punch toward the oncoming Rain. The ground beneath his plated combat boots cracked, and in an instant, he completed the motions of kicking, twisting his hips, and turning his waist to exert force through his entire body. The wind from his fist swelled, throwing a frighteningly powerful punch. His reaction could not be said to be slow. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Rain and Iron Man collided fiercely. In midair, a massive metal fist and a short-handled warhammer clashed head-on, but the resistance lasted merely less than 0.01 seconds before Iron Man's metal right arm burst apart inch by inch. Various metal parts scattered like bullets. Following that, Iron Man's remaining metal right arm, along with the flesh, tendons, and bones of his shoulder blade area, was also torn apart and sent flying, resulting in the loss of nearly a third of his body. And Iron Man's battered body was propelled backwards by the impact of the strike, flying like a cannonball. With a boom, his burly and towering frame was blasted into the building across the street, instantly punching a large hole through the wall. Inside the house, there was chaos, with cries of shock and panic. Just as Rain suddenly charged at Iron Man, a scornful smirk appeared on the corner of Scorpion Woman's mouth. She had seen fools, but never such a fool. After all, one typically picked the softest persimmon to pinch. How could she have expected Rain to choose the hardest one to pinch? PFFT. She was no soft persimmon. It was just a metaphor. Besides, why was Iron Man called Iron Man? That's because Iron Man had an iron arm, a true metallic limb, a creation of a top puppetry master from the Eagle Federation. But the aforementioned thought lasted in Scorpion Woman's mind for less than half a second. The next moment, her mind went blank, swift as the wind. Suddenly, a faint aqua-colored stream of air enveloped Scorpion Woman, boosting her speed to new heights like a startled rabbit, considerably widening the gap between her and Rain. Her eyes, painted with purple eyeshadow, were wide open, staring intently at Rain with shock, fear, and an array of other emotions flashing through them. You, Scorpion Woman stammered, unable to speak coherently. Gone was her recent composure. She hadn't even thought about dodging until Rain's strike shattered Iron Man's metallic right arm entirely. Only then did Scorpion Woman realize she needed to evade immediately, but she had no time to cast any spells. In her panic, she instinctively used her innate talent swift as the wind to dodge awkwardly to the side. She never expected that Iron Man, who was usually the defensive core of the team, would be severely injured by a single punch, or rather, a single hammer strike. But the problem was, she hadn't seen any hammer in the enemy's hands just moments ago. Could she have been seeing things? After receiving detailed intelligence yesterday, Rain had started to speculate on the possible tactics the enemy might use. Like the current scenario, it was a situation he had anticipated as being quite likely to occur. Iron Man and Scorpion Woman would draw his attention in one direction, while Asimov, the strongest among them, might lie in wait in another direction to launch a surprise attack. But no strategy is perfect. Similarly, if the enemy really adopted this tactic, it actually gave Rain the opportunity to defeat each of their strategies in turn. Of course, the choice of target was also crucial. If Rain had chosen to attack Scorpion Woman right off the bat, he would have inevitably faced Iron Man's interference. Moreover, the information he had indicated that Scorpion Woman possessed swift natural talents, which meant the enemy would likely avoid a head-on confrontation and choose to dodge. In that case, his opening strike would likely be in vain, but if he chose to attack Iron Man first, that would be different. First off, the enemy was highly confident in their own defense and strength, and in the face of his sudden attack, they were highly likely to respond with a head-on counter. And in such a short time, Scorpion Woman would hardly be able to provide any extra defense for Iron Man. So as long as he could severely wound Iron Man in the first blow, the fight would start with a tremendous advantage for him. Of course, the enemy's prosthetic limb could be extremely tough, something Rain had also considered. Therefore, Rain used intermediate giant force, beyond limits combined with the top-secret technique, Annihilating Hammer, to deal with it. It might be just the opening blow, but it was also Rain's full-powered strike. Judging from the current outcome, the effect was excellent. However, there was indeed one point Rain had not anticipated. This member of the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps, known as Iron Man, was documented to have a metallic right arm, but Rain did not expect that the craftsmanship of this prosthetic limb seemed superb. It felt to Rain like the precision engineering of a Swiss watch from his former life, where gears and catches fit tightly together. But all in all, he wielded the hardened Essence Gold Warhammer and executed the top-secret technique. Striking the other's fist with it, how should I put this feeling? It's a bit like, I have a weapon but you are bare-handed. That feeling, it's exceptionally good. Rain gave the Scorpio Woman a slight smile, but then headed straight for the hole on the other side of the road, the same one that Iron Man had made by crashing into a civilian house. Not good, he intended to completely deal with Iron Man. The Scorpio Woman understood Rain's purpose immediately. Moreover, once he entered the house, whether it was her witchcraft or the leader's witchcraft later on, it would be difficult to hit him. Tonight's operation would be ruined. After a slight hesitation, the Scorpio Woman powerfully kicked her slender legs. The faint cyan swirl around her legs intensified a bit more as if she were an arrow shot from a bow, chasing after him immediately. Although Rain's strength had completely surprised her, her intention was merely to entangle him to give Iron Man a chance to survive. Otherwise, the seriously injured Iron Man at this moment would not be able to withstand another hit from him. But the next second, Rain suddenly changed from extreme motion to extreme stillness, turning around abruptly and counterattacking towards the Scorpio Woman. The Scorpio Woman's beautiful eyes widened, and her mouth fell open in shock. She instantly realized that Rain's target had, from the very beginning, not been the critically injured Iron Man, but her. After panicking, the Scorpio Woman quickly calmed down, knowing that although Rain was fast, he was still a bit slower than her with her swift talent. The Scorpio Woman didn't think Rain could catch up. Seemingly having thought of something, the Scorpio Woman dodged to the side with a smirk. Because in her view, Rain had made a mistake, a very serious strategic error that would cause him to lose the advantage he had gained at the beginning immediately. If she could hold him off for a few seconds, Leader Asimov would launch an attack on Rain from another direction. Then the situation would be reversed. Suddenly, the Scorpio Woman's smile froze as she felt a breeze behind her head. The one who had just dodged to the side promptly bent down to roll away and avoid the attack. The next instant, a giant raptor with a wingspan of several meters, blue and purple intertwined, swooped down from the sky. She had just rolled up to her feet, still unsteady. A canine the size of a small pony rushed out from her right rear, its teeth bared and biting viciously at her smooth calves. The Scorpio woman was both shocked and furious. She immediately launched a kick, sending the greyhound war dog cookie flying. In that instant, she realized that Rain was still charging at her. The Scorpio woman looked up sharply, and Rain was already within arm's reach. Instantly, her seductive face twisted into a grim expression as she decided not to dodge anymore. She opened her mouth, and a basin-sized glob of green, foul-smelling poison sprayed directly towards Rain's face. This move was another talent ability she gained after her bloodline awakening, but the Scorpio woman rarely used it. Because she loved her beauty. Using this move was too unlike a beautiful woman. Iron Wall, Rain's left hand morphed the hardened essence gold swiftly, instantly producing a tower shield that protected his figure. Metal morphing spell, but how could it be so fast? The Scorpio woman exclaimed in horror as she watched the scene unfold. She bent her knees in that moment, ready to widen the gap between her and Rain once more, preparing to fight on the move. But in the blink of an eye, the Scorpio woman's body stiffened as she felt an intense pain in her abdomen. Looking down, she saw there stood a 3-meter-long hammer, resting on her slender waist and nearly splitting her willowy figure in two. Her abdomen, originally fair and smooth, now had a wound the size of a baby's head, with only a thin layer of bloodied skin on either side. In disbelief, her eyes followed the long hammer handle all the way to Rain, who was still more than 3 meters away from her, except that the handle had elongated excessively. This caused her misjudgment. She thought Rain couldn't reach her yet. But in reality, from the moment she decided to spit the poison, she was already too late to dodge. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. The Scorpio woman's upper body slammed heavily onto the ground. Her bisected body was still twitching, and her gaze was fixed on Rain. Her strong vitality meant she would not die so quickly. How can it be so fast? The Scorpio woman murmured. She still couldn't understand how Rain's metal morphing spell could be so fast. But in such a state, she naturally had no fighting power left. Rain did not go for another blow with the hammer, but instead shaped a metal ball with a flick of his hand and knocked the Scorpio woman unconscious. He then looked up towards the wall of the mansion. Standing atop the wall was a middle-aged man in a gray robe, holding a short wand. His eyes were glued to Rain, filled with astonishment and confusion. Meanwhile, at the Yaxen auction house's Mingster branch, on the 2nd floor. Knock, 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 come in. Drake was not resting at the moment. After all, the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps had just set out on their mission, and he naturally had some apprehension. But he had also considered the worst-case scenario. Even if the mission failed, he would rush the 3 of them onto the last airship heading to the Imperial City. "Lord Drake, we have news from the people we requested at the Sword Bearers branch," said Viscount Fabian, walking quickly into Drake's room with a serious face. What does the news say?" Seeing the expression on Fabian's face, Drake felt a surge of unease. The information he could access showed that Rain had already become a gold-level sword-bearer captain. But the other party guessed that Rain might have reached the Diamond Star level because he saw Rain moving to the floor above him. What? Diamond Star level? Is the information accurate? Drax suddenly stood up, his complexion turning pale with shock. It wasn't that the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps was bound to fail, but the opponent's strength exceeded expectations, making the possibility of failure much greater. It was like a tiger who was originally hunting a rabbit, and now the rabbit suddenly became a brown bear. Although Drax still believed that the tiger would win. Even if it did, it would be a tough fight. Especially since their mission this time was to obtain the target's heart's blood, not just to kill the opponent. But Drax quickly calmed down because it was already too late to inform Asimov and the others now. Perhaps they had already started fighting. All he could do now was to wait quietly for the news. "By the way, what did you mean by the floor above just now?" "Oh, it's like this. Sword bearers of different levels have different conditions and treatment. Silver level is on the 1st floor, gold level is on the 2nd floor, while Diamond Star level is on the 3rd floor. That insider is silver level, and he saw Rain move to the top floor." For a moment, Drax didn't know what to say. And after a long while, he sighed and said, "Let's hope that everything goes well for the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps. Rain Mansion." Asimov, who stood atop the wall, was a bit dazed by the scene before him. This was completely out of sync with the plan they had made earlier. Not a single point matched. He had merely circled to one side and used just 4 or 5 more seconds. But how had Iron Man and Scorpion Woman ended up like this? If one said that Scorpion Woman had been careless and suffered a disadvantage, it was still somewhat understandable. But what about Iron Man? The always composed and solid, as a rock Iron Man had also been crippled. Asimov glanced at the huge hole in the wall of the house across the street, and for a moment didn't know what to say. Although Asimov still had strong confidence in his own strength at this time, the problem was that the battle had ended too quickly, and he couldn't help having some doubts in his heart. He was tempted to ask the bystanders what had just happened. But at this moment, both Scorpion Woman and Iron Man were already lying down, and there was no need to mention the support personnel. Several Rank 3 wizard apprentices were responsible for the barrier spell, and a few knights were tasked with handling the patrol team. Naturally, none of them had seen what had happened in the fight just now. Another reason Asimov couldn't retreat was that when he had accepted the commission from Marquis Oren, the employer had made it very clear that this mission was very important, as it related to whether the successor of the Oren family could awaken their bloodline. Since Asimov's body had already fused with the blood of the bloodtop ancient giant trolls, he needed to obtain special medicines from the Oren family, which possessed the ancient giant troll's bloodline, every few months to help stabilize the irregularities in his bloodline. This had made his bond with the Oren family rather special, somewhat akin to a symbiotic relationship. At this time, Rain was also closely observing the other party. In Rain's perception, he could clearly feel a powerful field surrounding the opponent. Such a field was generated spontaneously when one's spiritual power was sufficiently strong. Somehow, the opponent's field gave Rain a sense of being both substantial and yet vibrant. Facing this least known and yet strongest enemy, Rain felt a hint of excitement. At this moment, he had already dealt with the others, leaving only the leader of the Bloodtop mercenary corps. Suddenly, Asimov on the wall narrowed his eyes and immediately started chanting, pointing his short wand at an angle. The ground in front of him suddenly flickered red, and with a roar the earth cracked open, rapidly forming a bulge, from which scorching hot air flowed in all directions. Then, as Asimov waved his wand once more, a gigantic molten hand emerged from the ground with lava overflowing from it. As the short wand in Asimov's hand waved again, the fiery red molten hand swiftly lunged toward Rain, a second-level fusion spell combining fire and earth elements. No wonder the field felt so strange, both substantial and vibrant. When Rain saw this, he immediately understood. Facing the magma giant hand, Rain's eyes narrowed. With the tip of his toe, he quickly dashed to the side of the gate. But the next second, the magma giant hand turned like an earth dragon rolling over, rumbling as it turned the corner, plowing the ground and continuing to chase after Rain. Given the choice, Rain naturally did not want to withstand the powerful second-level witchcraft of his opponent. So, seeing the magma giant hand continuing the pursuit, he took an arrow step and spun around, changing direction and rushing towards the wall where Asimov was. It seemed he wanted to close the distance between them, forcing his opponent to also bear the damage of his own witchcraft. At this moment, Asimov's mouth curled into a smile. With his extremely rich combat experience, he immediately understood Rain's plan upon seeing this scene. A great knight, skilled in close combat and engaging him, would naturally try to close the distance, otherwise they would not be able to harm him. And to this, he already had a set of mature countermeasures. Suddenly, a fiery red ring of light flashed around Asimov, then vanished instantly, followed quickly by his chanting of more incantations. When Rain was still more than 10 meters away from him, Asimov raised his short staff toward Rain, and suddenly, a burst of flame shot towards Rain's face. Rain's reaction was also extremely quick. His magic silver kite shield raised in his hand, firmly blocking in front of his chest. With a boom, Rain solidly blocked the flame strike from his opponent, but the explosive force of the blast also forced his forward-rushing body to temporarily halt. Asimov laughed, thinking just like that, as he lifted his left hand and clenched it heavily. The next instant, the giant hand of magma struck from behind, grabbing fiercely toward Rain. But the next second, a flash of shock crossed Asimov's eyes, because he saw 3 metal kite shields suddenly swirling around Rain, keeping the fiercely grabbing magma giant hand at a distance of 1 or 2 meters. though the opponent's shield was now creaking. It had after all withstood the attack. How could this be? His hand of magma had at least 60 degrees of power. How could Rain withstand it with his innate wizardry? This should not be. Even as a rare official wizard and great knight, Rain was only a level 1 wizard and should not have been able to withstand a second-level witchcraft. Asimov naturally mistook the metal barrier, which Rain had just cast, as innate wizardry. After all, a casting time of 0.25 seconds was enough to mix the false with the true. Meanwhile, Rain took advantage of the momentary defense of the 3 kite shields, calmly sidestepping to dodge, avoiding the mighty grasp of the magma giant hand, and once again stood at a distance from Asimov. Though he had been at a slight disadvantage in the previous round, but now Rain's eyes were even brighter, and his spirits for battle was soaring even higher. His opponent was the first second-level wizard he had encountered. In terms of combat power, this was the No.2 enemy he had faced to date, second only to the ancient hero Mong. But the two styles of combat were completely different. One was as unrestrained and bold as a lion, the other as cunning and calculative as a snake. And most importantly, Rain could clearly feel that when he was fully immersed in combat, his will seemed to have condensed just a bit more. Indeed, combat was a quick way to enhance the brilliance of one's will. At this moment, the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps-affiliated night squad guarding outside the Rain Mansion had just killed a group of patrolling night watchmen passing by. At the same time, they were quite surprised by the rumbling commotion of battle coming from inside the mansion. The 4 exchanged looks, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. 3 seniors had moved out together, yet they had not been able to quickly subdue their opponent. It seemed the strength of the other party was extraordinary. However, the retreat time point set out in the original plan was about to arrive. If the seniors did not come out by then, the consecutive disappearance of patrol members would soon be discovered by the Imperial Security Department, and retreat would then become much more difficult. Perhaps, for the seniors, being surrounded by the Imperial elites was just a minor inconvenience, but for them, it would be a big trouble. On the other side, the affiliated squad. The 4 level 1 wizard apprentices responsible for suppressing the strong wizardry energy fluctuations in the area were now dotted with fine sweat on their foreheads. They looked towards the foggy mansion with astonished eyes. Wasn't that energy fluctuation too intense? Could it be that Asimov had gone all out? Who exactly were they facing this time? Were they that strong? They were starting to struggle, only able to hold out for a maximum of 1 more minute since their spiritual power was almost exhausted. Inside the mansion, having failed with his last attack, Asimov's expression grew even graver, and for the first time he regarded Rain, the young man, as a formidable enemy. At the same time, he knew that it was not working to continue this standoff. His time was limited. According to the prearranged plan, he had about half a minute left. Since it's come to this, I'll have to deploy that move. As long as the opponent is injured, the battle to follow will be simple. Asimov's eyes hardened as he lifted his short staff and began to chant loudly, a surging wave of energy rolling out. Rain reacted immediately. Sensing that the energy fluctuation indicated the spell being cast was undoubtedly a second-level witchcraft, different from the flame strike previously cast as a first-level witchcraft. Its power would be substantially greater. Moreover, it was likely one of those highly concentrated and difficult to evade second-level witchcraft spells. Otherwise, there was no need for the wizard to forego using Magma's hand. Rain narrowed his eyes, making a split-second decision. An aura of magic silver transformed into a kite shield enveloped his body as he swiftly charged toward Asimov. Though the second-level witchcraft was powerful, this also meant the incantation time was a bit longer than before. Additionally, his close combat damage far exceeded his ranged attacks. To claim victory, closing the distance was the best choice. Seeing Rain charging at him again, Asimov glanced at him with eyes full of profound implication. Even as Rain almost reached him, Asimov did not move, continuing to chant his spell. Clearly, Asimov had great confidence in the defensive power of his innate wizardry. It also proved that the spell Asimov was casting was exceptionally powerful. Just as Rain swung his 2-handed warhammer down hard on Asimov, Asimov's incantation coincidentally ended. All at once, Asimov pointed his finger at Rain, and a searing ray as thick as the mouth of a bowl burst forth from the tip, shooting straight at Rain. That moment, Rain did not choose to defend but swung the 2-handed warhammer, now transformed from hardened essence gold, in a move called Annihilating Hammer. Instantly, both men had immense confidence in their defenses, and at the same time, great faith in their own offensive capabilities. The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. The searing ray struck Rain first. The searing ray hit the magic silver shield transformed from a kite shield, and although magic silver had a very strong resistance to energy damage, it didn't mean total immunity. Reducing 6 to 7/10 of the damage meant there was still about 3 to 4/10 of the force remaining. The power of a second-level witchcraft targeting a single entity was just too overwhelming. The magic silver shield barely managed to block before a small hole was pierced right through the middle by the ray, and the residual searing beam, with all its remaining might, slammed into Rain's body. Right after that, the mithril carved breastplate was penetrated. The power of the searing ray was reduced to less than 1/10. But in Asimov's mind, he believed victory was in his grasp, because even 1/10 of the power of the searing ray was enough to penetrate the flesh of a great knight. Simultaneously, Rain's warhammer also heavily struck Asimov. A ring of fire flashed around Asimov's body, and an impact was felt, but it was shattered by the crushing force harbored in the hammerhead. This caused Asimov's eyes to flash with panic for the first time. With a bang sound, the warhammer, weakened through the ring of fire, struck the rocky armor that had suddenly formed around Asimov, splattering mud around. The rocky armor was broken open with a large hole. Just as the warhammer barely touched Asimov's body, an invisible flame shield flashed around him momentarily, blocking the blow. Crack! Asimov's crystal necklace at his chest shattered. Apparently, the flame shield that had just appeared was the protective burst released by the crystal necklace. This time, although both men landed hits on each other, neither seemed to have achieved the effect they expected. The force of the witchcraft caused them to distance themselves once again. Asimov's prior certainty of victory had now vanished into thin air. He stared dumbfounded at the crystal fragments on the ground. Rain's previous attack had been definitely more than 70 degrees in strength, a very high degree of damage even among liquid wizards. Furthermore, the opponent's defensive power was also unexpectedly strong. Asimov eyed the small hole smoking faintly on Rain's breastplate, lost in thought. By now, Asimov knew he could not continue fighting this way any longer. After casting consecutive second-level witchcraft spells, he could distinctly feel the concealing witch array had become ineffective. The recent energy fluctuation must have spread out. If he didn't leave now, there was a high chance he'd be put in a disadvantageous position. Not that he feared being surrounded by the Empire's elite, but rather because Minster, as the provincial capital, was not short of experts. However, after losing 2 of his capable subordinates, he still hadn't taken down Rain, not to mention obtaining that viper's blood. This made him feel quite unwilling and angry. Asimov suddenly cast a flame strike toward Rain Mansion's villa, igniting the building instantly, and he himself retreated rapidly. Rain's eyes narrowed, feeling his anger ignite in an instant. Initially, he thought this opponent was strong, and had respected that the opponent had not attacked his family to coerce him. But now it seemed that was not the case. Rain immediately teleported to the corner of the burning villa, transforming his warhammer into a dual-handed greatsword, and with a swift slash, brought down the burning wall, quenching the flames. However, Rain hesitated, unsure if the opponent had any tricks left. If he pursued now, would he perhaps? At that moment, Viri shouted from the window, "Captain, I've already signaled to Nioro and the others. Leave security here to us, rest assured." Lord Rieni glanced at Viri, nodded, and immediately gave chase. By then, several teams of night watchmen had spotted Asimov's trail, swiftly knocked their arrows, and aimed, but the target was too fast, surrounded by a swirling stream of blue, quick as lightning. The arrows of the night watchmen had not yet been shot when Asimov dodged into a nearby alley. Guided by the blood-feathered horned eagle in mid-air, Lord Rieni created a gust of wind and chased directly after him. Meanwhile, the disruption of the recently failed blocking spell, a significant commotion from the second-level witchcraft, had already awakened the highly alert city. At that time, apart from the blood-feathered horned eagle, 2 more dark spots appeared in the sky, quickly flying towards Asimov and Lord Rieni's direction. It was the patrolling Minster Griffin Knights. Although it was night and the clouds were dense, visibility was very low. But in the glow of the city's street lamps and house lights, they could just make out 2 fast-moving figures on the ground, so they immediately controlled their griffins to dive down. The two of them, one after the other, intended to capture both Asimov and Lord Riani at the same time. But the next second, the gray shadow moving swiftly ahead quickly raised his hand, aimed at the diving Griffin Knight, and struck a flame strike right in his face. The Griffin immediately started bellowing loudly, flapping its wings to dodge the fire, nearly throwing off its rider. Meanwhile, Lord Riani faced the diving Griffin Knight, dodging the attack with a swerve and calling out from afar, "Imperial Sword-bearer Riani." "Huh, Lord Riani." The eyes of the attacking Griffin Knight immediately widened. "Fuck, I actually attacked Lord Riani." It turned out this Griffin Knight was Fish, who had witnessed Lord Riani's great battle with the ancient hero Mong and Meister. He had also just been reassigned back to Minster the day before. Meanwhile, Asimov, who had startled the other Griffin Knight away, suddenly dodged into an alley. He was seen quickly chanting and waving a short staff in his hand. In that instant, two other lifelike figures emerged around him, exact replicas of his original form. The next second, the three figures, including the original, immediately dashed off in three different directions. Lord Riani's eyes flashed with a spark of insight. He had some experience with the witchcraft cloning technique. Ever since that encounter with Galena's cloning technique, Lord Riani had summarized relevant combat experience. He immediately took the middle path without hesitation, commanding his greyhound Cookie to chase after the left shadow, while the blood-feathered horned eagle pursued the right one. However, the Griffin Knights in the sky were suddenly at a loss. In the dim night, it was impossible to distinguish between the three identical figures. They could only randomly follow one, each hastily pursuing one. The night watchmen and city guard, the Empire's elite troops on the ground, originally based their positioning on the Griffin Knights in mid-air, now saw the two Griffin Knights splitting up. After a brief moment of commotion, they quickly divided their teams and each pursued the direction of one Griffin Knight. Shortly afterward, Bloodfeather, being the fastest, with a swoop, shattered the right figure like a burst bubble with its claws. A few seconds later, from the left came a pitiful yelp from Cookie. This action naturally also revealed Asimov's true location without a doubt. Lord Riani immediately abandoned the central figure, turned direction, and with the blood-feathered horned eagle guiding from above, he swiftly pursued. Though Cookie was scorched, it possessed a natural ability, high-speed regeneration. The injury was not severe for it. After dashing out of the floral fountain, Cookie growled angrily and once again chased after Asimov. Asimov, relieved to have shaken off his pursuers for a moment, was considering whether to head back to the administrative district to catch a flight back to the Imperial City in about 10 minutes. But the next second, he furrowed his brows again. Asimov looked up at the blood-feathered horned eagle in the sky, glanced back at Lord Riani and the greyhound reappearing behind him, and cursed under his breath, "This persistent bastard." However, Asimov had no choice but to accelerate again. Both parties were extremely fast and quickly moved from the administrative district of Minster to the trading area, then rushed through the trading area into the civilian district. Along the way, low greenery, potted plants, street-side tables and chairs, shade covers, and so on, faced a whirlwind caused by their rapid movements, scattering everything around, leaving a mess in their wake. At that moment, Asimov, seeing Lord Riani stubbornly on his heels, immediately turned again and dodged into another alley, swiftly beginning to chant a spell. The next second, Asimov's entire body disappeared bizarrely from that spot. 2 seconds later, Lord Riani arrived at the alley, cautiously on guard, looking around, his brow slightly furrowed. Invisibility technique. He was certain that the other person had entered the alley and had not come out again, and there were only 2 doors in this alley, none of which showed signs of being opened. Woof woof. Rain couldn't help but laugh. With a swift spin, he suddenly hurled over 100 four-cornered darts towards the direction from which Cookie had barked. Sword Blade Storm modified. Suddenly, Asimov, who had no place to hide on the rooftop of a house, awkwardly revealed his figure. Although the four-cornered darts couldn't hurt him much, they thwarted his plan to escape using the invisibility spell. "Damn it, you damn dog." Asimov cursed angrily. He should have killed this troublesome dog right away. On the rooftop, Asimov once again executed the quick wind, wrapping himself in a light blue whirlwind and continuing to flee. Meanwhile, Rain quickly leapt onto the rooftop of the house, persistently chasing after him. In the current situation, Asimov knew well that unless he could shake off Rain's pursuit, there was no way he could return to the auction house, let alone head to the airship docking point and back to the Imperial City. Fortunately, the night was cloaked in dark clouds, offering poor visibility, or else the Griffin Knights would have joined the chasing team. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Asimov glared back at Rain angrily, then looked at the towering walls of Minster City ahead and quickly made up his mind. Inside Minster City, his use of second-level witchcraft would instantly reveal his location due to the city's array. The Empire's defense forces would swarm in like mad dogs, but outside the city it would be different. In that case, for a short time, the battle would just be between him and Rain. The next second, Asimov charged toward the towering walls of Minster. Chasing from behind, Rain narrowed his eyes as he saw Asimov smash through several city guards and swiftly climb up the wall. Is he trying to escape beyond the walls? Rain accelerated again, his hands transforming hardened essence gold into sharp claws, and he took a shortcut, climbing up the wall directly using the formidable grip of his claws. Since Minster was built on a hillside, parts of the wall had a significant drop from the ground, around 70 to 80 meters. Suddenly, Asimov, a few tens of meters ahead of Rain after passing a watchtower, cast the floating technique on himself. Right after, he leaped off the city walls. In midair, Asimov slowly floated towards the distance, turned his head to look at Rain, pointed a finger, and then made a throat-slitting gesture, meaning he would definitely come back for Rain. Rain squinted, looked down at the ground outside the city wall, which was over 70 meters below. If he jumped down directly, he might not necessarily die, but he would most likely sustain severe injuries. However, the next second, he thought of a solution. Rain's hardened essence gold in his hands quickly reshaped into two thin, elongated, wing-like metal plates. As a loud eagle cry echoed behind him, a pair of sharp claws landed on Rain's shoulders. Taking advantage of the situation, Rain leaped, and together with the eagle, glided down from the city wall like a twin-winged plane, swiftly pursuing Asimov. Although the blood-feathered horned eagle was not yet fully grown and couldn't bear Rain's entire weight, reducing the falling speed to prevent Rain from getting injured was still achievable. This spectacle made Asimov wear a complexion as if he had seen a dog's day. His eyes twitched uncontrollably. The two, one after another, almost simultaneously landed, spaced tens of meters apart, once again facing each other at a distance. Yet both stared at each other, neither moving. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, instantly illuminating the surrounding wilderness and their stern faces. Soon after, the rumbling of thunder began. Large raindrops then started pattering down like heavy rain on banana leaves, hitting the ground and sending up a mix of vapor and a musty odor of mud. Asimov watched Rain, his eyes flickering. The other's strength far surpassed his expectations. Not only was he a wizard and a great knight, he also seemed to be skilled in beast taming, able to control ferocious beasts such as eagles and dogs. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the other party was still so young. It was truly unimaginable how the other had achieved all this. Now that enmity had been formed, it naturally would be best to eliminate the other party as soon as possible. Couldn't sit and wait for the other's strength to improve once more and come back seeking revenge. It seems that only by using that artifact will I be assured to eliminate him in one fell swoop, Asimov said, a pained expression crossing his face, which quickly flashed by before his expression firmed up. His entire face turned crimson in an instant, and he rapidly began chanting aloud, his pace and rhythm as fast as the top-level rap artist Rain had seen in his previous life. At the same time, Asimov quickly took out an array plate with his left hand. With the spell uttered at a speed that was almost unintelligible, the array plate soon began to glow, casting a pale green projection onto the ground. A reversed pentagram array was swiftly displayed. Immediately after, the ground where the witchcraft array laid began to flicker with bright red light, vibrating intensely and quickly bulging. The moment his opponent used the innate ability Frenzy, Rain knew that he was going all out. Since that was the case, with a tap of his toes, the water beneath his boots exploded into a ring of splashes. Rain, holding the two-handed warhammer diagonally with both hands, its head nearly scraping the ground, rushed towards Asimov, the air torn by his high-speed movement instantly creating a long vacuum corridor in the pouring rain. Rain could clearly feel that the vibration of the ground this time even surpassed the previous magma giant hands. To think, with the help of the innate talent Frenzy of a troll and the cooperation of the array plate, one could imagine the power of the witchcraft that Asimov was using at that moment. Indeed, just as Rain was about to bypass the swelling ground, splash, Magma splattered everywhere. Two magma giant hands extended out simultaneously from the ground, one on each side, forcibly splitting open the red light flickering ground, and from the inverted pentagram array, a huge humanoid monster emerged. This was a giant similar to the obsidian giants Rain had once seen, only the elements forming its body had shifted from obsidian to the more lethal, red-hot stone and magma. But it didn't end there. Asimov's voice suddenly became more strident, and he quickly took out a box from his chest, looking reluctant but still swiftly opened it, and pushed a fist-sized crystal stone, glinting with red light, towards the magma monster with force. The heart-shaped red crystal stone automatically floated in mid-air and like a red comet, swiftly flew into the chest of the magma monster and merged instantly. Immediately, the momentum of the magma monster surged. Its height grew from around 6 or 7 meters to 8 or 9 meters, and its limbs and face became ever more defined, looking like an oversized human. With the power of the legendary item Heart of Magma, my magma monster's strength has also successfully reached the power of the legendary magma giants. Asimov thought to himself. Kid, time to die, Asimov sneered with a laugh. As soon as his mind moved, the tall magma giant clenched its fists together, landing a heavy hammer blow towards Rain. Naturally, Rain wouldn't opt to take the hit head-on. Dodging the heavy strike, he rolled aside and nimbly evaded it. Boom, the heavy magma giant hands, each several meters in length, smashed into the ground, creating a huge semicircular crater about 7 or 8 meters in diameter, sending mud and magma flying in all directions. Accompanied by the rain pouring from the sky, a hot and cold mist instantly formed, spreading around. The ground was shaking violently, as though an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck. Rain managed to dodge successfully. But once again, he felt that same sensation he had when facing the ancient hero, Mong. Such immense power. Rain looked at the towering magma giant, his expression grave. Heh, you may dodge once, but how many more times can you dodge? Asimov, standing atop the magma giant's head, watched Rain continuously dodge and instantly felt elated. Suddenly, Asimov seemed to seize an opportunity, smiling slightly. He waved his wand and pointed at Rain, shouting, "Magma jet." The magma giant immediately opened its mouth, akin to a cave, and a jet of glowing magma gushed forth like a high-pressure hose, aiming straight for Rain. Not good. Rain narrowed his eyes and dodged twice in quick succession, narrowly avoiding this range attack. But as he barely got to his feet, a pillar of flame followed close behind, another one of Asimov's flame strikes. Fortunately, Rain's magic silver shield that surrounded him accelerated sharply, intercepting the pillar of flame, blocking most of the damage, and Rain was only forced back a small step, seeing that their well-coordinated strike had no effect. Asimov ordered the magma giant at his feet to continue attacking Rain, while he conjured one flame strike after another with his hand, like a rapid-fire machine gun aiming at Rain. At that moment, while under the effects of frenzy, he was like a non-stop talker, speaking faster than the cross-talk comedians Rain had heard about in his previous life. If it weren't for Rain's metal barrier, sometimes he wouldn't need to dodge at all and could take a direct hit from the flame strike. Without issue, any other great knight, even a peak knight, would likely fall quickly on the spot if hit. But as the battle intensified, the area around the lava giant, nearly half of the surroundings, had become unbearably hot molten lava. The space left for Rain to maneuver and attack was getting smaller and smaller. If the lava giant spewed magma again, Rain would be at a disadvantage. Of course, Rain could choose to give up. He could choose to return to Minster City, for Asimov wouldn't dare to control the lava giant to attack Minster openly. But that wasn't the outcome Rain wanted. Rain narrowed his eyes, a fierce light flashing across them. If that was the case, then there would be no dodging. Instead of lingering on the outskirts, Rain took a quick step forward, braving the flame strike and stepping on molten lava, he charged towards the lava giant. In the blink of an eye, he was under the giant's right foot. In an instant, Rain kicked, spun, twisted his hips, his whole body winding up like a tightly coiled spring. Swinging the two-handed warhammer from one side of his body, he spun a full 180 degrees, unleashing a lightning-fast blow. It was none other than the top-secret technique, Annihilating Hammer. In an instant, the dark-hardened essence gold warhammer, like a heavy artillery shell, slammed into the left knee of the lava giant. Boom! A sound akin to an exploding shell rang out. The knee of the lava giant's left leg was struck, leaving a basin-sized penetrating wound as red-hot lava and fragments of rock splattered in every direction. This immediately caused the lava giant to become unstable, tottering on the brink of collapse. Bang! The lava giant fell to one knee. This nearly caused Asimov, who stood atop the giant's head, to fall off, his face flashing with a mix of shame and rage. It was that same technique again. In their previous encounter at the residence, that very hammer skill secret technique had nearly injured him. Had broken through his two defensive witchcraft barriers, and had it not been for his fire resistance ring from the crystal pendant activating to protect him automatically, he would have suffered greatly at that time. For an opponent so young to master a hammer skill secret technique with such immense power was truly puzzling. Such an enemy must be eliminated as quickly as possible. You think you have won, you are celebrating too early. After stabilizing his stance, Asimov quickly began chanting, and soon enough, the chest and heart region of the lava giant started to glow with an intense fiery red light. Roar! Following that, the lava giant let out an angry roar to the sky. Stood up once again, its nearly severed left knee visibly healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The ground's molten lava flowed like red streams from the soles, the ankles, up the shins, all the way to the knee, quickly repairing the damage to the lava giant. How many more times can you perform that powerful secret technique you just used? Now you have almost used up all your energy. Accept your fated defeat, Asimov said loudly from atop the lava giant, pointing his wand at Rain like a king. Huff! Rain took a deep breath. Having pursued the fight this far, and having used the top secret technique twice, Asimov's words weren't wrong, his strength was nearing its end. If it were any other peak knight, their energy would probably be less than 10% by now. But Rain was different. He silently looked at the 9 remaining attribute points on his attribute panel. Judging by his current constitution of 46 points, at his peak strength, he could fully execute the top secret technique Annihilating Hammer at least 3 times. 3 times 9 is 27, meaning he could perform the top secret technique 27 more times. I wonder if your spiritual power will run out first. Or if my strength will, Rain thought to himself. The next second his strength increased from 46 points to 47 points, and immediately a warm current surged powerfully from his heart and spread rapidly throughout his body. Instantly, the feeling of fatigue vanished from Rain's body, and his energy was restored to its peak, at the same time, inside Minster City. After receiving Viri's transmission, Nioro, bolstered by swift technique, was the first of the team to arrive. The first thing he saw was the situation in the front courtyard of the residence. The ground in the residence, which was originally flat, was now full of pits and divots. The neatly trimmed exquisite flowers and shrubs were now a complete mess. Moreover, in the middle of the front yard, there was a conspicuous, enormous bulge and intersecting massive ravines that were billowing steam even in the rain. This made Nioro surprised and contemplative. This is rarely seen lava witchcraft, and judging by the scene, it doesn't seem to be the power of a first-level witchcraft, but a second level. Thinking this far, Nioro became somewhat worried. Before he had time to inspect the situation further, Nioro suddenly turned, with a stern face, towards someone emerging from the shattered rubble to his right front. "Who's there? It's me, Angus." As soon as the voice fell, Angus's familiar tall figure emerged from the ruins of the wall, carrying something in his hand. This immediately eased Nioro's mind, and he said, "You gave me quite a scare. Angus, what's with the bad habit of not using the front door and instead coming through the back?" But he soon realized it. Angus wasn't heading for the back door, but rather, what should I say, a newly made door on the wall. "Just caught a guy trying to flee, so I came in through there," Angus said. Angus threw the person he was holding to the ground, and the latter rolled awkwardly several times on the muddy ground. Nioro then saw clearly that the person was a third-level wizard apprentice who was somewhat slender. This third-level wizard apprentice was one of the few from the Bloodtop mercenary corps responsible for masking the wizardry array, having just exhausted his spiritual power. He looked around awkwardly at the hellish scene, and suddenly, his entire body stiffened, because he saw on the ground not far away a figure he was extremely familiar with, none other than the curvaceous, charming Lady Scorpion. At this moment she too was lying on the ground, her willowy eyebrows slightly furrowed, her face still charming as ever. But the problem was, the baby's head-sized penetrating wound in her fair abdomen destroyed the overall aura, somewhat creating a flawed sense of beauty. Viri, who had been guarding the second floor, immediately flipped downstairs after seeing his two companions arrive. Pointing at the scorpion lady lying unconscious on the ground, Viri said, "This was the first attacker. The second attacker is over there, also severely injured by the captain. Just not sure whether the person has escaped or not." Viri continued. Angus and Nioro followed the direction Viri pointed. They saw a large hole in the wall of a residential building across the street outside the main door. "I'll check it out," Angus exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than Angus dashed over there, and soon after he dragged out a remarkably tall, burly man. "Is this the person?" Angus asked. Viri took a quick look. Although nearly a third of the man's body, including his right arm and shoulder blade, was missing, it was indeed the person who had attacked Captain Rain. Iron Man was in a near-death state at this moment. Rain's strike had not only shattered his metal prosthesis, but also severely damaged his lungs and other internal organs. Just now, he had struggled to pull out a vial of explosive potion from his pouch to take and flee from this place. But unexpectedly, his efforts were interrupted by the burly man in front of him. The third-level wizard apprentice, seeing Lady Scorpion lying next to him perhaps dead, felt a chill in his heart. Now seeing Iron Man half dead being carried, he immediately felt a daze. "The captain seems to have gone after their leader. There are 3 of them in total," Viri said, looking glad as Angus brought the half-dead Iron Man back. As a follower of Rain, Viri immediately assumed the role of a follower. After all, these were the captain's spoils of war. At that moment, Evelyn arrived and was shocked to see the vigorous signs of battle. She had not anticipated such a severe attack in what she perceived as the relatively safe provincial capital of Minster. "Which direction did the captain go? We need to support him immediately. The enemy is a rare second-level lava wizard with very strong attack and defense powers," Nioro asked quickly. Viri hesitated a moment and replied, "Didn't see clearly, but there are obvious traces all along the way. You won't have a hard time following. However, the captain instructed us to protect his family members." "Yes, let's do that then. Angus, you come with me. Evelyn, you stay here with Viri. Soon the elite Imperial security forces will arrive. You two explain the situation to them," Nioro instructed. Outside the walls of Minster City, the rain was pouring down. Rain, having regained his strength, swiftly turned around to face the lava giant, took a step forward, and immediately approached the opponent, targeting the freshly healed left knee of the lava giant with another annihilating hammer. Boom! The scorching lava and the reddened boulders instantly shattered. Thus, the same penetrating wound appeared once again on the lava giant's left knee. But learning from his recent experience, Rain did not stop his attack this time. Instead, he tapped his foot on the ground and, twisting his body, immediately moved to the other side of the lava giant. Taking a deep breath, Rain targeted the other leg of the lava giant with another annihilating hammer. Immediately, the lava giant, with both legs broken, could no longer stand and thudded to its knees. Rain executed 2 consecutive top-secret techniques, annihilating hammer, directly forcing the lava giant to kneel. This scene left Asimov, who had just mentioned that Rain must be exhausted, with his eyes wide and a face full of shock. What the hell kind of creature is this? But Rain still did not stop. He swiftly turned around, moved to the front, and charged at the now much shorter kneeling lava giant. As Asimov followed Rain's gaze, he saw Rain's eyes fixed on the heart area of the lava giant's chest, and he immediately understood what Rain was preparing to do. His face flushed. Asimov began chanting again at an almost inaudible speed. Scorching Ray. Rain's magic silver shield was positioned in front of him, enduring Asimov's scorching ray strike, but his steps showed no hesitation or pause. Annihilating hammer. Rain leaped into the air, transforming into a drawn bow at its limit. Lifting the 2-handed warhammer above his head and slamming it down onto the chest of the lava giant, right where its heart was. Boom! As a large hole burst open, the red crystal stone shaped like a heart was knocked straight out of the lava giant's body and into the midair. With the crystal stone torn out, the lava giant immediately let out a painful wail. Its gigantic figure began to shrink rapidly, from 8 or 9 meters down to 5 or 6 meters, even smaller than it initially was. The bright red, fiery magma on its surface also dimmed significantly, turning into a dark gray color as if it was about to solidify. Of course, Rain, who had endured the scorching ray head-on, was not unscathed either. The scorching ray had shattered his magic silver shield and secret silver engraved plate armor, striking his left arm and leaving a searing pain. But this pain only intensified Rain's fighting spirit. At that time, Asimov was surrounded by a faint blue stream of air, quickly moving toward the red crystal stone that had been knocked flying. Clearly, he wanted to seize the heart of the lava giant before Rain could get to it. Although much of the energy of the lava heart was depleted, it was still a rare legendary item, and the only thing Asimov could rely on to turn the tables. Suddenly, through the pouring rain, a blood-feathered horned eagle dived down. Its blue and white feathers stark against the gray sky. It stretched out its talons and grabbed the heart of the lava giant in the air, seizing it in an instant. Then, it soared high once again, disappearing into the low-hanging clouds. This left Asimov completely stunned, his complexion turning exceedingly ugly, because with the blood-feathered horned eagle stealing away his last trump card and lifeline, he had effectively lost it all. Meanwhile, with another point added, strengthening his power to 48 points, Rain's physical energy returned to its peak. He immediately pursued Asimov. Seeing Rain chase after him with renewed vigor, Asimov, with his spiritual power nearly drained and his last stand stolen by Blood Feather, couldn't help but show a look of panic. He quickly took out a light blue glass vial from his pouch, intending to swallow its contents. But at that moment, a dark figure suddenly burst forth, pouncing on him. It was the Whippet War dog Cookie, lying in wait for some time. Cookie had deeply etched the previous singeing in its memory. With a thud, Asimov's innate wizardry resist fire ring blasted Cookie 7 or 8 meters away, while flames erupted on the war dog's body. However, the torrential rain provided Cookie with a convenient way to cope. It rolled on the muddy, waterlogged ground and quickly extinguished the flames on its body. And just as Asimov bent down to pick it up, Rain had already caught up and struck Asimov with another annihilating hammer. Bang, bang. After breaking through both the resist flame ring and rock guard layers of witchcraft defense, Rain's warhammer finally made contact with Asimov's body. The residual force of the warhammer bent Asimov in half, his mouth gaping open, his tongue lolling out like a snake's, as he spat out fresh blood and was sent flying more than 10 meters away in an instant. After hitting the ground hard, Asimov rolled over and, driven by a strong will to survive, quickly wiped the blood from his mouth and began to chant frenziedly, attempting to cast witchcraft again. With his spiritual power at that moment, casting witchcraft again would greatly backlash against his body. But at this point, Asimov could no longer care about that. If he lost his life, he would lose everything, but Rain wouldn't let him have his way. In Rain's hands, the two-handed warhammer quickly changed shape, and soon a pair of bladed finger tiger was fitted onto Rain's fists. As Asimov opened his mouth, before he could chant 2 syllables, his left cheek caught a heavy punch from Rain. Although the finger tiger's power was greatly reduced after piercing the opponent's witchcraft protection, they still achieved the goal of interrupting the opponent's chanting. Bang, bang. Asimov staggered backwards, trying to continue chanting, but every half-second or so, his face would catch a heavy punch from Rain. The defense spells on his body could be broken by Rain in just 2 or 3 punches, directly striking the opponent's quickly moving mouth. In no time, teeth fell out, and Asimov's mouth swollen like a pig's head. He could no longer chant the spells clearly. Then Rain delivered another heavy uppercut, instantly sending Asimov half a meter off the ground. His head bent back 90 degrees, and almost all his jawbones were completely shattered. Asimov, who fell heavily onto the muddy ground, struggled to rise. But the next second, a strong, shiny silver gauntleted hand grabbed his neck like one would a public duck. Asimov's face instantly turned red, and he could only make a hoarse noise. Crack! The plated hand twisted and instantly broke Asimov's neck. At this moment, Neoro and Angus, braving the heavy downpour, followed the trace and arrived on the city wall. Meanwhile, the Griffin Knights in the sky, despite the flashes and thunder, had also found the place. Although the battle took place outside the city, the recent roar of the lava giant and the bright red light was still visible from 100 meters away on this stormy night. With a brilliant flash of lightning across the sky, the entire scene of battle, like a lava hell, was suddenly revealed before everyone's eyes. Rain, clad in a secret silver armor, holding the still twitching Asimov by one hand, while beside him lay a gigantic lava giant kneeling on the ground, its chest pierced with a huge hole, a sight of utmost despair. Witnessing this scene left everyone frozen in their tracks, staring dumbfounded at the spectacle before them. At that moment, Neoro, who stood atop the city walls, heard rhythmic footsteps approaching from behind. Turning his head, he saw hundreds of city guards swiftly advancing from the rear. Clearly, they had also heard the tumult outside the city and assumed that this side of the wall had come under attack by some creature. And in the sky, a griffin knight, discerning Lord Rain amid the pouring rain, spiraled rapidly downward. This griffin knight was none other than Fish. Once he dismounted from his griffin, Fish strode forward and apologized to Rain. "Lord Rain, do you remember me? During the battle with the cult's ancient hero Mongenmeister, I was there with Viscount Felk. Earlier, I'm truly sorry for mistaking you as." Rain pondered for a moment, then his face lit up with realization. He remembered this Fish, the young griffin knight who had brought them news. "Hello, Fish, I remember you. The visibility was poor just now and you were simply doing your duty, so don't worry about it." "Lord Rain, thank you." Fish bowed slightly, visibly moved. Nioro and Angus glanced at each other upon witnessing this scene and couldn't help but laugh. This griffin knight was quite interesting. It seemed as though he was looking at his own captain as if he were an idol. "By the way, Lord Rain, do you wish to ride my griffin back to the city first?" Thinking of his family, Rain pondered for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, thank you. But wait a moment, let me greet my companions first." "Of course you can." When Nioro and Angus spotted Rain, he naturally noticed them on the city wall as well. Soon, the three met beneath the wall. "How did you get here? Thank you for your hard work." Rain approached and thanked them with a smile. "Captain, don't be a stranger. Your matters are ours as well," Angus said straightforwardly, true to the military style. "Wow, so this is the second-level liquidization wizard rare lava series." Angus circled the crystal stone that was in Rain's hand, marveling. Although he did not witness the fierce battle between his captains, Lord Rain, and the other party, the pitiful state of the ground and the giant humanoid rock kneeling on the grounds told him how intense the fight must have been. "Yes, a tough one, but he's finally taken care of," Rain said, glancing at the crystal stone in his hand. Then a hawk's cry echoed through the sky, and a blue and white raptor spiraled down from the air. Notably, it clutched a flashing red crystal stone in its talons, catching everyone's attention. When Rain took the heart-shaped red crystal stone from Bloodfeather's talons, Nioro's eyes widened in shock and he exclaimed, "Captain, is this the heart of lava?" "The heart of lava. I don't know what that is, but this item seems to enhance the strength of the opponent's summons and must be quite valuable," Rain said, looking at the burning red crystal stone in his hand and shaking his head. "That's it. That's the legendary-level treasure occasionally found within the bodies of fire or lava elemental creatures, the heart of lava," Nioro said excitedly. "Captain, may I take a closer look?" "Of course," Rain handed it to Nioro casually. Nioro scrutinized it closely. "Captain, this is indeed the heart of lava. You mentioned that the other party used this to enhance." Suddenly thinking of something, Nioro's face turned to aghast as he glanced at the kneeling stone figure. Angus, puzzled by Nioro's shocked expression, also became bewildered. "That means the opponent's lava creature reached a power almost equal to legendary," Nioro murmured to himself. "Legendary?" Angus's eyes widened in shock as well. Had their captain's strength reached such a level? "By the way, how is everything at the manor?" Rain inquired. "Captain Viri and Evelyn are guarding the manor. There shouldn't be any security issues," Nioro responded. "All right, I'll take the griffin and leave first. Please convey the situation here to the city guards." Rain nodded. When Rain returned to the manor, it was already brimming with people. On the outermost perimeter, the elite night watchmen stood guard. A layer further in were the guards from the Sword-Bearers branch who had come upon hearing the news. And at the very heart were the sheriffs of Minster Province, a captain of the Sword-Bearer Guards, and a priestess from the Goddess Church whom Rain did not recognize. Clearly, the recent assassination of the great priest Gomez had made the higher-ups of Minster Province and the church take the attack very seriously. Rain's family, seeing him return, also stepped out under the protection of Viri and Evelyn, but the panic in their eyes was impossible to hide. Especially Rain's mother, Emma, and his father. Old Rain, it was their first time witnessing their son in battle up close. The inhuman speed and strength, the tremendous destructive power, and the mystical witchcraft all left them utterly astonished. The once familiar courtyard, now wrecked and steaming in the rain, gave off a scorching, burnt smell. This made the elderly couple unable to hide their worry for their son. And the beautiful Jennifer, it was also her first time seeing Rain, now a great knight, fighting an evenly matched opponent. Although Riani had disciplined 2 knights from his own family while serving as the guardian knight of the Crowley family, by comparison, those scuffles were child's play. The beautiful lady watching this scene grew increasingly confident in her decision to rely on Riani. She even felt extremely fortunate, because judging from the strength that Riani was currently displaying, it had far exceeded her imagination. Jennifer couldn't imagine just how far Riani could go in the future. Additionally, if compared to Riani's current level of strength, it had become increasingly unlikely for her to have any further interactions with him. And in the current tumultuous situation of the Empire, strength was the best assurance. Having such a powerful figure, who was still rapidly improving, as her support was indeed a fortunate matter. The same thought lingered in the minds of Jenny and Agatha as well. However, the sister, Bohi, had always been extremely confident in her brother, yet the scene in the courtyard had taken her by surprise. At that moment, her eyes were scanning the surroundings with amazement. After soothing his family, Riani asked Evelyn and Viri to take care of them and let them rest first. He then gave a simple account of the situation to everyone present. When Olna, who was on duty at the Sword Bearers branch that night, found out about the situation here, she also hurried over. She was relatively knowledgeable about the entire affair, because Riani had initially approached Olna, asking her to help contact the intelligence department. The first thing she said upon seeing Riani unharmed was, "Lord Riani, let's leave the subsequent matters to the branch to handle. I believe no matter who instigated the attackers, this has become a provocation towards our Mingster Sword Bearers branch, and I will report the matter to Admiral Edward immediately." Although Olna did not name names as to who was behind the attack, those who understood. Riani smiled at the competent young woman and said, "Lady Olna, I'll leave the following matters in your hands. Lord Riani, these two should be detained in the special cells of the Sword Bearers branch. I'm afraid the defensive strength of the peacekeeping department's cells might be slightly insufficient," Olna suggested, referring to Iron Man and Scorpion Woman. "That's fine, try to save them if possible. They could serve as witnesses," Riani nodded. "This fellow is beyond help, but he can be considered evidence." Riani then pointed to Asimov, whom he had slain. All right, Lord Riani," Olna nodded after glancing at Asimov's corpse. It was her first time learning that this was how witnesses and evidence were differentiated. The peace officer at the side mumbled something under his breath, then looked at Olna and Riani, but ultimately said nothing. "By the way, where did this guy's right arm go?" Upon hearing Riani's question, Viri was startled for a moment, then immediately turned and walked back into the room. "Captain, are you referring to this?" Viri returned from the room holding a set of metallic limb prosthetics broken into several pieces, with most of its internal parts scattered. Have it sent over to my place later," Riani instructed. "Yes, Captain," Viri replied. Just then, Riani suddenly thought of the Iron Man, whose meticulously constructed metal limb prosthetic had sparked some insights. He planned to study it in detail later. By the time Riani returned to the Sword Bearers branch, it was well into the night. After a quick shower, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Riani woke up early, poured himself a cup of coffee, went to the study, and began to slowly contemplate last night's battle. Last night, he had consecutively killed 3 official members of the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps, and the intensity of the battle was indisputably substantial. If it had been any other level 1 wizard, or even a peak knight, the outcome would have been sealed when the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps leader, Asimov, summoned the lava monster and enhanced it with the lava core to a lava giant. Only someone with an edge like him could persist and even turn defeat into victory. With this thought in mind, Riani picked up the red crystal stone from the desk box, the size of a baby's head and shaped like a heart. He closely examined it in the daylight, the interior liquid flowing like magma. Of course, Riani could feel the surging power within it. But it seems that a lot of the energy has been consumed, almost half of it, he mused. Perhaps later, I can go to the exchange hall to have it appraised. To first understand the exact use of this object and whether the energy within can be replenished, Riani contemplated. After pondering for a while, Riani placed the red crystal stone back into the wooden box. In terms of strength, among the 3 opponents, it was naturally the leader, Asimov, who was the strongest and who had left the most profound impression on Riani. Asimov's innate ability derived from the Bloodtop Troll's frenzy was incredibly compatible with witchcraft. After all, for wizards of all levels, unless it was innate wizardry, casting techniques required some time. The less proficient the caster, the longer it took to execute a spell. Once endowed with frenzy, the casting speed could be increased by nearly 30%. With the boost from this special ability, some witchcraft that was originally not suitable for use in battle could change in nature. For example, summoning witchcraft that typically took 7 or 8 seconds could be compressed into 4 or 5 seconds, and with sufficient proficiency, it could be completed in an even shorter time frame. Greatly enhanced his own combat power. In this respect, Asimov had given Rain certain inspiration. The opponent's innate skill frenzy came from an experiment involving bloodline transplantation. Although it was said to be highly risky, he could learn about it in advance, which didn't necessarily mean he had to go through with it. Furthermore, he could actually achieve a certain wizardry over speed release by adding points through the system, such as the current metal barrier, which is operated in this manner. Of course, the greatest inspiration Asimov had given to Rain was that if the talent and profession were very compatible, the combat power displayed would be extremely astonishing. And his talents, advanced steel body and junior weapon mastery, seemed to be extremely compatible with close combat. Next, the second most impressive thing was Iron Man's metal prosthetics. Rain walked to the desk and looked at the metal prosthetics broken into several sections on the table, which, of course, were all parts from the forearm back. The palm at the very front had long been crushed into powder by the overwhelming destructive power of the annihilating hammer. Rain picked up a segment of a limb and examined it closely. The remaining gear structures and metal components all exhibited very high precision, seemingly not inferior to the mechanical devices he had seen in his previous life. However, Rain could vaguely make out the traces of hand polishing. Handmade, and it achieved this precision. Could it be that the Eagle Federation has a bunch of level 8 mechanics? That's somewhat impressive. Seeing this, Rain's thoughts stirred slightly. Then, could I rely on the innate wizardry metal morphing spell to quickly shape these precise parts? As soon as Rain thought about it, a small piece of hardened essence gold in his hand began to rapidly transform into a gear, but after comparing the two, Rain realized. The gears he quickly shaped, although similar in appearance, fell short in precision. After several tests, Rain estimated the upper limit of precision of his innate wizardry. It seemed to be at the millimeter level. If he wanted greater precision, he might have to wait until he advanced to the liquid wizard stage. But this was also a direction, far from the realm of manually crafted war magic statues, but the natural compatibility between metal wizards and metal prostheses used in puppet making couldn't be denied. Furthermore, inside the metal prosthetic, there seemed to be a separate energy source, a white crystal stone, somewhat smaller than the previous red one, apparently having a battery-like driving effect. Regarding this, Rain planned to ask around later. The Eagle Federation has got something. As for that Scorpio woman, Rain pondered for a moment and immediately shook his head, seeming as though, except for being charming, she hadn't left any impression on him. At that moment, Rain suddenly remembered that he had not yet checked the system notifications. Congratulations, you have defeated a powerful enemy and earned 8 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will hidden attribute has been enhanced. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard legendary profession level has increased. The Warhammer Wizard legendary profession level this time had once again increased by 1 level, reaching LV8. 790/7000, and he once again gained 1 skill point and 1 attribute point each. Adding on to the points he previously had, Rain now had 8 remaining attribute points, 1 remaining skill point, and the golden skill points had reached 17. Rain looked at the attribute panel. Constitution, 46 Strength, 48 Agility, 46 Spirit, 55 Will. Hidden attribute 4. Will has been increased by another point. Rain nodded. This time he could clearly feel that after the enhancement of will, it should have a restraining and weakening effect on the evil flame mark. However, there was still one thing Rain wasn't quite sure about. He had a hunch that precisely because his will was constantly clashing with the evil flame mark, his will attribute had been increasing so quickly. If this is the case, maybe, I don't necessarily have to wait passively for the Imperial Guardian to come help remove it. Through combat, I might turn a passive situation into an active one, transforming disadvantages into advantageous conditions. Moreover, Rain had also thought of something else. That is, after he had worn the secret silver-engraved plate armor, the power of his wizardry had also slightly increased, reportedly by about 10%. Therefore, he was keen to know if he directly used his innate wizardry metal morphing spell in attack, how much damage could it inflict on the enemy? When he had just been promoted to a formal wizard, Rain had already tested this out. At that time, direct use could only cause fatal damage to ordinary people, but once facing a transcendent, it was insufficient. He wondered how much change there would be now that his spiritual power had significantly increased, combined with the wearing of secret silver-engraved plate armor. Rain moved to the nearby training room. After fitting a set of steel armor onto an ironwood dummy, Rain placed one hand on the center of the breastplate and thought to initiate transformation. Indeed, as expected, because the ironwood combined both toughness and hardness. While there was slight deformation in the steel knight armor initially, subsequent transformation was hindered. Clearly, with Rain's current strength, it was still very difficult to directly damage an ironwood dummy wearing metal armor through the metal morphing spell. Of course, the ironwood was not unscathed. After removing the armor, the ironwood dummy displayed surface scratches and slight deformations, visible to the naked eye. After several tests, Rain suddenly fell into deep thought. Currently, his metal morphing spell power was about enough to cause fatal damage to seasoned knights or lower. When his palm touched the opponent's metal armor, with the deployment of his innate wizardry, he could twist the opponent into a pretzel or a lump of iron in a short time. However, when facing a peak knight, he began to find himself inadequate. As for the great knight who had a defense of original force, for now he was still far behind. Perhaps after advancing to a liquidization wizard and greatly increasing his spiritual power, he could achieve it. Meanwhile, Yixon Auction House Mingster Branch. Drake, who hardly slept a wink all night, had red eyes and his previously neat hair was now a messy nest. Not long after the battle last night, the scouts started to continuously report updates. Shortly after Rain killed Asimov, Drake received reports from the scene. At that moment he was shocked, because this was worse than the worst outcome he had previously imagined. Moreover, after thinking about it all night, he still couldn't figure it out. From the successive messages received, it was certain that Rain was the only one fighting against the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps. But the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps was led by a trio with Asimov, a second-level liquidization wizard, at the helm. How could they possibly lose? And lose completely at that? Drake had always believed, even if Rain had hidden his true strength. Only meant that the difficulty of the mission increased, but it should still be accomplishable. At worst, the battle might be a bit louder, or the mission might be delayed, not catching the last airship back to Imperial City as previously scheduled. But he hadn't expected it to turn out like this. A complete disaster. Thud, thud, thud. Who is it? Drake answered irritably. Lord Drake, Miss Olna from the Sword Bearer's branch is here to visit. Fabian's slightly hoarse voice sounded from outside the door. Upon hearing Fabian's words, Drake's heart dropped. He immediately understood. The sword holder Mingster Branch had decided to step in. It seemed that the information previously received within the Sword Bearer's branch was correct. Rain must be a Diamond Star swordsman and presumably held a significant status in the eyes of the branch head. Otherwise, the Sword Bearer's branch would not likely choose to engage in direct dialogue with them. Normally, in such situations, even if they intervened, they would first seek a proxy for communication. In the drawing room, Olna and Drake sat opposite each other. Is this the esteemed Mr. Drake from Imperial City? Hello, I am Olna. Hello, Miss Olna. Mr. Drake, I believe you are quite clear about the purpose of my visit, Olna said sharply, having attained the upper hand. Allow me to be frank, what is the stance of the Orrance family on this matter? Does your family wish to settle this privately or make it public? Drake showed hesitation. He was still awaiting a reply from his brother, Marquis Orrance in Imperial City, whom he had written to immediately after the unexpected outcome the previous night. If it's a private settlement, perhaps we can talk. If it's public, then we will report the situation to the Imperial Senate in the name of the sword holders. Mr. Branch, of course, if that's the case, I can return now. Upon hearing about reporting to the Imperial Senate, Drake's face went pale. Currently, physical evidence and witnesses were all in place, though they could still deny many things since the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps, not they, had taken action. But the problem was, the relationship between the Orrance family and the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps was evident to anyone with clear sight. Some things, although lacking substantial significance under greatly disparate power backgrounds, become very meaningful when the backgrounds of both parties are similar. Sword Bearer's branch. Exchange Hall service desk. A tall young man clad in silver armor stepped forward. Hello, may I help you? When the young girl clerk saw Rain, her eyes brightened, and she immediately stood up and said, I would like to appraise an item. Very well, my lord, please follow me. The girl then led Rain to a nearby resting room. Only then did the girl continue, "My lord, is your item a potion, equipment, or raw material? Depending on the item, since they pertain to different fields, I need to contact different appraisal masters. It should be considered a raw material." Rain pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, my lord, I recommend Master Dibbs from our branch, who specializes in appraising raw materials." "That will be fine." Rain nodded. Rain had no particular preferences regarding the choice of the appraisal master, as long as they could help him solve his doubts. "By the way, Lord Riani, Master Dibbs's appraisal fees range from 50 to 200 merit points depending on the rarity of the item. What do you think of these fees?" "No problem." Rain nodded. "All right, my lord, please show your emblem." When Rain handed over the crystal emblem, the young clerk was taken aback, took it with both hands, and looked at Rain with respect, then smiled sweetly and quickly left. In a moment, an elderly man with gray curly hair and a thick yellow beard, followed by the young clerk, walked in. "Lord Riani, this is Master Dibbs. Master Dibbs, this is Captain Riani, a Diamond Star swordsman," the girl introduced. A Diamond Star swordsman, Captain." Dibbs's eyes, previously narrowed, suddenly widened in disbelief as he looked at Rain. Initially, given Rain's youth, while he wasn't exactly dismissive, he hadn't taken him very seriously, which was indeed true. "Captain Riani, hello." Dibbs's attitude immediately became much more serious. "Master Dibbs, hello." Rain gave a slight bow and continued, "I need your help appraising an item this time. This is what I obtained during a fight with an enemy." When Rain took out a heart-shaped red crystal from a wooden box, Dibbs's surprise deepened. Dibbs carefully lifted the red crystal and meticulously examined it. Then after some time he said, "Based on what Captain Riani just said, after the enemy used this heart of lava to enhance the lava creature, which then evolved into a lava giant, this precisely indicates its origin. This should be the heart of a legendary-level lava giant. Indeed, the origin of the heart of lava can be varied. As long as it's a lava creature that has reached legendary level, there is a certain chance it will form. But if it is the heart of a lava beast, then after the lava creature merges with this heart of lava, would transform into the form of a lava beast." Rain nodded at this information. However, what he was more interested in was its use, not so much the source of the heart of lava. "Master Dibbs, what exactly is the use of this heart of lava, apart from using it as a means of enhancement when summoning lava creatures?" Rain inquired. If that was all it was good for, it would be somewhat underwhelming for him. Hearing Rain's question, Master Dibbs chuckled and said, "Ha ha, Captain Riani, this heart of lava is extremely rare. At least it's not available in our branch's exchange catalog. If you want to exchange it, you'll need to go to the headquarters in Imperial City. Moreover, its uses are quite broad. For example, can be used on special war magic statues. It is an energy barite of the fire and earth dual systems, perfect for powering the war magic statues engraved with lava witchcraft arrays. The next best use would be on the giant golems engraved with fire witchcraft arrays. The energy transfer efficiency is slightly lower, but it is still very suitable. For an individual, holding this heart of lava or crafting it into a staff when casting lava witchcraft could enhance the witchcraft's power by about a level and a half. Of course, if it is purely fire witchcraft, the increase in power might be about 10%. And if it's earth witchcraft, then even less. Perhaps the increase might not even reach 5%. Rain listened thoughtfully and after considering pointed at the heart of lava saying, "Master Dibbs, if it is used as the energy source for a war magic statue or a giant golem, does it mean it can only be used once?" "Of course not, Lord Riani. The energy within this heart of lava, if depleted, can be placed in magma to slowly recover. Generally, after about half a month, it should be approximately fully charged. Of course, after repeated use, it won't return to its original fully charged state, but generally it can retain about 70 to 80% of its storage capacity." Rain understood this clearly. Due to Dibbs's explanation, he immediately associated it with battery life of electric cars from his previous life. Just like that, after repeated use, the battery life would begin to weaken. Having heard this, Rain had gained a fairly comprehensive understanding of the various uses of the heart of lava. Thus, Rain stored the heart of lava away, and then took out a segment of a metallic limb originating from Iron Man, and handed it to Master Dibbs, saying, "Master, do you have any research on this?" "Hey, these are puppet parts. Such precise craftsmanship." Dibbs' eyes lit up as he gently stroked the inside of the metal prosthetic with his finger, observing its internal structure. and said, "This level of craftsmanship should be made by a master in puppetry technique, but I'm not particularly knowledgeable about it. Master, I just went to the library, and I noticed that our branch here seems to lack specific blueprints or books related to puppetry technique. Most of the information is quite general." Rain asked. "Yes, that's correct. From what I understand, detailed information in this area is likely only available in the Imperial City or the construction school, where masters proficient in puppetry technique are usually found. Perhaps Lord Riani could inquire there." Construction school. Rain immediately thought of the Bixiu Guzhuang school, which was noted as the supplier when he purchased the metal morphing spell. Yes, the construction school. The construction school researches puppet constructs and other types of witchcraft constructs. Dibbs nodded and said, "What about this crystal stone?" Rain took out the slightly small white crystal stone from within the metal prosthetic and asked, "Oh, this is a refined energy barite. The naturally chaotic crystal stone is purified through a special purification witch array, turning it into attribute-less crystal stones, thus expanding their application range." "I see." Rain nodded. Since seeing Iron Man's metal prosthetic, Rain had some new thoughts regarding the metal morphing spell and the metal series wizards. He really wanted to understand the knowledge related to puppetry technique, but under the current situation, it seemed he might only have the opportunity by joining the Bixiu Guzhuang school or visiting the Imperial City. He still had to think it through carefully. Before leaving the exchange hall, Rain replenished some hardened fine gold ingots and magic silver ingots, and redeemed a set of extraordinary battle technique shadow spear throwing technique regarding the throwing spear. Afterward, Rain walked towards his residence. As for why he chose the throwing spear type, extraordinary battle technique, this was mainly because during his encounter with the magma giant, a large creature with a body covered in scorching magma, he once again felt the deficiency in his long-range attack abilities. It's not that the bow is ineffective, but the tiny arrows cause extremely limited damage to giant creatures weighing tens or even close to hundreds of tons and standing as tall as 9 meters. They're really not much different from toothpicks, but throwing spears are different. A heavy long spear, if thrown at high speed, can cause considerable damage to giant creatures. And don't forget, Rain's innate wizardry is metal morphing spell. This means he can adjust the weight and length of the spear in his hand anytime to enhance the power of the throwing spear. There's also another more important reason. It's the prerequisite for the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades II, master 9 different secret techniques. Rain has already achieved 5/9, just 4 more to go. Upon switching to Warhammer Wizard, Rain acquired the soul-shattering Warhammer as a core skill with immense power. As the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades, once successfully switched, Rain believes his strength will see a significant leap. Among the 5 prerequisite conditions, Conditions 1 and 4 have already been met. In Condition 5, the requirement for attribute points currently poses no problem. It's Condition 2 master 9 different secret techniques, and Condition 3 physical second order limit break value 90% and above, which still require considerable time and energy to accomplish. Rain's current physical second order limit break value has reached 52%, and it won't be long before he steps into the realm of peak night. The rapid progress is mainly due to 2 reasons: continuous attribute point allocation, with strength, agility, and physique reaching 46 points or more, and strength reaching 48 points. Additionally, the improvement in the quality of his breathing technique. Even under the subtle effects of these few days, Rain's physical second-order limit break value has increased by nearly 2 percentage points. Therefore, considering this, King of Thousand Blades as an epic-level profession, the job switch difficulty is not particularly daunting, naturally making it Rain's top choice. As for witchcraft, after raising the defense-oriented metal barrier to LV12, it can be set aside unless other witchcraft of significant compatibility is encountered. Rain opened a pale yellow sheepskin scroll, which was Shadow Spear Throwing Technique. After thoroughly browsing and studying the Shadow Spear Throwing Technique from beginning to end, Rain briefly closed his eyes, contemplating earnestly. With the foundation of 5 different categories of extraordinary battle techniques, Rain didn't find it especially difficult to comprehend Shadow Spear Throwing Technique. After merely skimming through it a few times, system prompts appeared. You have studied the Shadow Spear Throwing Technique, and related understanding has increased. You have comprehended a new skill Shadow Spear Throwing Technique. Your skill shadow spear throwing technique has improved. Experience +1. New icon lit up among the dozen or so skill icons at the bottom of the Weapon Master, Legendary Profession panel. Shadow Spear Throwing Technique LV1, 1/100. The icon pattern is simple. A strong silhouette with legs widely apart, left arm extended slantingly upwards, right arm gripping a long spear in a spinning throw motion. Although Rain could still improve his proficiency in the shadow spear throwing technique through self-study. This time he plans to use a more efficient method of improvement. On the second floor of the training building, inside an office, a young female staff member was reporting something to a burly middle-aged man. "What did you say? A Diamond Star sword holder captain is looking for me." The burly man couldn't hide the surprise on his face. "Yes, Instructor Yasla, Lord Riani specifically requested you for a private training session. What do you think?" The young female staff member said respectfully. "But the name Rain doesn't ring a bell. I know all the Diamond Star sword holder captains in the branch. Could he be a newcomer?" Yasla was puzzled. Thinking for a moment, he nodded and agreed, "There's no problem on my end, I'll head over now." His training fees are quite steep, making it difficult for the average sword bearer to afford, so classes are usually held in small groups, and this applies to other instructors as well. But instructors naturally prefer one-on-one sessions because it's less hassle, less tiring, and they earn more merit points. No one would say no to an abundance of merit points. Of course, Lord Riani is hoping to begin immediately. The young female staff member couldn't help but laugh. When Yasla entered the room and saw Rain's youthful face, he wondered, is this a mistake? So young and already a Diamond Star sword holder captain? Still, such thoughts were definitely not to be expressed aloud. Ahem. "Lord Riani, could you please throw once so I can take a look if you don't mind?" Yasla asked, picking up a steel short spear from the training room and handing it to Rain. "Of course." Rain replied with a smile, taking the short spear and weighing it. "It's just a bit light." Suddenly, Rain twisted his body, pushed off with a step. A silver lightning bolt shot from Rain's fingertips, directly hitting an assault power tester tens of meters away. Whiz! After the spear shadow passed, an extremely sharp whistling sound followed. The speed of the spear indicating it had surpassed the speed of sound. Boom! The steel short spear had nearly half its length embedded into the enormous cylindrical metal block of the power tester. It was estimated to be about 0.70.8 meters deep. Hiss! Yasla's eyes widened suddenly, and he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. "With such power, you have the nerve to claim you're a novice in need of training guidance. I fear you might end up guiding me instead. Lord Riani, you've never practiced spear throwing before." Yasla adjusted his address to you. "Yes, just started today." This. Yasla was momentarily lost for words. Recalling Riani's throwing motion just now, it was near perfect. If anything, it was just the hand positioning. Judging from this, it really was possible that this Lord Riani had just started learning to throw spears. Your core muscle stability in the waist and abdomen, as well as your overall rotational burst power, don't require additional training. Ahem. You only need to pay slight attention to minor details, such as finger force and adjustments in power, etc. The rest is just more practice. After half a day, under Yasla's meticulous guidance, and with the support of the talent basic extraordinary understanding, passive in just one morning, Rain's shadow spear throwing technique had been elevated to level 4, 12/1000. The speed was beyond normal imagination. At noon, Rain just arrived at the suite entrance on the 3rd floor, only to see Olna walking over from the other end of the corridor. Seeing Rain, Olna gave a slight smile and said, "Lord Riani, I was just about to find you. Yixin Auction House has responded." Hearing Olna's words, Rain raised his eyebrows, thinking, "So soon, Lady Olna, thank you, please come in and talk." The two sat down in the living room. "Last night, after I reported the matter to Admiral Edward, he was quite angry after obtaining authorization from the Admiral. I met with the representative from the Orance family, Drac, this morning. They expressed their willingness to unconditionally transfer 10% of the shares of the Yixin Auction House Munster branch to Lord Riani. These shares originally belonged to the Orance family and are their entire holdings in the Munster branch. 10% of the shares." Rain was slightly stunned hearing this. He remembered that Drac only offered 2% during their previous negotiation. According to their previous statement, the annual income was about 20,000 gold. which means 10% now translates to an annual dividend close to 100,000 gold, a considerable yield. May I ask, Lord Riani, are you satisfied with this compensation? Rain thought for a moment and asked, Lady Olna, what is your opinion? The shrewd lady pondered for a while, then said, It's like this, Lord Riani. If we report this matter to the Imperial Senate, the other party might suffer greater losses, but it wouldn't bring any benefit to you, Lord Riani. Moreover, you have defeated the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps. From what I understand, they aren't capable of deploying any stronger team, unless they choose to intervene personally, which is unlikely. So, my personal suggestion is for Lord Rain to consider accepting this 10% share as compensation. Whether you choose to hold it or sell it, you can gain a substantial profit. Rain thought for a moment and nodded, saying, All right. Lady Olna, let's follow your approach to discuss. However, regarding the shares, could they be written under someone else's name? As long as Lord Rain authorizes and agrees, that shouldn't be a big problem. Olna nodded and said. Meanwhile, the competent middle-aged woman was quite curious about this person. Could it be one of Lord Rain's two little lovers? Olna naturally assumed that Vinica and Evelyn, who were part of Rain's team, were his little lovers. But if you only give it to one, can the other be appeased? To Rain, as time passes, his strength will only continue to grow. When that time comes, this so-called Marquis family, despite posing some threat now, in another half a year, in his eyes, they would become as insignificant as ants. At this stage, if he could obtain 10% of the shares from the Yaxen auction house, using the commercial prowess of the attractive Jennifer, he could likely exchange them for valuable resources, or leverage the channel of the Yaxen auction house to acquire some rare resources. By the way, Lady Olna, does the Bixiu Guzhuang School have a branch here in Mingster? Rain thought of another question and asked. There really isn't, Olna shook her head. But in the next second, her beautiful eyes flashed with a light, as if she remembered something, and said, Lord Rain. I remembered, recently, there are actually a few puppetry technique masters from the Bixiu Guzhuang School here in Mingster. It actually has some relation to you as well. Do you remember the giant axe demon statue guard you defeated in Wales County? These masters are currently in Mingster researching this ancient cult puppet. If you have any questions you'd like to ask, I can help you get in touch with them. Rain nodded, smiling, and said, That would be perfect, but I'll need to think it over first. I might need to trouble Lady Olna then. You're welcome, Lord Rain. By the way, those research masters, they can be quite temperamental, so. Olna carefully chose her words to remind him. By the way, Lord Rain, there's one more thing. Olna smiled and took out something resembling an invitation from a bag beside her, handing it to Rain. This is the invitation for you being granted the title of Viscount. 4 days from now, on the last Sunday of the Green Moon, the ennoblement ceremony will be held at the Duke of Mingster's residence. Please don't forget to attend. At that time, Admiral Edward will also be attending. It's a grand occasion, considered one of the most important activities in the Mingster province this year. After receiving it, Rain looked it over, nodded, and said, I'll be there. This was the same as the invitation he received during his barren period, except he didn't expect that the previous one hadn't been used yet, and this one was already updated to a Viscount invitation. Midnight, near the province city of Mingster in Barrington Town, inside Exeter's residence. Burgess, is everything ready for the blood crystal collection? Exeter asked with a smile, shaking the glass of Bordeaux liquid. Great priest, just one more to go. If all goes well, it should be settled by tomorrow. Speed it up. Exeter took a sip of the Bordeaux, turned and asked, Freeman, how about on your side? Any new developments in Mingster? Great priest, there's one thing, the Rain I mentioned to you last time. He seemed to have fought with a quasi-legendary level master last night. Judging from the battle site, Rain's strength seems to have increased again, Freeman said worriedly. Freeman, you got scared after getting beaten in Meister. Quasi-legendary level is not something the great priest needs to worry about. Burgess seized the opportunity to taunt him. You. Freeman's face showed anger. Enough. However, Burgess is somewhat right, as long as the other party is not legendary. They're not our focus, Exeter smiled. Far from the sword, Holder Minter branch, located on the second floor of Mona Cafe by the street. Rain and Olna were casually chatting while sipping coffee. Olna was naturally curious about to whom Rain would write those 10% shares of Yaxen auction house Munster branch. At this moment, she looked out through the second-floor window and happened to glimpse a luxurious carriage slowly pulling up at the cafe entrance. Most people wouldn't choose to visit a cafe early in the morning. Evidently, this was highly likely the main guest. This instantly made Olna's heart slightly excited. Could it be the main guest has arrived? But is it the twin-tailed girl or the red-haired girl? But the next moment, Olna's body slightly stiffened, her expression somewhat astonished, because she only saw a voluptuous lady, lifting her skirt hem gracefully, stepping down from the carriage compartment, brimming with a noble aura. The lady wore a light blue off-the-shoulder silk gown with a pearl necklace around her neck, and the ample whiteness and bustiness of her chest simply couldn't be concealed. The exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio, even from a female aesthetic perspective, demands a sigh of admiration, truly a ravishing beauty. But the problem is, from Olna's perspective, she could clearly see the lady's face. The lady's age. Isn't she probably a few years older than her? This couldn't help but make Olna steal a glance at Rain. Could it be? Turns out Lord Rain prefers a small horse pulling a big carriage, but then Olna promptly realized. Lord Rain, though young, was no small horse, his physique comparable to a sculpted statue, naturally a stallion, a thoroughbred. But a stallion pulling a big carriage is also quite weird, isn't it? Could it be that Lord Rain has a particular fondness for mature, charming ladies? Oh no, might she also be fancied by Lord Rain? The well-experienced young woman was overwhelmed by thoughts, causing her heart to race and a blush to rise on her fair face. Beside her, Rain was somewhat confused, wondering why Olna's heartbeat seemed to accelerate suddenly. Knock, 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 come in. Sure enough, the lady Olna saw earlier appeared at the door. Seeing her up close, Olna was even more certain of her judgment. Although well-maintained, the lady was undoubtedly a few years older than her. Let me introduce Jennifer. This is Lady Olna, deputy in charge of the mission hall at the Sword Bearers branch. Lady Olna, this is Baroness Crowley, Jennifer, also my housekeeper and head of the Warhammer Rose Merchants Association. Lord Rain, this lady is truly beautiful. Olna was even more shocked upon hearing the lady's title. Lord Rain actually fancies claimed flowers. Also, silently mourning for that unseen Baron Crowley for a few seconds in her heart. Baroness, you seem about my age. If you don't mind, may I address you directly as Jennifer? Of course you may. Lady Olna is the beautiful one, young and holding an important position in the Empire, truly enviable. The lady carried herself gracefully, nodding slightly, and said with a smile. Soon, the two ladies became well acquainted through their dialogue. Since Rain's schedule was packed, he naturally wouldn't let them chat for too long. He coughed slightly and said, Lady Olna, regarding the shares. They should be written under Jennifer's name. She is more knowledgeable about business matters than I am. Okay, Lord Rain, shares. The lady's big, beautiful eyes blinked with slight confusion. Early this morning, Jennifer received a message from someone sent by Rain asking her to come down to Mona Cafe, but until now she was a bit clueless. The opposite young woman had a unique shrewdness typical of government personnel, yet there was a hint of embarrassment on her face. Could it be she was another one of Lord Rain's? Seeing Jennifer's confusion, Olna immediately understood something. Could it be Lord Rain hasn't mentioned it to her at all? Lord Rain plans to allocate 10% shares of Yixon Auction House Munster branch to your name, Jennifer. Although this matter hasn't been finalized yet, it requires us to complete the contract signing before it takes effect, but for now, it should mostly be no problem. Olna explained from the side. 10% shares of Yixon Auction House. This statement instantly stunned Jennifer. Yixon Auction House. She naturally knew it all too well. Even a provincial branch held substantial interests, with a web of complex relationships behind it. Being a shareholder of Yixon Auction House was something Jennifer hadn't even dared to think of before. Yet unexpectedly, it now fell right into her lap. However, Jennifer vaguely sensed that these 10% shares might be somehow connected to the battle a few days ago. Jennifer, concerning business matters, I hope you'll take the lead. I'm limited in energy and don't have the time to fully utilize this resource. Rain added, this. At that moment, the lady was still somewhat dazed. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in handling this matter. She just suddenly didn't know how to adequately thank Rain. She truly didn't know. After all, she developed every conceivable avenue. Indeed, Lord Rain is our new star in the Sword Holders Minter branch. In the future, he will become a pillar of the Empire. Business matters might require your effort, Jennifer, Olna remarked. Olna smiled beside him and said, Well, all right, I'm just holding it on behalf, but becoming a shareholder of the auction house is a great help for the Warhammer Rose Trading Company. The beautiful lady reconsidered and didn't refuse further. Recently, she's been busy with business expansion, but progress has been minimal. If she really becomes a shareholder of Yixin Auction House, not only will these problems be resolved easily, but the trading company will also usher in a new period of rapid growth. She doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Besides, these business matters can't really trouble Rain. Jennifer, at 2 in the afternoon. I'll go with you to the Yixin Auction House branch to sign the equity transfer contract. All right, Olna, sure, Lady Olna. Lord Rain, Jennifer, I'll take my leave now. There's something I still need to prepare. Of course, Lady Olna, please go ahead. Rain nodded. Now in the box, only Rain and the beautiful lady were left. Dear, the shares don't necessarily need to be under my name, they can be under. Jennifer, we've happily decided this matter. With no outsiders around, Rain naturally rested his hand on the soft part of the beautiful lady. This made the beautiful lady's face slightly red, but she sensibly nodded and proactively offered a passionate kiss. Her hands also began sliding downwards, proactively unfastening. After a while, the beautiful lady shyly wiped the corner of her mouth. Rain was clearly not satisfied. He pulled the curtain in the box, effortlessly placed the beautiful lady on the coffee table, one hand gripping the slender waist, while the other lifted the hem of the off-shoulder long dress. 10,000 words omitted here. Meanwhile, just after leaving the coffee shop, Olna suddenly remembered there was something she forgot to tell Lord Rain. So just as she arrived at the sword-bearer's branch entrance, she turned back, but when she accidentally glanced at the box she was just in, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because she was very sure that, when she was in the box, the curtains were open, she even saw Jennifer walk in. But now it's drawn. Could it be? Did they get down to business already? Olna couldn't help but feel a raging fire of gossip burn in her heart, but as she quickly arrived at the door she considered slowing her pace, neither daring to go up to the second floor nor eavesdrop beside the box. The reason was simple. Because Lord Rain's power was too terrifying, her footsteps once appearing in the corridor would immediately be noticed by Lord Rain. If she disturbed them, it would be counterproductive. Better to wait downstairs for a bit. An hour later, the beautiful lady finally got a chance to rest against the soft sofa seat. Breathing heavily, she ruffled her slightly disheveled hair beside her ear, tiredly looked at Rain saying, "Dear, you're truly amazing." She had already undergone 3 rounds just now, or else she would really be done. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, a knock on the door sounded. The beautiful lady immediately sat up straight, quickly tidying her appearance. Lady Olna. Lord Rain, sorry, I just forgot to tell you something important. Olna looked straight ahead, but her nose had already caught that familiar scent. Lord Rain. I've already arranged to meet with Master Megaro from the Bixiu Guzhuang School. In 3 days, Master Megaro will meet with you. These masters have pretty peculiar temperaments. I had to mention the giant axe demon statue guard was seized by you. Only then did Master Megaro agree to meet. Olna said somewhat helplessly. Rain nodded and said, "That would be excellent, thank you, Lady Olna." Ever since Olna mentioned to him that several masters from the Bixiu Guzhuang School were studying the giant axe demon statue guard here in Mingster, he'd planned to find an opportunity to chat with them. He mainly wanted to inquire about some things within the school. If conditions were suitable, he was quite interested in furthering his studies there. Because within the Bixiu Guzhuang School, there seemed to be quite a few metal series witchcraft. Also, puppetry technique and metal series witchcraft had high compatibility. Perhaps he would have some additional gains there. After bidding farewell to the beautiful Lady Jennifer, Rain returned to his residence at the branch. After taking another shower, Rain refreshedly headed out again. Not long after, he returned with a light yellow sheepskin scroll in hand. Previously, due to insufficient golden skill points, perfecting the breathing technique was temporarily halted. Now the golden skill points total 17 points, this matter can naturally proceed. Pouring a cup of Yadun tea, Rain sat by the desk, opened the sheepskin scroll recording the giant firebird breathing technique, and carefully read it. About half an hour later, Rain put down the sheepskin scroll, leaned back against the chair, contemplating. This giant firebird breathing technique has only 22 forms, seemingly not as good as the fire-winged flying serpent breathing technique. But it should be enough to elevate the fire dragon breathing technique, which already has 29 movements, to a new level. Without further hesitation, Rain went to the training room and immediately started practicing the giant firebird breathing technique. The first move of the giant firebird breathing technique also had a peculiar posture, similar to the toe bridge pose from yoga in Rain's past life, but for Rain, it was naturally no challenge. A few seconds later, Rain completed the first form. Next is the second move. About half an hour later, Rain successfully went through all 22 motions of the giant firebird breathing technique. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Detected that the host's giant firebird breathing technique has reached the minimum level to integrate with the fire dragon breathing technique. The current conditions are met, and a new breathing technique can be fused. This fusion requires the consumption of 2 golden skill points. Do you choose to fuse? Oh, it still only requires 2 golden skill points this time. That's a good thing. Rain nodded to himself and immediately chose yes. Then on the Weapon Master Legendary panel, the Fire Dragon breathing technique at level 14 flickered a few times, then reduced to level 13 with the words Unknown Breathing Technique appearing. Do you want to rename the new breathing technique? No. As expected, it only dropped 1 level this time as well. The more excellent quality breathing techniques are integrated, the improvement will gradually level off, unless a breathing technique of higher quality than excellent can be obtained for integration. Meanwhile, a surge of massive memories about the new breathing technique began to flood into Rain's mind. After he absorbed these memories, the system notification came again. Ding! Detected that the host's Fire Dragon breathing technique has advanced to a legendary breathing technique. The host can gradually, through the breathing technique, transform certain hidden gene fragments in their bloodline into dominant ones. Bloodline. Could it be that there are some unknown secrets in my bloodline too? Rain mulled over this system notification several times but still felt puzzled. Because, as far as he knew, his parents had always been ordinary farmers in Flashgold Town, and he had never heard them mention any illustrious family history. Could it be that his ancestors were some kind of noble with a bloodline long ago? In that case, maybe I can ask Mother about it during dinner tonight. Additionally, the hidden gene fragments mentioned in the system's notification, what do they specifically represent? Rain pondered for a long while, shaking his head slightly. There was too little known at the moment, and even guessing yielded no clues. He decided not to dwell on the matter for now. The system can be quite annoying at times, turning into a riddle speaker. However, when Rain focused his attention on his own body, he naturally felt a subtle difference. Not only had the activity level of original force increased, but it seemed like something subtle was happening deep inside his body as well. But he could feel that this seemed to be developing in a positive direction. And Rain reviewed in his mind the new, legendary level Fire Dragon breathing technique. As expected, the number of training postures in the Fire Dragon breathing technique had reached a full 32. This vaguely confirmed Rain's suspicion that possibly the system's threshold for distinguishing between excellent quality and legendary quality breathing techniques was whether it had 30 motion postures. Out of curiosity about the effects of training with a legendary breathing technique, Rain quickly started practicing it in the training room. Oh, this difficulty. Just the first motion posture took Rain half a minute to complete, a stark contrast to the few seconds it took to finish the excellent quality breathing techniques before, showing a qualitative difference in difficulty. Indeed, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. After spending nearly half an hour, by the time Rain practiced to the 25th motion, sweat began to bead on his forehead, naturally without Rain deliberately controlling it. This training effect. Rain's eyes gleamed brightly. After about another quarter of an hour, Rain finally completed the entire set of motions. By then his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. This is just the level 13 Fire Dragon breathing technique, and the effect is so remarkable, just like the first time I encountered the giant bear breathing technique. Rain couldn't help but think to himself. If I upgrade it to a higher level, wouldn't it be? No, I've missed something. Rain suddenly thought of something. After quickly rinsing off, he went out again and headed to the exchange hall. But on the way, a system notification arrived quietly. Congratulations, your agility attribute has increased. Exchange hall. Hello, sir, may I help you with anything? Please list all excellent level breathing techniques. I would like to exchange for breathing technique. Except for these two, don't want the fire-winged flying serpent breathing technique and fire-tail scorpion breathing technique. I'll take the rest. Rain pointed to the 2 lines of white text on the black wisdom tablet in front of him and said, The female staff member's eyes widened instantly. She asked with a slight stutter, Sir, could you please say that again? Just don't want these 2, I'll take the rest. Sir, there are still 4 excellent quality breathing techniques remaining. Sir, as per the sword-bearer's regulations, the breathing techniques you exchange can only be used by yourself. Are you aware of this? The female staff member confirmed and reminded again. Yes, I know, I intend to study them. Is that not allowed? Or is there a regulation against exchanging them all at this branch? Rain asked with slight confusion. No, no, sir. I mean you will need to pay 4 golden medals and 7,800 merit points, such a large sum. Yes, I know. I believe I have enough task evaluation medals and merit points, don't I? Rain naturally heard the good intentions in the young female staff member's reminder, so he responded kindly. Since you already know, I'll handle it for you. The young female clerk immediately recalled that the sword bearer before her was of diamond star rank, making her reminder seem unnecessary. Soon, Rain returned to his room with the last 4 excellent quality breathing techniques stored in the branch that he hadn't exchanged yet. Moon Fury Tiger Breathing Technique, Frost Blade Leopard Breathing Technique. After spending several hours and 8 golden skill points, Rain learned and integrated these 4 breathing techniques into the Fire Dragon Breathing Technique. This increased the number of postures within the Fire Dragon Breathing Technique from 32 to 36, but its level also dropped down to LV12. Basically, at this level of quality, it's generally very difficult to further enhance it through fusion with excellent quality breathing techniques. However, Rain could feel a certain change deep within his body becoming increasingly pronounced, thanks to the new Fire Dragon Breathing Technique. Despite having only 7 golden skill points left, Rain thought for a moment and then added 1 to the Fire Dragon Breathing Technique. Since the Shadow Spear Throwing Technique was still some distance away from using golden skill points, he only needed to reserve 1 point for later advancement to the secret technique level. At this moment, a system notification came through. Congratulations! Your Constitution attribute has been enhanced. Congratulations! Your Strength attribute has been enhanced. Attributes enhanced. But it seems there's still a bit lacking to match that feeling surging inside. Thus, Rain added another point to the Fire Dragon Breathing Technique. As the Fire Dragon Breathing Technique reached LV14, Rain felt a certain shackle deep within his body break with a crack, unleashing something. When Rain pulled up the attribute panel, he was astonished to find an additional line of description. Dragon Bloodline Dilute Effect. Slight increase in Fire Element Affinity. Slight increase in Huge Strength Talent Effect. Slight increase in Steel Body Talent Effect. Hiss. At this instant, Rain somewhat understood the description of the system regarding the manifestation of hidden genes. The legendary level of the Fire Dragon Breathing Technique had guided and enhanced the dormant Dragon Bloodline gene fragments in his body. But here comes the issue. Even if it's dilute, it must exist to be guided and enhanced. It can't be conjured out of thin air, right? Could it be that my family was a dragon family in distant ages past? Am I a descendant of dragon blood? At dinner time, Rain returned to the residence to have dinner with his family. Mother, I have something to ask. Do any of your ancestors have noble lineage, like notable nobles? Rain asked indirectly. Rain, why did you suddenly think of this question? Of course not. If there were, your father and I wouldn't be in our current situation. Mother Emma glanced at Rain with a peculiar look. She couldn't understand why her son would ask such a rather silly question. Okay, father, how about your side of the family? Any remarkable ancestors? Rain remained somewhat unwilling to give up and turned to ask his father, old Rain. Remarkable ancestors, this. Never heard of any. Although there's a legend, just a legend. It's said that thousands of years ago, before the Dragon Empire was established, there was a fire dragon kingdom on this land, whose ruler had the special ability to form a pact with fire dragons. Our Carlin family is supposedly a descendant of one branch from the kingdom's ruler. Shameful, talking of being descendants from thousands of years ago, when even the ancient books don't record it. Don't go putting gold on your face. Mother Emma couldn't help but say disdainfully to old Rain. Hey, that's because our son asked me. I already said it's just a legend, not reliable. Old Rain said with a sheepish look. Other old Rain's words were like a bolt of lightning, striking Rain. This father, maybe this legend is true. Rain looked at his father, who was being teased by his mother Emma, and said, "Oh, look, Rain agrees as well." Old Rain couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. His mother Emma, seeing this scene, wanted to tease old Rain a bit more, but out of fondness for her son, hesitated a bit and said, "Rain is being filial, saying what you want to hear." His sister Beau, he chuckled by the side. Jenny and Agatha, the 2 women, couldn't help but smile as well. Only the beautiful Jennifer looked at Rain seriously, her beautiful eyes flickering, seemingly pondering the meaning of Rain's recent words. After dinner, Rain and the beautiful Jennifer talked in the study for a while longer, focusing naturally on the share transfer matters of the Yixon Auction House Munster branch. Did things go smoothly this afternoon? Very smoothly. Olna's negotiation skills are very strong, her words sharp. I hardly needed to speak. By the way, darling, do I need to show some appreciation to Lady Olna? Jennifer asked. Just handle it as you see fit. Hearing Rain's response, Jennifer was slightly relieved. Previously, she was rather puzzled why Lady Olna was so committed to their family affairs, but now it seemed Rain and her didn't have that kind of relationship. Otherwise, his attitude wouldn't be like this. If Rain had found a girl with transcendent power, Jennifer wouldn't feel so tense. But the other party was clearly a young woman, and very capable, which did make her a bit nervous. After all, it meant if Rain had that kind of relationship with her, the two of them were competing on the same track. By the way, Jennifer, as a shareholder of the auction house, there should be some special privileges, right? Rain asked. In relative terms, this was something Rain was more concerned about, because Rain had considered before whether he could obtain some hard-to-come-by items within the sword-bearer organization through the auction house's channel. Yes, I briefly looked at the shareholders' charter. It says that items consigned for auction to Yixon Auction House can be known in advance by shareholders who also enjoy a certain level of preemptive purchase rights. Of course, even with preemptive purchase, the price is not cheap, requiring a 130% 150% premium over the appraised value, with variations for different categories. Pretty much as I guessed, Jennifer. Please keep an eye out for me on high-quality breathing techniques, metal or fire magic, and some related rare items. Sure, darling. Jennifer naturally had no problem with Rain's request. By the way, in terms of your safety, currently, relying only on Mateo and the others is definitely not enough. While you strengthen, if necessary, you can contact Viri. Although he's also an imperial swordsman and might have some official duties, you should notify him in advance, and it shouldn't be much of a problem. Viri, isn't he your colleague, darling? Wouldn't it be inappropriate? Jennifer thought for a moment and said tactfully. It's fine, he offered to become my follower, and I agreed. Rain thought about it and shared this with Jennifer. A great night-level follower, and it was an offer. Jennifer was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening. To know that when she was looking for a guardian knight for the family, she almost had to use her daughter Jenny's future happiness as a bargaining chip, but Rain over here. Even a great knight was eager to be his follower. Oh my, the disparity is too great. Since Jennifer ate quite a lot at the coffee shop in the morning, she was now in a state of having the will but lacking the strength. So that night, Rain chose not to stay at the estate, but returned to his residence at the executor division, as he happened to have a few things to do. After practicing several times making secret silver engraved plate armor, Rain returned to the study, opened a diary he had retrieved from Asimov, and carefully read through it. This diary was different from those few frivolous diaries Rain had seized before. There was no record of any romantic love stories in it. The diary mainly documented some bloodline awakening rituals Asimov knew, the bloodline transplant experiments he had experienced or personally conducted, etc. After all, no one wants to be perpetually troubled by the side effects of bloodline transplants. Initially, Rain wasn't very interested in this diary. The reason being, he had casually flipped through it before and felt that bloodline transplants didn't seem legitimate, plus he himself had nothing to do with bloodlines, as he wasn't a bloodline noble. But since he awakened the dragon bloodline, the situation became different. One can use another's strengths to check one's weaknesses. Even if he doesn't transplant bloodlines, understanding bloodline rituals would be beneficial. Imperial Calendar 2324, first day of the first week of the month of grass. I transplanted a piece of Moon Soul Werewolf's bloodline essence into a prisoner at the official knight level. Although the prisoner had good strength, withstood the experimental surgery at the time, but still died of body collapse 3 days later, damn it. They are all useless. Imperial Calendar year 2320. For Sunday of the second week of the flowers month. Useless, not a single one can withstand. Rain read through the entire diary from start to finish, then closed the book and began to ponder with his eyes closed. He was able to draw several conclusions. One was about bloodline transplants. According to the hundreds of experiments personally led by Asimov, For a high success rate in bloodline transplants, first, the test subject's strength must be adequate, and second, their will to survive should be strong. This would significantly increase the chances of success. Moreover, a large racial difference could lead to easier physical breakdowns. The experimental records indicate that this issue exists, especially in innovative transplant experiments, where the probability is extremely high. Additionally, there's the bloodline awakening ceremony. The ceremonies generally vary, but their purposes remain the same: to enhance the bloodline concentration of future generations, making it more suitable for practicing the family's corresponding bloodline breathing technique. Of course, there are cases where some achieve success without the awakening ceremony by directly cultivating the bloodline breathing technique. These situations boil down to two reasons. Either the natural concentration of the bloodline is high enough that no ceremony is required, which is what nobles typically refer to as a talented offspring, or the individual has an exceptional aptitude and understanding of the breathing technique, thereby activating the thin bloodline. Rain belonged to the latter category. He used the legendary fire dragon breathing technique to gradually reveal certain transcendent traits of his dragon bloodline. Rain glanced at the attribute panel on the dragon bloodline, thin, then at the 7 remaining golden skill points. At least 1 point must be reserved for comprehending the secret technique of the shadow spear throwing technique. Meaning I have 6 points at my disposal, Rain mused. After considering, Rain attempted to allocate points to the fire dragon breathing technique. With each allocation of a golden skill point, Rain clearly felt changes occurring subtly within his body, as if magma was flowing inside, gradually strengthening. After 3 points were consecutively invested, when the fire dragon breathing technique reached level 15, Rain noticed a new description regarding the dragon bloodline on the attribute panel. Dragon bloodline thin effect. Slightly enhanced affinity with fire element, slight enhancement to the giant strength talent. Slight enhancement to the steel body talent and reinforcement of battle cry skills. Note, development of the dragon bloodline has reached the current physical limit. Further development requires increased bloodline concentration. Still thin, but now there's an added description about reinforced battle cry skills, Rain pondered. Subsequently, through keen perception, Rain felt improvements, including in fire element affinity, compared to before adding points. Although the gain was minor, the description still used the term slight. Nonetheless, what truly caught Rain's attention was the remark in the note. Does it require an increase in bloodline concentration? Currently, the thin dragon bloodline only enhances existing talents or skills instead of awakening any dragon talents. Is it due to insufficient bloodline concentration? So, how to increase bloodline concentration? Rain focused his attention on Asimov's journal. Obtaining a giant dragon's essence blood is too challenging. Next, I might try those dragon-descendant creatures. However, there's no rush for this. I might as well advance the shadow spear throwing technique first. 3 days later, in the morning, in the training room within Rain's residence, a tall figure wielding a shield was deftly dodging, while Rain stood still, holding a pure steel spear. Angus, as a senior knight, having preliminarily mastered the shield defense secret technique barrier, was not weak, but against Rain's level 8 shadow spear throwing technique, he struggled considerably. Having just endured dozens of throws, his left arm was starting to ache faintly, and his beloved shield surface was full of dents and indentations. If not for knowing that his captain could repair the shield, Angus would be heartbroken. The problem was, besides taking it head-on, his high-speed movement seemed ineffective. Basically, within a 30-meter range, he had almost no chance to evade Rain's spear throws. "All right, Angus, shall we take a 5-minute break?" Angus had not expected Rain to suggest taking a break. It's been several days, and each time he was the one exhausted, first proposing to rest for a while. Yet Angus would not refuse a rare break and cheerfully replied, "All right, Captain." In truth, this break was because Rain's shadow spear throwing technique had reached the expected target, advancing to level 9, 1/10,000. The next step was to rely on point allocation. After all, the experience points required beyond level 9 were too vast. Even with the talent beginner transcendent understanding and the meticulous guidance from instructor Yasla, starting a new extraordinary battle technique from scratch to comprehending the secret technique couldn't be done in just a few days. Rain estimated that without relying on point allocations, it would take at least several more months. Of course, this was already far stronger compared to the typical training time of 7 or 8 years for a certain extraordinary battle technique for most knights. However, to settle this within a few days, naturally, points need to be added to cover LV9 and 11, which require a large amount of experience and take the longest time. In these few days, by continuously crafting secret silver engraved plate armor, Rain has raised the Great Armor Forger, Transcendent, to LV6, thereby gaining 2 skill points and 2 attribute points again. Adding the 1 original skill point, it totals 3 skill points. Without much hesitation, Rain invested all 3 skill points, directly boosting the Shadow Spear throwing technique to LV12. Instantly, a surge of training memory about the Shadow Spear throwing technique flooded into Rain's mind, quickly integrating into his muscles and fascia memory. In that moment, it seemed as though he alone, in a mysterious space, had undergone painstaking training in the Shadow Spear throwing technique for over a decade. Simultaneously, Rain faintly felt that he was merely a step away from the subsequent derivative secret technique of this combat skill. Faced with such a situation, there wasn't much to consider. Continue adding points. With the investment of 1 golden skill point, the Shadow Spear throwing technique successfully stepped into LV13, and the system's prompt regarding the secret technique finally echoed. Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic secret technique of Shadow Spear throwing technique. Phantom Strike. Phantom Strike settled. Now with only 3 extraordinary battle technique secret techniques under different weapon categories left, the requirement for the job change can be satisfied at the same time. Rain noticed a brand new icon on the Weapon Master Legendary panel located right above the Shadow Spear throwing technique within the icon. The pattern showed a strong man holding a short spear, his whole body lunging forward, with a long spear already thrown out ahead, yet he seemed to still be holding a long spear in his hand upon closer inspection. One could recognize that the long spear in the man's hand was actually a residual spear shadow, thus appearing slightly blurred. On the lower left, the textual description of the secret technique is as follows. Phantom Strike, Basic Secret Technique, Effect. Uses a special force method combining original force and throwing to swiftly launch the spear-like weapon in hand, creating a strike with strong penetration power. To upgrade Phantom Strike to Intermediate Secret Technique, must meet the following conditions. First, Shadow Spear Throwing Technique above LV14. Second, Fire Dragon Breathing Technique above LV12. Third, Strength above 32 points, Agility above 35 points, Constitution above 32 points. Fourth, consuming 1 golden skill point. Although Rain still had 3 golden skill points left. At the moment, he did not immediately think of upgrading Phantom Strike to Intermediate Secret Technique. He plans to reserve them for the secret techniques of the remaining 3 extraordinary battle techniques. Angus, let's start. Rain, eager to try the newly acquired secret technique, naturally wanted to test it. All right, Captain. After resting, Angus was in great spirits, seen heavily striking with sword and shield as he walked to the center of the field. By the way, Nioro, give Angus a defense-oriented witchcraft. Rain thought for a moment and said, Rain's words immediately made the 4 people, including Angus, look at him in surprise. Just had some comprehension, might not control the force when striking. Rain explained, I see, all right, Captain. Nioro nodded, softly chanting a spell, soon casting a water membrane technique defensive witchcraft on Angus's surface. Seeing Angus holding his shield ready for defense, Rain nodded, indicating he was about to start. In the next second, everyone distinctly saw the steel spear still in Rain's hand, yet a silver spear shadow suddenly appeared before Angus. Clang! An ear-splitting metallic clash sound rang. Angus retreated 7 or 8 steps. The water membrane technique on his surface was already pierced through, while the specially made hardened essence gold shield was nearly pierced through too. Meanwhile, Nioro, Evelyn, and Viri watched in shock. This is called comprehension, directly comprehended the secret technique. Nioro watched with a twitching eye, because with the current spear-throwing power of Rain, formal wizards with insufficient defense power and some innate wizardries would likely be taken down in 1 spear. A bit stronger ones, at most 2 spears, and they're done. With the captain mastering this short spear throwing, it's akin to a wizard killer. Thud thud thud, Our Lady Olna. After some interactions, Rain's team became familiar with Olna, the deputy of the task hall. Hello, Lord Viri. Olna nodded slightly to greet Viri, who opened the door. At the same time, she turned to Rain and said, "Lord Rain, the appointment time with Master Megaro is approaching. Shall we depart now?" "Of course, just give me a moment. Nyoro, you all can continue. I should be back shortly." Rain placed the long spear down, tidied up a bit, and set off. In the carriage, Rain and Olna sat facing each other. In the past few days, Rain further understood the cooperation model between the Sword-Bearer organization and other wizard schools. Although the introduction letter of Sword-Bearers is essentially a token, allowing sword-bearers to directly enter a wizard school for learning. But this learning is more like short-term training. It's normal considering spending 3 months to half a year. What's learned is naturally superficial, unable to touch any core knowledge. But for most sword-bearers on the wizard path, this is already enough. However, Rain's situation is slightly different from ordinary people. Firstly, he truly intends to learn something. Additionally, he had another issue to solve on his end. It was improbable for him to completely disengage from combat for half a year solely to focus on learning witchcraft, because, unlike others, in order to maintain rapid progress, he needed to engage in various battles to earn system rewards. Only in this way could his progress be the fastest. Under such circumstances, the only solution was to officially join a school, while also making a head contact with a mentor within the school to learn core lessons as teacher and disciple. Applying a concept from his past life, it was akin to transitioning from a short-term trainee to an exchange student jointly cultivated by sword-bearers and the school who could earn graduation certificates. Therefore, Rain intentionally spent several days to understand some situations. Master Megaro of the Bixu Guzhuang School is currently inspecting the other half of the giant axe demon statue guard at the goddess church. Olna's words interrupted Rain's thoughts. Rain looked puzzled. Half of the giant axe demon statue guard is with the goddess church. It shouldn't be. Seeing the trace of doubt on Rain's expression, Olna softly chuckled and explained. "Yes, Lord Rain, you might not know, but there are some reasons behind this. If a complete giant axe demon statue guard was stored at our branch, then likely the headquarters would issue orders to transport this giant axe demon statue guard away. In that case, we wouldn't be able to research the giant axe demon statue guard. But if the other half of the wreckage can be assigned to the goddess church for some reason, things would be different. If the headquarters wants to research, they would have to come to Mingster. Even if the headquarters really wants to transport it away, they'd have to coordinate with the goddess church first, making the whole thing much more complicated, and we could also enjoy some conveniences." "I see." Rain nodded, smiling slightly. The rivalry between headquarters and local branches was quite normal. As the branch that captured the troll demon statue guard, they always wanted to gain some autonomy or other rights. So they have finished researching the other half. "And now it's with the church, right?" "Yes, Lord Rain." Olna nodded. "Besides, I further learned that among the 3 masters who came from the Bixu Guzhuang school this time, only Master Megaro is specialized in metal series puppets, while the other 2 are in the clay series and rock system respectively. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Barrington, near the province city of Mingster, a group of 4 men, dressed in knight armor and wizard robes respectively on horseback, arrived in the woods beside Barrington. "Captain, intelligence suggests there have been recent nightly activities here by unknown persons, possibly cultists. But this place is so close to the provincial city, the Black Flame cult wouldn't possibly set a base this near, right?" one team member questioned. "Indeed, it's too close to Mingster. If they set a base here, wouldn't they be looking for death?" Another team member nodded in agreement. "It's best if that's the case. We complete our investigation task and deserve a good rest." The captain, a middle-aged knight with a solemn face, said, "Yes, we definitely deserve a good rest." A deep voice echoed from the woods nearby. The 4 immediately drew their weapons and became vigilant. Looking in the direction, a tall figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the thicket, with hands burning fiercely with black flames. He extended his hands, and 4 pillars of black fire suddenly appeared, rushing towards the 4. "Black Flame Wall, it's a second-order evil magic, run!" The middle-aged knight shouted in horror, but it was clearly too late. The next second, boom! The 4 pillars of black flame promptly caught up with the 4, enveloping them in flames, turning them into human fireballs. Soon their wailing ceased to silence. Inside Exeter's dwelling. "Great Priest, the little mice have been dealt with, but you may need to relocate. This is the Empire's 2nd batch of spies," Burgess said respectfully. "Yes, the time is almost right. Tomorrow is their knighting ceremony, but equally it is our ceremony, hee hee." Exeter said, smiling. The Empire deserves a surprise. It's a pity about the small town we've stayed in for so long. He tilted his head back, finishing his last sip of Bordeaux-aged wine, stood up, and left the room. Burgess, conduct a blood sacrifice on this small town directly. Rain looked out the carriage window, seeing rows of closely packed houses lining the streets. Most of these houses had various sizes of exquisite reliefs on their external walls, as this area was the administrative district, where most administrative offices were located. This was also Rain's second time ascending Leavenworth Street. Last time, Rain had walked up leisurely with Vinica. Thinking of this, Rain's mind conjured the image of the twin-tailed girl's charming figure. He wondered how she was doing on the fishing port town front line. When could she smoothly return to the branch? By the way, Lady Olna, how is the situation over at fishing port town? Rain asked. Not very good. Currently, the branch has arranged numerous assignments and has deployed a considerable number of sword-holder teams to Rossby County and Meister's coastal areas for missions, Olna said, slightly furrowing her brows. Rain raised his eyebrows, quite puzzled. This situation was indeed outside his expectations. Initially, he thought that after the Red Queen Prince Mania severely damaged the magic-tailed three-headed sea dragon last time, the subsequent situation should be one-sided. How come the situation has experienced fluctuations again? How could this happen? Isn't Prince Mania over there? Rain couldn't help but ask. Well, Prince Mania actually left secretly a week ago and returned to the Imperial City. Moreover, the entire South Sea Fleet has now strategically contracted. Lord Rennie, this information is still confidential, so please keep it secret, Olna said, lowering her voice after considering. After all, such a contraction in defense, involving tens of thousands of Navy officers, can't be truly concealed. It's merely a matter of controlling the spread speed. What, at such a critical time, Prince Mania returned to the Imperial City? Did something happen over there? Rain was slightly taken aback by the news. Such movement or self-return is too unusual, which made the not-so-good premonition in Rain's heart grow even stronger. He felt like a storm was brewing with dark clouds pressing down. Well, I'm not too sure, Olna shook her head slightly and said. Since that's the case, why haven't I received any assignment? Admiral Edwards' idea is that since Lord Rennie has just completed so many gold-level tasks, naturally he needs a relatively longer rest period. Before Rain could say anything, Olna continued. Lord Rennie, there's another piece of news that might interest you. After the oil-painting evil spirit incident exploded last time and went silent for a week, it began to erupt again in multiple county towns within the province a few days ago, with casualties increasing each time. Currently, any form of art exhibitions has been banned within the entire Minster province scope. We've dispatched gold-level sword-holder teams and goddess church elites to pursue the whereabouts of that oil painting jointly. Has it appeared again? Have any giant evil spirits shown up? Rain frowned. Not yet, the current reports only mention normal-sized little boy evil spirit incidents. Olna shook her head and said. Rain nodded. He had been the first to face off against that evil spirit's avatar, so he naturally knew its troublesome nature. If that little boy evil spirit does not fuse, even he would find it difficult to completely destroy it, unless he found the mysterious oil painting in reality. Moreover, since he learned that the goddess church's Archbishop Gomez was also assassinated almost at the same time that night, linking both events made the underlying intentions quite clear. Behind the oil-painting evil spirit, the Black Flame Church must be scheming. They used the giant evil spirit to attract part of the goddess church's high-level strength, thus seizing the opportunity to assassinate the archbishop, catching the goddess church completely off guard. Now they frequently stir up trouble using the oil painting in various counties, seemingly accumulating strength. A storm is brewing, the building is shrouded in winds, Rain mused internally. At this moment, the carriage had arrived at the temple, dedicated to the seasonal wind and ocean goddess. Rain had once gazed distantly. As a grand cathedral at the provincial level, the temple before him surpassed the grandeur of the church in Maist County town. The towering and majestic temple tops had multiple pointed dome designs. Though the main entrance still had several ionic columns supporting it, the number was much fewer than the level 1 temple in the county. In contrast, it featured a large number of reliefs and statues for decoration, adding to its elegance. Following the line of sight from the temple's steps downward, the base of the plaza also housed an elliptical fountain. At the fountain's center stood about a 5 to 6 meter high female statue holding a conch, surrounded by statues of knights, clergy, and others, either praising, bowing, or kneeling in various postures. The trickling spring water unceasingly flowed from the goddess's conch, forming a small waterfall cascading down. The surrounding security was quite severe, with guards stationed every 5 steps and sentinels every 10, clearly reinforcing protective forces following the archbishop's assassination incident. Upon notification and confirmation, Rain and Olna was soon led by a guardian to the temple's audience hall. The two of them didn't have to wait long in the temple's reception hall. Within a few minutes, a red-bearded elder about 1.5 meters tall frowned and briskly walked in, mumbling something. "Young man, it was you who defeated the giant axe demon statue guard. Impressive strength." Without waiting for Olna's introduction, the elder greeted Rain proactively, his voice booming like a bell. "Thank you for the compliment, Master Megara." Rain slightly bowed in response. Meeting for the first time, Rain was quite curious about Megaro's height and appearance, which was noticeably different from that of ordinary humans. "Oh, why did you bring your warhammer?" "From the wound on the giant axe demon statue guard. Seems to be caused by some advanced hammer skill secret technique." Immediately before Rain could speak, Megaro gestured with a wave, indicating Rain not to explain, and continued, "No need to bring it then. By the way, I heard you wanted to talk to me. I'm currently busy dismantling the demon statue, so I can only spare you 10 minutes at most." Rain couldn't help but glance at Olna. Indeed, a quirky character. No wonder Olna gave me a heads up. Given the circumstances, Rain decided to be straightforward, saying, "Master, I wish to study at your school for a while. I heard you are a Metal Series puppet master. Could I choose you as my mentor?" "Sorry, I have no plans to take on any disciples," Megaro replied. "Furthermore, those of you from the sword bearers can only stay within the school for a few months or half a year, barely enough to learn anything complex." Megaro shook his head like a rattled drum. "Of course, this is just my personal opinion. You might ask other masters." Hearing this response made Rain's heart sink, considering that Megaro was the only Metal Series puppet master among the 3 masters present. After some thought, Rain said again, "Master, I am also a Metal Series wizard, so." You are also a Metal Series wizard. Aren't you a great knight?" Megaro, with halfling lineage, looked at Rain in surprise and retorted. Clearly, he was starting to take an interest in Rain. Rain did not answer directly, but instead smiled slightly, rapidly transforming the hardened essence gold on his arm guards, and cast the first-level metal magic metal barrier. The next second, 3 hardened fine gold kite shields appeared on Rain's body, slowly revolving around. Megaro suddenly stiffened, his eyes widened, mouth agape, showing shock and amazement. A few seconds later, he pointed at Rain, trembling. A metal morphing spell, how can it be this quick? Metal barrier being your innate wizardry, casting it quickly is understandable, but how is your metal morphing spell cast this fast?" Megaro, visibly horrified, repeated. As a fellow Metal Series wizard, Megaro clearly understood. Moments ago, Rain had no shield in hand, but in just 1 second the metal transformed into 3 kite shields. If this isn't metal morphing spell, then what is? He was very familiar with metal morphing spell. Or more accurately, metal morphing spell is widely applied in puppetry technique, making it one of the most commonly used spells by specialized Metal Series puppet-making wizards. But this spell is easy to learn, hard to master. Many Metal Series wizards in the school have used this spell for 20 to 30 years. It takes almost a second to morph into a steel shield. But what did he just see? This young man right here actually transformed into 3 kite shields simultaneously, and he didn't even use regular steel. This stuff is hardened essence gold. It's known that transforming the same weight of hardened essence gold is far more challenging than regular steel. "Master, I have practiced this spell intensely recently." Rain laughed, explaining. Earlier, Rain subtly disguised the casting time of the innate wizardry metal morphing spell. And for metal barrier, the casting time wasn't intentionally delayed, still around 0.25 seconds. When casting the innate wizardry metal morphing spell, it was slowed slightly, taking about a second. After all, an almost instant cast metal morphing spell would be quickly detected by Megaro, who is also of the Metal Series. Having metal morphing spell as innate wizardry would be too shocking. If people mistakenly believed metal barrier was his innate wizardry, then it would seem much more normal. As for why Rain chose to display his mastery over these 2 Metal Series magics, it was naturally due to the master's earlier statement. He believed that if he could showcase a strength that the master recognized, the situation might have a turnaround. However, Rain hadn't expected that the display of these two magics seemed to have overly shocked the master Megaro before him. Intense practice? What kind of intense practice could enhance the casting speed of metal morphing spell to this degree? Megaro looked at Rain with the kind of expression that said, "Are you trying to fool a child? Since I began mastering metal morphing spell, it's been 40 years, yet I still can't match your speed." As he said this, there was both shock and envy in Megaro's eyes, along with a hint of sadness. Rain felt a bit puzzled in his heart. It shouldn't be. But Rain thought about it and realized it's actually normal. After all, his level 12 mastery of witchcraft is approximately equivalent to what a wizard might achieve in 10 or 20 years of diligently practicing a single witchcraft. And typically, a wizard wouldn't focus solely on one witchcraft for the long term. Furthermore, you managed to transform 3 hardened essence gold kite shields at once. So, Rain, what is your affinity with the metal element? Master Megaro excitedly grasped Rain's arm, his face turning red with blood rushing to his cheeks. Well, it's in the 90s. Rain thought for a moment and gave a conservative number. Last time I measured it, it was about 93.6. But the problem is, if my steel body talent evolves again, this value could increase further. So it's not wise to give an exact number now. For example, the effect of the dragon bloodline might have already caused a change in the value. In the 90s, no wonder your metal morphing spell is so powerful. Above 90 is considered an extraordinary talent. Your witchcraft comprehension is incredible and you have extraordinary metal element affinity. What exceptional talent, exceptional talent. From Megaro's expression, he was about to thump his chest in excitement. Olna, standing nearby, was also stunned by the scene. But she vaguely remembered Rain's metal element affinity was in the 80s, wasn't it? How did it become in the 90s now? Because Admiral Edward had been paying special attention to Rain at the time, she had specifically researched some of Rain's information. No, I must contact the Dean immediately about this matter. Megaro seemed to be a bit impatient. Well, Master Megaro, Rain kindly reminded him from the side. Did you just say you wanted me to be your mentor? No problem, I can agree to that right now. Megaro looked at Rain with fiery eyes. If you have any other requests, feel free to ask. Megaro showed a look of eagerness, with an expression as if he wouldn't give up until a request was made. Well, Rain appeared thoughtful. He realized that the level of power he revealed might have been slightly too high, because the enthusiasm from the other party was making him a bit uncomfortable. It's like this, Master Megaro. Lord Riani is our Diamond Star Swordman from the branch. You should know what this level of sword bearer means. He is the pillar of our Mingster branch. Therefore, during his advanced studies at your school, he might occasionally receive some outside assignments. Olna said at the right time. What? Such a precious research talent of the Empire. Your Mingster branch is still sending him on dangerous missions. Megaro replied indignantly. What nonsense. This matter I will definitely file a complaint with your sword holder headquarters. Olna's face immediately showed embarrassment. Master Megaro, actually I requested this myself. It has nothing to do with the branch. Rain had to interrupt him. Well, all right then. I understood what you just said. During your studies, you might have to go out on assignments, although there were no such special cases previously in the school because I think it might affect your learning. But you're different, and I'll make an exception for you. Do you have any other requests? Megaro asked again. Rain and Olna exchanged glances and shook their heads. Then why don't you return to the school headquarters with me now? Now, Rain asked, surprised. This is a bit too hasty. Now, probably not possible, Master Megaro. Tomorrow, Lord Riani will participate in the Viscount conferral ceremony in Mingster Province. Viscount, it seems you have made quite a contribution to the Empire, so young and already a Viscount. Megaro couldn't help but look at Rain again, sighing. Truly promising. This is a good thing. I certainly can't stop you. All right then, once your conferral is complete. I just have to wrap things up here, then we can return to the school together. All right, Master Megaro. Rain nodded. When Rain and Olna left the goddess church, they hadn't expected the situation to unfold so dramatically. This made Olna couldn't help but sneak a glance at Rain in front of her, sighing in her heart, indeed, strength is the key factor in changing how others perceive you. Back at the branch, Rain opened the door and found his team members Nioro, Evelyn, and others exchanging battle experience in the training room. Seeing Rain return, everyone greeted him. After thinking about it, Rain naturally mentioned that he might go for advanced studies at the Bixiu Guzhuang School. To his team, "Captain, it's certainly a good thing for you to attend the wizard school for further studies, but there's one problem. If you're not around, we might struggle with some of the assigned tasks." Nioro frowned. Everyone else listened and seemed thoughtful. Rain knew it wasn't Nioro complaining, but because he was the Diamond Star Sword holder captain, the difficulty level of assigned tasks for him, at the very least, was gold level. If he's not around, Nioro and the others combined might struggle to complete gold-level tasks successfully. After all, they've just joined as sword bearers for such a short time. "Don't worry if any tasks come up. I'll return immediately. I've already initially discussed this with the school." Rain patted Nioro's shoulder. "Then it's all right, but Captain, why did you choose the Bixiu Guzhuang School? I heard it's more of a research-oriented wizard school." Nioro, being a scroll master and coming from a marquis family, had some knowledge about wizard schools in the Empire. "Nioro, you've forgotten. The captain is a Metal Series wizard. The construction school should have the Metal Series witchcraft the captain wants to master," Angus said with a smile on the side. "Oh yes, Metal Series witchcraft is rare. The Bixiu construction school should be one of the few schools." Nioro showed an expression of realization. Rain nodded. "By the way, you might want to pay close attention to the situation in the city lately. I have a bad feeling." As he spoke, Rain told everyone about the reappearance of the oil-painting evil spirit. "It seems very possible that the cult will do something major next. Speaking of which, Captain, we've never really had proper combat training for us," Viri said on the side. You remind me of that." Rain nodded. He had always fought solo, and recently he's been busy improving extraordinary battle techniques or improving his profession level for Great Armor Forger, Transcendent, so since Nioro and others joined, the team has really not done any cooperative training. This is quite necessary. Not to mention, Nioro's scroll alone can grant him a lot of buff-type witchcraft. For example, Swift Wind can increase his speed by nearly 20%. From the early morning of the next day, the administrative district, church district, noble district, and upper city of Mingster were all decorated grandly, full of festivity. Although not many people are promoted to Baron and Viscount each year, there are nearly 100 from the entire Mingster province. Among them, nearly half come from the nobles or affluent families in the province city Mingster, so this ceremony directly influences and indirectly affects quite a few nobles. Additionally, the nobles ranked above Baron in Mingster also received invitations to view the ceremony. Rain initially wanted to invite his mother Emma and father Old Rain to attend together, but his mother Emma always felt that their image might embarrass their son, so she turned down her son's goodwill. Instead, the beautiful woman, Jennifer and Jenny, accompanied Rain to attend the banquet. In essence, the ceremony is more symbolic, while the evening banquet is the focus, because at the banquet, the newly promoted Baron or Viscount can exchange with established nobles, and young men and women can also release some hormones. Around 5 in the afternoon, as the sun began to set, the entrance of the Golden Administrative Hall was bustling. Noblewomen and young ladies dressed in various gowns came one after another, but even in such an environment, the beautiful woman Jennifer by Rain's side was one of the most eye-catching. "Lord Rain, hello. Lord Rain, long time no see." Many people greeted Rain, as most young sword-bearers were awarded the title of Baron, including Angus, Evelyn, and others among them. Among the sword-bearers, Rain, known as the Meister Siege Hammer who single-handedly defeated the Obsidian Giant, was naturally famous. A quarter of an hour later, hundreds of Mingster nobles at various levels and their families dressed grandly gathered below, attending the ceremony with representatives from the Goddess Church, sword-bearers, and so on. Rain also saw Ambassador Javier, but Admiral Edward did not come. Meanwhile, Rain saw the highest ruler of the Mingster province, the Duke of Minter, for the first time. The Duke was a spirited elderly man with snowy hair, dressed in aristocratic attire, his presence steady and imposing without anger. Just as the Duke of Minter intended to step forward to deliver a speech, a person dressed like a trusted aide quickly approached and whispered a few words in his ear, which immediately turned the Duke's face sour. Since Rain was being awarded the title of Viscount, his seat was arranged in the third row at the front, and his exceptional perception vaguely caught keywords like giant evil spirit and cult. This made Rain narrow his eyes. Could it be the cult plans to act at this time? Rain thought to himself. On the top floor of a building in the administrative hall, 4 or 5 armed guards lay around, their faces frozen in terror. Exeter and Burgess, meanwhile, gazed down from above at the enormous phantom of a young boy that had suddenly appeared at the center of the Minter trading district. "Great priest, is it appropriate to let Freeman control the gaze of the eye?" the tall Burgess asked respectfully. During Exeter's retirement, Freeman had been vying for power with him, even surpassing him at times, which had left Burgess with a considerable grudge against Freeman. And now, handing over the ancient evil artifact gaze of the eye that he had painstakingly retrieved to Freeman for control made Burgess feel uncomfortable. "Why worry?" Exeter smiled and said. "He has managed to divert a significant portion of Minter's forces for us. Isn't that a good thing? But this guy is eager to climb the ranks. Burgess, it's actually good to have ambition. It gives one the drive to get things done. Besides, if it were you drawing the attention of the Empire and the Goddess Church, after the ritual here is completed, with the blessing from the great hunting god before him." "Master, do you mean that I could also enjoy this rituals?" Burgess said excitedly, his face showing surprise. "Of course, Burgess, do your best. I have faith in you." Exeter patted Burgess's broad shoulder and said, "As you command, my lord." Burgess bowed in salute after receiving Exeter's affirmation. Just then they saw several Griffin Knights swiftly flying towards the location of the evil spirit from a nearby Griffin platform, and from the administrative hall came two teams of elite guards, a knight carrying a large hammer on his back, and a white-robed wizard. "It seems we can move now." Exeter nodded, watching the scene. "Master, the people of the Empire are truly foolish. Such a simple trick worked twice. Haha, that just proves how effective it is, doesn't it?" 2 minutes earlier, in the first row of the viewing platform, two people stood up. One was the punishment knight Brandel, whom Rain had met once. The other, whom Rain did not know, was holding a gray wooden staff and wearing a white wizard robe. After Neoro's introduction, he realized this was the advisor to the Duke of Minter, a second-level liquidized wizard. Both left quickly in succession, presumably to deal with the giant evil spirit incident Rain had just heard about. The Duke of Minter then slightly adjusted his demeanor and walked up to the stage with a smile to give his speech. "On the last Sunday of the month of green grass, I, on behalf of our great emperor, you are the young talents of the Empire. I hope you can contribute your strength to the development of the Dragon Empire." Next. At that moment, mocking laughter echoed around the hall. This abrupt laughter was clearly a provocation against the Duke of Minter. The audience couldn't help but look around, trying to identify who dared to interrupt the conferment ceremony at this moment. Indeed, a contribution is needed, but not to the Dragon Empire, rather to the great god of hunting. A deep voice sounded. The voice, spatially immersive, made it impossible to pinpoint its exact source. "It's the Black Flame Church. They are quite bold." The mention of god of hunting immediately enlightened many present. The uninvited guests turned out to be from the Black Flame cult. And the trusted aide who reported earlier came rushing in, looking anxious as if there was something urgent to report. The Duke of Minter also listened keenly, but in the next moment, a dagger flew at lightning speed aimed at the Duke of Minter's abdomen. Clang! The dagger struck something incredibly hard and was deflected, causing the Duke's formal attire to tear apart, revealing a dark golden knight armor with a unique coiling serpent pattern underneath. "Assassin!" The guards immediately drew their longswords and shields, surrounding the Duke of Minter protectively. The scene turned chaotic. "The armor of the coiling serpent. I never expected it to be on you." The trusted aide suddenly pulled off a human skin mask and his aura changed instantly. "Exactly." The Duke of Minter, unexpectedly calm at the appearance of his opponent, smiled slightly and continued, "Exeter, great priest of the Black Flame Church, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Using the same trick twice, should I say you're confident or foolish? Exeter also smiled and said, "Oh, Duke of Minter, you seem confident. What makes you think you have a chance against me? Do you think I don't know that your son, the titled Knight Bavarian Lance Haloin, has secretly gone to the Imperial City? And just now, your advisor and that punishment knight from the Goddess Church have gone to eliminate the evil spirit. Do you think, nearing quasi-legendary, you can stop me?" With each word, his aura grew stronger. At this moment, a loud voice interrupted Exeter from the back of the hall. "And me." Admiral Edward, familiar to Rain, entered the hall from the farthest end, clad in his dark knight battle armor and wielding a sword and shield. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's hearts started to settle down. Many sword-bearers present breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the heads of their branches arrive. So it was this guy who killed Archbishop Gomez. Thankfully, Admiral Edward and Duke of Minster were already prepared. With just you two old men over 50, Exeter's face tensed, but he soon chuckled and shook his head. As for these young people present, Exeter paid them no mind at all, and this was quite normal, because typically those granted the title of Baron were at most peak knights, or quite a few were merely senior knights. While those granted the title of Viscount did possess stronger level, most had just barely stepped into the Great Knight tier, and very few, like the senior Great Knights such as Angus, were rare. Let alone being a match against him, a newly advanced crystallization wizard, and a legend, even compared to his two deputies Freeman and Burgess, the gap was significant. Either one of his deputies could clear the field of these people. Actually, if Freeman were here, he undoubtedly would have offered a word of caution to their great priest Exeter, warning him about the young man named Rain. But now, Freeman was dispatched to draw attention, so naturally, he couldn't offer such reminders. God is blessed. Another person pushed open the small door on the other side of the hall and walked out. This person wore a light gray linen robe, holding a wooden staff, exuding a strong holy aura. Beside Rain, Nioro whispered softly, "This is an ascetic from the Goddess Church, basically doing secluded practice in the Imperial City Cone Cathedral, possessing strength above quasi-legendary. The Goddess Church sure has gone all out. Seems that the death of Archbishop Gomez last time really hit Goddess Church's nerve. Oh, no wonder you're fearless. Turns out you were already prepared." Exeter finally regarded the three surrounding him seriously. Burgess activated. As soon as the words were spoken, black pillars of light shot out from the window, straight into the sky, surging with a powerful energy. Not good, we're now within a massive power-laden evil magic array. Nioro looked around the 5 gigantic light pillars outside the administrative hall and exclaimed. As soon as Nioro's words fell, some strange patterns began to faintly appear on the floor. The scene was naturally seen by Duke of Minster, Admiral Edward, and the ascetic from the Imperial City, faces changing. In the evil magic array, confronting the opponent winning or losing was one thing, but at this moment, the hall accommodated many people, especially quite a few noble families who were merely ordinary people, and they feared severe casualties. Seeing the Duke of Minster frown, he quickly pulled an ancient copper mirror from his bosom, swiftly reflecting it at Exeter. As a beam of light flashed, Exeter disappeared from his spot. Following this, both Admiral Edward and the ascetic were also illuminated by the beam and instantly vanished, lastly Duke of Minster. At this moment, only that mirror remained, floating in mid-air, but its surface had become mist-like and ethereal, as if it no longer belonged to this world. Mirror of Waves, that's a holy artifact indeed. Successive changes nearly left those present somewhat overwhelmed. Cult legend ascetic. Holy artifact appeared one after another. This time, from all directions in the hall, suddenly emerged a group of individuals in black robes, with a tall black-robed man emitting a strong aura walking in. And the effect of the evil magic array was beginning to manifest. Many clearly felt a formless binding force around them. This left everyone momentarily at a loss. While Rain frowned slightly, he decided to primarily observe for now, as he didn't know if the Empire still had other cards to play. Such a pity for so many beautiful, delicate, noble ladies and madams, no time to enjoy them slowly. Burgess grinned, looking around, and said. Burgess had no worries at all that this group in front of him could stir up any waves. The surroundings had been set up with second-order evil magic array. This array had the functions of enhancement, suppression, and ritual. Enhancement strengthens the personnel's strength, while within this evil magic array, his quasi-legendary power would be enhanced to nearly reach the quasi-legendary limit, close to legendary. Suppression weakens the enemy's strength. Of course, to his eyes, these young people here, let alone quasi-legendary, even a peak knight, there weren't any. Simply put, there wasn't a single capable fighter amongst them. The suppression function of the evil magic array was truly a bit of a waste. Moreover, even if 1 or 2 peak knights emerged, their strength would be suppressed to the level of senior knights, and once their strength dropped a tier, what were they going to fight him with? Their heads. However, among you, if anyone were to die like this, it would be quite a pity. Burgess playfully rubbed his chin with his right hand, his gaze stopping on several people for a moment. You and you and you, the 3 of you come over obediently, and I can spare your lives. Burgess' eyes flickered with lust, pointing at 3 women. The first one Burgess pointed at, a beautiful noble lady, immediately became panic-stricken. Beside her, a young man, also one of the newly appointed barons this time, suddenly turned red-faced. Possibly due to being her suitor or boyfriend, he immediately stood up as if he was about to launch an attack. But in the next second, he was hit by a column of black flames, instantly becoming a burning figure, emitting a painful wail. "Oh no, Avadis!" the young and beautiful noble lady exclaimed in terror, covering her mouth with her hand. "Black flame wall, a second-order evil magic. Everyone beware, the opponent is at least a second-order evil mage." Neoro whispered. Just a moment ago, Rain was watching the other side with interest, listening to what he thought was some amusing remarks, while also observing the opponent's strength and waiting for possible backup from the Imperial side. But that scene just now made his face turn ugly. Because among the three women named by the opponent, two were sitting beside him. Respectively, the beautiful woman Jennifer and the red-haired Evelyn. "What did you just say? I didn't seem to hear it clearly. Could you please say it again?" Rain said calmly, slowly standing up. "Oh, you're not bad. You're actually a great knight. That's rare. Very well, you are qualified to hear me say it again." Burgess looked at Rain with slight surprise. After all, he had just burned a young knight to cinders with his black flame wall, and yet did not scare the opponent, which Burgess found somewhat interesting. It was as if he had just stomped a crab to death, only for another stronger crab to crawl out beside it. That was his feeling, merely that. He merely found it interesting, with a condescending, mocking gaze. "I said let her and her come over. It seems these two women are yours. You're quite lucky. How about this? If you're willing to be a bystander, I might spare your life." Burgess seemed to understand the relationship between Rain and the two women, immediately thought of a more stimulating idea, and couldn't help but feel eager inside. "Then you can go to hell." Before the words even finished, Burgess saw a blur in front of his eyes, and instantly his heart rang with alarm. But at this moment, he didn't have time to deploy. Stronger sorcery instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, bent his knees slightly, presenting a blocking defensive posture, and a black shield immediately appeared on his body, seemingly an innate wizardry for protection. At the same time, his body was also instantly entwined in black flame vines. The guests observing beside Rain in the aisle now seemed to be blown away by a hurricane, swaying all over the place. Many noble ladies and young women's long dresses flew up, covering their heads, revealing white and dazzling plump thighs. Rain had just slowly gotten up and taken a few steps away instead of launching a direct attack for this reason. Because the airflow generated when he sprinted with full power was comparable to the muzzle storm of a cannon shot, and even though the peak knight Evelyn could withstand it, the beautiful woman Jennifer was merely a normal person and could absolutely not withstand it. A silver figure drew a straight line, suddenly appearing before Burgess, with a suddenly appearing ebony warhammer in hand. It was the nearly full-powered top-secret technique Annihilating Hammer. Boom! Black flame shelter broken. Innate wizardry shadow shield broken. The warhammer made of hardened essence gold instantly deformed and broke through the double defenses, heavily striking on Burgess' crossed forearms. Bang! Burgess, like being hit by a giant beast, had his two forearms bent in an unnatural folding state, and he was hurled through the air like a cannonball for over a dozen meters. Boom! His entire body embedded into the marble wall behind the dais. At this moment, the hard marble surface presented a crater-like depression, with radiating spiderweb-like cracks spreading all around. Cough, cough, Burgess was seen coughing up blood while sliding down from the wall, like a boneless mass of flesh. At this moment, Burgess was furious. He was one of the top leaders of the Order, responsible for nearly half the activities in Minster Province. Moreover, he was very likely to succeed Lord Exeter as the great priest of Minster Province, yet he was beaten so miserably by some unknown nobody. The key point was that the opponent had such strong ability, yet made a sudden assault. He only managed to utilize about 50 to 60% of his strength before being severely injured. Heartburn from his anger caused Burgess to cough up even more blood, his face turning even redder. He struggled to get up to launch a counterattack, but at this moment, both his hands were already shattered into bone fragments, with more than 10 ribs also broken, inserting into his lungs, making movement extremely difficult. He tried several times but failed. Lord Burgess. The black flame monks beside him watched the scene slack-jawed and speechless, overwhelmed with shock. Lord Burgess was specialized in body enhancement and combat as a second-order evil mage. His combat power should have been above a general second-level liquidized wizard, yet in just one strike, this young man in front of them beat him into such a state. Could this be the Imperial side's trump card, Has their action thus failed?